And the other area that Towson, historically, this is also improving, but historically she has had these mental ups and downs throughout the match where she can lose concentration, gets a bit down on herself, a bit negative, and that's been the biggest change probably over the last 12 months, is that that's happening far less frequently.
So Towson holds her opening service game. Casper Ellsworth, coach and partner, looking on. Jill Krabus is courtside, best seat in the house in the shade, and it's a lovely morning to you, Jill. Perfect conditions at the moment.
Good morning. Yes, you said it exactly. We noticed that it has been super breezy since the tournament started, but today is probably the calmest day of the morning, and it's a slight breeze, but not enough to disrupt either of these players. It was a good, strong start from Towson. I agree with you guys with as far as maybe Mboko trying to exploit the movement of Towson. We already saw in that game, as soon as Mboko was spread the court, Towson got into trouble, but perfect condition for these players, and a nice round of applause for both, about even down here courtside.
Victoria Mboko to serve.
Towson's lead-up was interesting. Lost in the first round in Adelaide, retired in Brisbane, retired in Adelaide. And there was a bit of a question mark on her physical fitness coming in, but her opening 2 rounds have been strong. Had a 3-setter in the second round.
Oh, it's found the line.
And then played her 3 hours on the doubles court with her partner Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova. So she's had 2 3-hour matches her last 2 games, and said she feels fine. I guess you always say that when you come off the court and you're still alive in the tournament, but physically perhaps the issues from the opening couple of tournaments in Australia are behind her.
30 on.
Yeah, Mboko's also someone who's unfortunately had a couple of injuries already in her short career. It was the wrist that was an issue after that Masters win in Canada that she struggled with, especially at the US Open, where it just looked like she was feeling a lot of discomfort on the forehand.
Some of that has to be a function of just how hard the players are hitting the ball. Towson talked about that, just the power that she's seeing from the other end of the court, something that's taking her by a little bit of surprise. But that's the modern game, Laura. You just smash it at each other.
1 game on.
Smash it and hope for the best.
A little more strategy than that, but see,
Slightly.
they hit it hard.
I mean, why wouldn't you hit it hard if you can hit backhands like that? Win predictor. I mean, it's 50-50 this match, isn't it? There's a handful of spots between them in the rankings.
Love 15.
The 60-40 seems a little strong. 20 past 11 in the morning here on Friday in Melbourne, and that southern end is a difficult one on all of the major courts here. They run north-south, so for the next hour or so at least, serving from this end is a little tricky.
Love 13. Fifteen, 13.
Yeah, struggling with the ball toss again. Tried to go a little further in front of the body that time. Still going for lines though.
And the roofs here on all the stadiums move the north-south as well and come together in the middle. In Perth, the roof was east-west, so you could sort of slide it across and control it in terms of its comfort level for the crowd, but also assisting the players a little bit when the sun was at its peak in the middle of the day.
Game and Boko.
So the opening break comes in this first set for Boko.
And Boko leads by
Leading
2
2-1.
games to 1.
Stages, but maybe win predictor could sense that early service break. It would be even stronger
No,
now.
I got to stop you there. We don't ever agree with the win predictor. That's our thing. You know this, Dave.
I do know this. I'm trying to take a different approach this year, be a little more supportive.
A little bit more positive.
Time.
Jill Courtside mentions both players having about equal support. We do have a little soft spot for Denmark in Australia, not just because of Caroline Wozniacki, mainly because of Princess Mary, who's...
I was wondering where you were going with that.
You know, the Tasmanian to the Danish princess. Fairy tale, Laura.
I think we've seen already how dangerous Towson is, but also sometimes how inconsistent it can become because she goes for the lines all the time. And it's sometimes absolutely brilliant. And Boko's coach said it best. You're kind of waiting as her opponent for the dips, because inevitably playing with such fine margins, there will be some dips, but it's just being close enough and being around to be able to take advantage of them.
30-15. Cain and Boko.
So it consolidates the break.
And Boko leads by 3 games to 1.
It's going to be interesting to see if Clara starts throwing maybe in a little bit more variety. I know sometimes that she likes to try and hit big and come into the net, and she's known as such a powerful hitter. But down here, I mean, when you watch the points, and Boko doesn't seem bothered by that at all. She's absorbing the pace so well. So it'll be interesting to see if Towson does try and mix it up.
And for Towson, the first serve percentage as well, you feel is going to be important. It's down at 54% at the moment, and because she just rolls that second serve in, doesn't try and do too much with it. I mean, on occasion she'll go big, but more so places it. It's a chance for Mboko to get in on the second serve return.
Well, excellent movement from Mboko. Athleticism.
30-15.
And attentiveness too.
Towson just motioning to herself back here that she should have gone for the lob. Just probably the wrong choice. You see how close Mboko got to the net.
40-15.
She's got a monster forehand.
An incredible sense of where the lines are too,
yeah.
because she's just, the margin is narrow. So Towson holds, which was required, of course, down a break. Mboko leads 3-2.
Sometimes I watch Towson, and I mean this in a positive way. I think the tactics in her mind must be very simple. It either works or it doesn't, and it is go big or go home.
See ball, hit ball, and
yes,
you know,
sometimes we overcomplicate it.
Must be anxious if you're in her coaching camp because the margins are so small. But when you look at what she's been able to achieve, and she burst on the scene and collected a couple of titles. Another one last year when Osaka retired in the final in Auckland.
Time.
Crowd filling up at Cain Arena Friday morning in Melbourne. Victoria Mboko with the service break in the third game. Healthy stat there, 92% of first serves in. Mboko's serve is interesting. This is this season's stats. So 2026, she's #1 in aces, but only 20th in first serve percentage and 35th in points won on the first serve. You kind of think that that would be a little narrower. She's serving so many aces, but in such a big serve, that might be a little higher ranked on points won on first serve. And of course, the commentator's curse is as soon as you start talking about someone's strength,
Double fault.
Serve becomes an issue.
I guess it's because she's picking her moments when to go for the bigger first serve and try and get the ace, and when to go for the natural kind of kicker that she's got. Such good defence.
And Towson just pounced on the return.
15-13.
It's almost like she's goaded Towson into going for that line return. The serve is moving off the court. It's got some slice coming around the side of the shot.
$30.
Mboko knows, even if they haven't played each other, she knows that Towson, how aggressive she's going to be on everything. And so just watching Mboko on my side right now after the serve, she is so alert and ready for that ball. And that's why she's been able to scramble and do well with the pace.
Cain and Boko.
So Mboko was a little tight, particularly some early issues on the serve, but holds
And Boko leads
4-2.
by 4 games to 2.
While the players are having a breather, we're going to give you the update of what's happening now over on our other arenas and courts here, because John Cain likes to kick off early. But what is now happening is over on Margaret Court Arena, we're seeing our men's singles on court soon to start their matchup. And arriving at Rod Laver right now is world ranking #1 in Sabalenka there and her opponent, Potapova.
Towson was struggling on this far end with the ball toss previously, especially on this ad side when it's going straight up into the sun.
Third to 11.
I mean, you feel today that Towson can afford to play that kind of shot over and over again. Her ball is heavy enough that just straight through the middle, especially to Mboko's forehand, where she can play sometimes too close to the body.
Let for service.
Until she eventually sees the open space.
Fourth 11. Game Towson.
So Towson holds. Good one too, into the sun.
And
Boko
Boko leads
with the
by
break,
4 games
4-3.
to 3. Time.
Early service break here to the Canadian Victoria Mboko. Has her with a 4-3 lead.
Fifteen 11. 15
We
all.
know how aggressive and how much Towson prefers that forehand side, but right now I feel like she's hitting the backhand down the line exceptionally well. It's the clearance over the net is very low, and it's staying low off the bounce as well. It's an area that's improved for her.
Fifteen 13. Fifteen 14.
So into the sun, and then the chances here to get the break back.
Game
So a
done.
loose game from Mboko. It's all square at 4-all.
Yeah, obviously feeling a lot of pressure coming at her with the return. And a few words from both players to their coaches.
A bit brutal, the towel box on that side, isn't it? When you go to the opposition's bench to get your towel and the coaches are eyeballing you.
They can always go to the other side
They
of the
can,
court.
and they often do.
We can see the frustration building from Mboko, and I saw it when she was over on the other side of the court as well, where she missed a couple forehands, just taking her time. But the look on her face, you could tell that she was flustered, and it's continuing, just trying to calm herself.
Third 11.
Against someone like Towson, you can feel like the tennis is out of your hands for a decent chunk of time, where you might go 2-3 games without feeling like you've got enough space or time to really go for anything.
This has been a good few minutes, hasn't it, for Towson?
Game Towson.
Towson breaks back and then holds to love, and all of a sudden leads
Towson leads
5-4 in this
5
opening
games
set.
to 4.
Towson taking just a slight lead there for the women's singles happening on Cain Arena. We can have a quick check-in with Margaret Court as well, as we're seeing they're still within their first game of their first set, and focus more on what is just kicked off over on Rod Laver Arena, and that is two-time Australian Open winner and current world ranking #1 Arena Sabalenka coming up against her opponent, which is Anastasia Potapova.
So that then eventually you can come up with that kind of surprise tactic on a big points, when it's a break point down or when it's 4-all in the third. But first you have to start doing it when you have a little bit of a cushion. Beautiful backhand cross court. I feel like the opponents are always a little bit covering the one up the line that she loves to hit. But since Brisbane, it's a shot that has been the most effective.
And really got hold of that forehand return, Potapova. That was a big strength for her. Against Raducanu, made 95% of first serve forehand returns. Oh, yes.
One thing Potapova does really well, she's got such a beautiful timing on both her ground strokes that she will not struggle that much with Sabalenka pace. But it is going to be about how many off shots like this she can generate when she can step in and go for it herself.
Advantage Sabalenka.
Going deep with that forehand again. It's the right idea. Just a couple of centimetres too much. And Arena Sabalenka will slam down for the first game of this round 3 match. Hold of serve, but Potapova very much in that game.
And Katrin, look at that first step after the serve. She is so much more getting used to being ready to sprint toward the net whenever she sees her opponents being stretched. And one thing she has been doing in the last 2 matches, sometimes she serves and volley, or sometimes she comes to the net and she still maybe misses on few occasions. But already that
she knows she should have gone cross court. It's the classic look to your coach after you've done something that you shouldn't have. I find the Towson serve slightly fascinating because her ball toss gets so far in front sometimes that you think, oh, surely she...
Strapped up, but she says it's a bit painful, but it's healing on its own. Big ask to come out and play the world #1 with a broken finger, isn't it?
That is remarkable, to play a Grand Slam with anything broken in your hand. I mean, that's our equipment.
$15 all. 15-13.
She's faced 3 world #1s over the course of her career, never prevailed. Caroline Wozniacki in 2018, Iga Świątek in 2024, and then Sabalenka last year, where they played in Rome. In fact, there are 2 meetings prior to this, both been on the clay. Both straight sets win for Sabalenka.
30 all.
And both have lasted around about an hour. The first 1 hour and 3 minutes, the second a blistering 58 minutes. But this is a new surface, and as Sabalenka says, she never looks to the past.
Great intensity there from Potapova. That's what she will have to do throughout the entire match. She cannot allow herself to drop even 1%, because there is just so much more weight behind Sabalenka ground strokes. So the footwork will be the key, and intensity for Potapova out here today.
Deuce.
And one thing I would say with Anastasia, she has to try to make the match physical, try to play as many long rallies, because it will only get hotter and hotter. And in that way, she's very fit, she's in a great shape. She might a little bit test where Arena is as well.
Advantage, Sabalenka.
Couple of unforced errors from the forehand side already in the first 2 games.
And Neles, German coach, has been coaching at Oklahoma State.
Game, Sabalenka.
And that's a shame for Potapova, putting herself on the back foot.
Sabalenka leads 2 games to love.
Errors creeping in. And that is how much of a front runner Aryna Sabalenka is. Give her a look in, and she's likely to get the bit between her teeth. Raced out to a 5-love lead, though, against Bai Zhou Xuan in the last round, and then the Chinese qualifier fought back into that set.
That was some of the best tennis from Sabalenka. Those first 5 games. Couldn't miss the ball, did everything right. It's the tricky service game now for Aryna against the sun this time of the day, as we know.
Love.
That's where you gotta try to make the returns. Doesn't matter where in the court, just test the vision of Sabalenka. But it's not, because it's not only the serve, but the first shot afterwards, when your eyes are still recovering from the brightness when you toss the ball up. And that is very brave from Arena to serve and volley against the sun. It's like we just said, it is the first couple of seconds you're struggling to really see where you are in the court, what kind of ball is coming at you, and very smart from Potapova to throw another one.
Yep, dazzling lob from the Austrian.
Great touch.
And there's that forehand return. Such a strength for Potapova.
30 over.
Dragging her back up in this service game for Sabalenka. That was a pretty nifty backhand return as well, right onto the line.
It almost looked like he was going long. I thought that's what Arena was thinking as well.
Great defense from Potapova, and she strikes back. Said the service game was a big test for Sabalenka. The sun in her eyes and Potapova on the rise. We are back on serve in this first set.
Yeah, I just wonder if that 30 love serve.
She couldn't resist, could she? She saw a second serve, Towson, and she felt that she absolutely had to go for it. It does make such a difference, like Jill just said, when Mboko's able to get the depth onto Towson's forehand, because she goes for the same kind of shot. So no matter where it lands in the court, it comes quite flat across the body when she's in the motion, and it is so low to the ground anyway. There's not a huge amount of net clearance.
So they traded early points against the serve. Has got one up her sleeve now with one more serve to come here.
Mboko. Five-three. Mboko.
Oh, she's found it. What a shot.
Five-four. Mboko.
Marco had done everything right up until that point. There's a big opportunities with the two serves. She knows frustration.
That was the first time I've seen Mboko get impatient. She just rushed that backhand.
Let for service.
That was a huge point, obviously, at 5-all in the tie break.
One of the longest rallies of the set.
Set point. On the Towson serve. Hasn't dropped a set yet in the tournament. She takes the opening in the tiebreak.
What a run of points to close out the set from Mboko. You can understand why she's breathing pretty heavily on the chair here. That really became a physical breaker. They brought the best out of each other in those last few exchanges. And so little difference in the number you felt. But I just think the first serve percentage did play a part. Towson's still down at 56. If she'd been able to get a few more free points off that shot, then things could have looked differently.
She looked like she had the set in command early.
Well, it was Mboko's attitude.
I wonder if there's a case for Potapova just to cover that serve out wide into due side a little bit more and just give Sabalenka the one up the tee, because the one out wide, it's so heavy that if you're a little bit late, you're asking yourself for trouble. So just accept that you have to choose for one side or the other. Great touch from Potapova. That was not an easy shot moving forward.
30.
Very smart play. I just wonder if Sabalenka could have done a little bit better with this forehand.
Good running in the midday sun from Anastasia Potapova.
She didn't really cover the line though. Yep.
40. 13.
I would just move one step to the forehand side to let Sabalenka know that I'm ready for that serve.
On the
And
last
make her
round
come up with a big one up the tee.
went out wide, 91% in the deuce court, 80% in the ad court. You know, like you say, it's her favourite play, isn't it?
Especially
out
on
wide.
big points.
Oh, it's out.
Deuce.
Oh, she will be kicking herself for that one. Didn't need to be that big, didn't need to be that close to the line. That's the old Sabalenka we've seen years ago, when we always were wondering, does she really have to go for it that big?
I think that is
Advantage,
what makes her so
Sabalenka.
appealing, isn't it? There's plenty of the old Sabalenka still in there.
But she's so good with accepting that and adding the new one on top of it.
That's how she's evolved.
Yeah, that's why she's the tiger.
Game Sabalenka.
And the tiger claws her way through.
Sabalenka leads 3 games to 2.
On serve, Sabalenka in front in set 1.
And I like the fact, Catherine, that when Sabalenka went to her towel at 2-0, that the coaches didn't say anything, giving her the chance and opportunity and responsibility to figure it out. I'm sure, you know, they would have said everything they had to before the match, so no unnecessary words.
I was reading an interview with Emma Raducanu. Obviously, in the British press, there's been a big picking over her loss to Potapova in the second round, and you know, the silence from her coach, a lot of it during that match.
It's useful, that little bit extra width from where Medvedev stands off the return. He's obviously deep, so you can go around him a little bit more with a bit of angle. Pleasing hold, because it was fairly hard graft for the Hungarian.
It's another game where break point has come and gone, Nick.
3-2 Margaret leads.
Fitness is obviously still a really big thing for you, Danny, but you were telling me that it was watching Arena in the gym that made you decide perhaps it was time to give up.
Yeah, I do remember it was one of those moments when I started to think, okay, this is a completely new generation coming, because I always thought, you know, I used to live big and kind of stayed fit throughout my career. And then I never forget the moment that I was next to Arena in the gym in Indiana Wells. I think it was around the year 2017, 18, and when I saw her load and how heavy she lifts, I mean, that's one thing we have to mention with Arena. She is not afraid of the work. I mean, she's one of the most fit, most resilient athletes out there. Potapova doing a great job here with the wide serve herself. And yeah, she's so committed to her fitness, and Jason Stacey, who's been with her actually since 2018, has done an incredible job with Sabalenka, not only fitness levels, but her emotional balance as well.
Oh, just too acute on the angle.
40-15.
Just looking at the finger there, Potapova. Sometimes when you actually hit the volleys, because you're holding a little bit higher the racket, that's where it can be a bit dangerous for that left hand. Maybe that was the reason for that error.
Broken finger, but the manicure still looks great.
It's the most important, right? But going back to Sabalenka fitness levels and her entire team, I do strongly believe that one of the reasons for Arena having all the success she's had, it's because of her team. I mean, they're doing such an incredible job to always keep her grounded, always keep her motivated, and always keep her focused and being on track.
Yeah, she's found a combination that really works, hasn't she? And the consistency of having those people and that support around her.
And also keeping her really humbled. I think that's one of the very important things for Arena. I mean, she's a superstar on a global level, but then at the end of the day, she just enjoys what she loves. And like you said, Catherine, it's that balance. They work super hard, but at the same time, they have fun wherever they go. And it's that no filter energy. With Arena, what you see is what you get, and that's why fans all around the world love her so much.
She's climbed her way back into this service game for Potapova. A big spill from Sabalenka. Not what she was expecting.
Yeah, there are a couple of forehands today that she has completely mistimed. There they are. First kind of signs from Anton Dubrov, who's been with her ever since 2020, I want to say, or even longer.
Potapova's done a brilliant job there of coping well under the pressure. It's one of the big hallmarks of her round 2 win against Raducanu. But, you know, she's, like I say, faced 3 world #1s and won't be overawed by this occasion either. You know, she was asked about playing Sabalenka on Rod Laver, and she was like, hang on, you've got to remember I played Serena Williams on the Rod Laver Arena.
Yeah, playing Serena on Rod Laver, that's experience on its own.
Hers was back in 2021. Made it through to the 3rd round there. And she had set points as well in the first set tiebreak against Serena.
Yeah, she's definitely not afraid or overwhelmed by big opponents, Potapova. She trusts her game. She's a very confident player. It's just the weight of shots. Sometimes I feel it's missing, and that's the biggest difference out there today.
40 love.
And a hold to love for Arena Sabalenka.
4 games to 3 first sets.
World #1 in front, still on serve in this first set.
We need a good half an hour on that.
Just on that, I dare say it's all to do with margin and profit and the cost.
And flat white
And they're
is
just extracting a little
served
more.
in a smaller 5 to 6 ounce cup. Why am I being offered a cappuccino size?
Okay, I'll send.
Sometimes it's even a latte size.
Draft an email to the Lord Mayor and I'll send it to him.
Could you please?
Of all the things you could be worried about in Melbourne,
This is very important to me. It's the highlight of my morning when I get my coffee on the way in.
You can just order a small.
And Catherine, just looking at Sabalenka team here, who are literally, 10 meters away from us to the left. The atmosphere between them, it's just so cool to see. Everyone is chilled. They are hardly talking to each other because everyone knows what they are doing. And I gotta say, it's one of my favorite teams that we have on the tour. Just keeping things so humble, so normal. They understand it's all about the long-term process, the consistency.
Love 3.
It's a strange noise.
It's not an easy service game for Potapova. She has to deal with the sun and the new balls. Conditions are very lively today. Being as hot as it is, the ball is going to be flying naturally a little bit more.
(15-13). (30-all).
Sometimes Arena is just a little bit moving away from her shot before she hits it. That's where that unforced error came from. Moved her upper body, took her eyes off the ball. She's done that a couple of times on the forehand side as well today. Something she's got to watch out for.
Deuce.
Trying to work out if that squeak from Potapova is a second service noise or a service error noise. Finally, says Sabalenka. That's what I've been trying to do.
Sabalenka.
Get that beautiful rhythm to bring up break point.
Yeah, and that time she really stayed on the shot. Beautiful follow through.
Use.
Yeah, she's gonna stay a little bit more down and more stable on her shots. There's too much movement with her upper body.
Advantage.
She's getting under the skin of Arena Sabalenka, is Anastasia Potapova. She's doing a really good job of pressing Sabalenka's buttons.
4 games all for sets.
What a
The
fight.
mind is wandering away, just bring it back up. So always stay present. Try to be present all the time, okay? Give yourself time to be present, exactly like you do now. I want you to be ready from first ball now, okay?
Number 4, run and hit, run and hit.
Let's
Trust
go.
yourself.
Let's go.
Yeah, it's a good coaching there. And one more thing to add to that, just watch out for that serve out wide. It's coming. But that's what she has to do, stay in the present moment. It's all about the next point.
Well, Sabalenka would have been hoping to have been serving for the set at this stage.
But it's important for her to accept she's not, and moving on and focusing on having a good hold. Because it is so easy to get yourself thinking that, yes, why am I not serving for it by now? She just has to accept that Potapova has been playing an excellent first set. And as we said at the beginning of it, Catherine, the longer the match, I feel the better for Anastasia. Just that's the fitness of Arena. It is going to get hotter and hotter with every minute. Yeah, she has to cover that serve. I mean, it's not even 90%, it's almost like 100% on important points. That's what she's been doing throughout the entire tournament, Sabalenka, so far. Just make her serve up the tee.
What a love for Sabalenka. And a business-like look on the face of the world #1 as she moves to a game away from taking the first set. Do you think it's a problem? I mean, it's not, obviously, because her serve statistics, her match statistics are all good, but this predictability of Sabalenka's, you know, like you say, always preferring to go out wide. Will there be players eventually that can break down that pattern of play?
I'll show you just, no.
Let's first one. Let's. For serve.
Getting a few more free points in the last couple of service games. Maybe the new ball's making a bit of a difference. Ace counts rising.
And to have it up this end as well, because this is an end where they're now really working out where the best place is to put their ball toss.
First serve. Fault.
Oh, Potapova doing such a great job to stay in that rally, especially because that return, Arena was not holding back, and Anastasia did well to stay down. That's the key when the balls are coming at you at that speed, and just put the ball anywhere when it has so much intensity. Well done. And sometimes that is the case when you're playing against someone like Sabalenka that hits the ball with so much pace. There's not really much time to think. It's just staying down, staying compact, shorten up your swing, and just stay in the rally, no matter what it takes, no matter where you hit it, as long as it's deep, obviously.
40 love.
Brilliant stuff from Potapova. Responds with a hold to love of her own.
5 games all for sets.
And doing a really great job, Anastasia, with her second serves. Going for them a little bit more, not letting Sabalenka step in that much. And here we are, 5-all. She's done such a good job. Sabalenka having quite a few opportunities to run away with the first set, but she stayed there with the best in the world.
Whatever that happens, it's the tightest set of the tournament so far for Sabalenka.
It's the right miss. I mean, she's trying to keep the pressure on. Nothing wrong with that, just a little bit more shape, and she knows it.
Sabalenka lost 5 games in total in her first round match and 4 in total in the second round.
Such a beautiful feel. It's something she's done so well in their previous match in Rome. Those drop shots from Sabalenka were coming in quite often. That was awkward because it stayed low.
40-15.
It almost felt like she made the noise before she finished the serve.
One of those where you know you probably shouldn't hit it.
So many times that happens. You throw the ball up knowing that's not the right toss, and yet somehow you still keep going for the shot.
Game Sabalenka.
Another statement from Sabalenka.
Sabalenka leads 6 games to 5 for set.
As this first set heats up, hold to love. And now Potapova must hold as well.
And Boko got away with that. She had control of the rally and then just dropped one slightly too short, and you just see how much Towson takes advantage of it when she does have an extra 2-3 seconds. $15-30, big point here.
Number of errors leads to 2 break points. Crucial moment, stage of the match. Gives Boko a bit of a chance here to have a swing.
Love 15.
Yeah, a little bit more balance there for Arena on those forehands. Just a little bit too much movement with her upper body before she hits the shot. She's got so much momentum going into her ground strokes that she cannot afford to move even a tiny bit, because that's when the unforced error comes in. Yes, that's unbelievable. Just letting her arm go.
Love 15.
Beautiful follow through. And look at the wrist action. That's where all the control comes in. Couldn't hit it any better. Just superb from Arena, and that's why she's the best in the world. Because when she needs to, she brings her A level.
And 3 chances now to claim this first set. She just can't help it, can she?
Yeah, and it's those slow second serves that she struggles with, and that's where she just moves a little bit too early with her left shoulder. It's the second serve, isn't it, that's
doing for Sabalenka here? Still a set point.
Sometimes it's also her positioning. It's almost like in between. She doesn't really step in, doesn't really let the ball bounce and take her time just to make a decision where she stands on the second serve.
Set points saved by Potapova. She's a pressure player. Sabalenka just has to take a moment there to manage her disappointment.
Advantage, Potapova.
Yeah, she's struggling with the rhythm. And the second serve returns big time. And first signs of a bit of a panic here.
19 unforced errors.
Yeah, there's no problem with her first serve returns. I think if I'm Potapova, I would just hit a kick serve as a first serve, just to take the pace off.
Just brilliant, Potapova.
Advantage, Potapova.
Super smart, super calm.
Bravo. Good.
And for the first time in 8 matches, Aryna Sabalenka is taken to a tiebreak.
Listen, unbelievable well handled. Unbelievable. You use this energy back into it now. She doesn't enjoy being able to. Okay? She doesn't enjoy it. Now you show her. Let's go.
That is true. I don't think Sabalenka has been enjoying the last couple of minutes having those 3 set points, and it is so important now. The first couple of seconds of this tiebreak for Aryna to forget everything that just happened. And also take a little bit more time in between the points, because the momentum, it is slightly shifting away from her, from Sabalenka. So you just want to calm things down, and once again Potapova has to cover that serve out wide in the due side. Well, even though it was the double fault, I really like that positioning from Sabalenka on that second serve. She stepped in, was inside of the baseline. That's what she has to do on every single of those second serves. Just put extra pressure on Anastasia, and she saw that, and that's why the double fault came. better positioning. And much better timing, obviously.
A very effective switch up from Sabalenka. It's funny because that's what she's identified in, you know, the strengths in her two previous opponents, their ability to step in and to take the point to her. And maybe she's just had a bit of an, oh, what did my opponents do well? They stepped in. I'll give that a go.
It wasn't a bad idea because Potapova was quite behind the baseline. Just didn't really use her legs to follow through after that shot. With the drop shot, you have to keep moving once you hit the shot. She was too still on that one. Yeah, that time she was ready for the serve out wide.
And another of those fantastic returns down the line, reminiscent of the very first point of this match when Potapova sent a message down the far end to Sabalenka to say, look, I'm here and I'm going to play some great stuff and I'm really going to test you. And she's done that all the way through this first set and has fought back in this tiebreak.
Oh.
3-0. I would step in even more. She's still catching it too high. One extra half step to meet the ball on the rise.
I mean, you'd say, though, if Arena can work that out, that second serve return, then Potapova would be in deep trouble.
Yeah.
And so many errors from Sabalenka on that second serve return.
And that's what she's done so well in their last matchup in Rome. She was stepping in on those second serves big time. So just holding back here a little bit for Sabalenka.
Let's for serve.
Yeah, much better. I mean, she should be doing this all day long. Because once she steps in with all her upper body weight, there is so much momentum going to meet the ball instead of waiting for it.
Entertainment. 15 shots. Pure drama.
5-3 Sabalenka.
That is definitely the point of the match so far. And what a time to do it from Sabalenka. This forehand was just remarkable. What a high quality from both players.
That's what it means to Sabalenka to put herself a couple of points away. She knows this has been the biggest challenge of the tournament.
5-4,
Still,
Sabalenka.
Potapova is not done.
It's such a difference when Arena goes forward with her shots. You feel like, yeah, she's in control of the rally. When she starts to move a little bit, that's where the trouble comes.
On the brink of taking control of this match then. 2 set points for the world number 1. Listen to the roar from Arena Sabalenka.
7-6.
Pushed all the way. First tie-break of the season. And she comes through to take the first set in this third round match. 7-6. You could see the release, Danny. The tension that she's felt.
Not only her, but her team as well. And that was a big relief for everyone. And something she will have to keep in mind is cutting down those unforced errors, 23 of them. She will not be happy with that. 14 winners, that's obvious, as aggressive as she is. But that's one thing she has to try to stay away from.
If I'm being super critical and picky, there's now what feels like maybe 4 or 5 backhands from Mboko that have all missed in the net. So I just feel like she's playing slightly too tall with the legs.
Shift in momentum. Towson saves the 3 match points, then breaks. Hope's well and truly alive.
Towson leads by 6 games to 5.
Hard to wash that away, isn't it? After the opportunities to close out this match.
Well, she's still learning, right? I mean, this is the first time that she's served to be in the 4th round of a slam, and you could just tell that she didn't necessarily stick to the routines that had got her to that position.
Talk about that time clock. Regularly there, she was in the high teens.
Yeah.
The 25 seconds, she was up at the line at 20 and serving at 17 and 18 seconds remaining.
Time.
And it's so much easier from the side. It's so easy to spot when it happens, and when you're out there on the court you think you're doing everything right, and really she hasn't done anything wrong. That's the thing.
So after saving the 3 break points, match points, then breaks back and now serving. Towson to extend this one into the 3rd set.
Love 15.
It's as if the weight in the shoulders in a tennis match just moves from one end of the court to the other. It just picks itself up and plonks itself down from end to end.
Wow. Swings and roundabouts, isn't it?
Fifth service game in a row where there's been a break point. We've had 2 breaks, 3 breaks. There has been immense stress on the server.
Let first service.
Some of the forehands in particular on the match point, first serve nearly hit the back fence and she was still able to find a way.
How she got that second serve in, I just don't know. That was probably the most impressive thing I've seen in this match.
Look at them.
And that's with shots like that.
Yeah. Great reaction too as she hopped afterwards. Capacity to defend the break points.
But Towson plays so freely when she's down in the scoreline. Not that it's ever Clara Towson that holds back, but especially when she's down break point, it's like winner or nothing. It's a really lovely field from Towson.
So now set point.
Advantage.
Can she play with the same freedom as she has when she's on the defence?
Hasn't returned. We're saving the best till last here. Even Towson had to smile at that one. There was nothing wrong with her serve placement.
Advantage Towson.
Towson is going to extend this to a third set. The battle will continue. That's a great escape.
New balls, please.
Such an impressive set number 2 here from Towson, being able to really claw it back after what felt like going to be an Mboko win there, and especially so considering right now in the Australian Open, including her women's matches, this is the first set that Mboko has lost. So she's won 7, sorry, hard to quick maths here, has won 6 straight sets, 7 if you included that first one in this match here. And yeah, Towson now forcing it to a set number 3, doing so much right for her in the later half of those games there as well. And there's a lot more that is still happening around Australian Open right now in regards to the tennis. We've got Margaret Court Arena, which we haven't checked in with because there's been so much action throughout John Cain and Rod Laver, but Margaret Court Arena has finished their first set. It went to tiebreakers, eventually going the way of Morrison there, and Medvedev now being on the back foot when it comes to having to win some sets and get a win for this match. And we can focus back on Rod Laver Arena, where we're seeing world number 1 Sabalenka being forced into tiebreakers on that first set, but now taking a pretty big lead, 3-0 in set number 2.
Tie-break victory in the first set. And we saw that statistic come up to say how dominant she is in tie-breaks, a tie-break specialist. 87% of tie-breaks run. She's now won 18 tie-break sets in a row in Grand Slam tournaments, dating back to Roland Garros in 2023.
I really like that return in the first point from Potapova. That's what she has to do here now. She has nothing to lose anymore. Just step in, go for your shots even bigger to get the intensity and footwork back, and the hope as well. Well, at this stage, that's a much better miss, being aggressive, than the previous return where she just rolled the ball to the other side. Yeah, that's the way. Gotta stay aggressive.
30. Look on Aryna Sabalenka's face. That's just the 3rd point of this set that Potapova has won. Sabalenka's... she's not one for sharing.
Well, it's the perfectionism, isn't it, of a champion? And in a way, being tested as much as she was, Sabalenka, in that first set. That's helping her in the second one big time. Just being much more focused, determined. She knows she doesn't want to get herself in that much trouble as she did in the first set.
Oh, game, Sabalenka.
Did not have to be that close.
Sabalenka leads 4 games to love.
But that is the Sabalenka way, isn't it? It's all fireworks and excitement. And she has pulled out to a 4-love lead here. I mean, look at that. It's even got a firework trail on it, that ball. I'm sure that was just a replay. Also one of my favourite moments on Australian TV last night. I was watching an interview with Aryna Sabalenka, and one of the interviewers asked her if her earrings were real.
No way. Oh, well, that return was for real. She has definitely found her timing now on the returns.
Stop.
Fifteen all.
Careless strikes from Sabalenka.
And once again, it's the slow balls that she struggles with on the forehand side. It's a must hole for Potapova here. She hasn't really used the backhand up the line that much today, Sabalenka. Just hope her shoulder is okay, holding it for a couple of times now. It's nothing too serious.
(40-13).
Yeah, well played, Anastasia Potapova. A must-hold game for her. And she kept her cool to get a toe hold in this second set, but Sabalenka leads 4-1. Must feel like a long way back for Anastasia Potapova. Just looking at that finger again, it's remarkable. She took Sabalenka to a tiebreak with a broken finger.
Yeah, that first set took so much out of her mentally and physically, and it's kind of normal that she dropped her levels, because otherwise she would be #1 in the world if she could do this all day long. But it's just where the difference is between the champions and someone like Anastasia, who is a great player. But to keep up with the best in the world, it is extremely difficult, especially today when it's getting hotter and hotter with every minute.
Energy sapping heat
Time.
coming at the weekend. 26 degrees the high today. Sabalenka all business here, straight out ready, waiting.
Yeah, at that time she was ready.
Love
So didn't really create enough angle. Sabalenka with that slice serve.
A really bright start
Love 13.
from Potapova.
Arena, just gotta be careful here because we've seen how stressful things can get here today in the first set, and she just doesn't want to give Potapova any chance of a comeback here in the second. That's one thing with Arena. I feel like sometimes when she's on top of things, like in that previous game, that's where she could do with a little bit more attention and intensity. Sometimes she just relaxes a little bit, thinking, okay, I've got this now. It's maybe 1-2 points here and there. She could have been easily 5-0 up. And now she's fighting to
30
not to lose her serve here.
Taking a bit of pace off both of those last couple of serves. Because Potapova's been returning those big serves really well, especially on that forehand wing.
Deuce.
And it's a misses like this that ideally she would like to get rid of Arena, looking at the long-term run in this tournament.
Another enormous forehand return from Potapova, unleashing her big weapon and earning herself a break point. 100% record so far. She's got it. Another error from Sabalenka. Just as she was on the cusp of victory, Potapova hits back.
And it's a bit of a footwork from Arena to adjust herself to the shots in the last two games. Again, when she had that 4-love lead, I feel like she kind of relaxed a little bit, which is also normal because it took a lot that first set also out of her. So that's when ideally want to stay on top of things, because now Potapova feels like she has a chance once again to come back thinking, thank you very much. Now I really go for it.
Double breakdown, Potapova. And now just one break back.
15 all.
It's the right idea. Just missed it by a little.
Game.
Well, brave stuff from Anastasia Potapova.
Second set.
Fighting back in the second set. Still a breakdown. Sabalenka leads 4-3. Look at that from the first set. It's what, maybe 50 kilometers, over 20 kilometers an hour. Slower on the first serve in the second set, Aryna Sabalenka. Potapova was doing such a good job of dealing with those big forehand returns, so I think maybe Sabalenka has thought about taking some of the speed off, but that's given Potapova an in into the rallies.
No, but I think that was the right thing to do, and she got a couple of unforced errors from Potapova. It's more her ground strokes, as we see there. It's just way too much movement, because the footwork is not really there, and then she hits the ball either too early, too late. And once again, like in the first set, a bit of too many off-balance shots.
Not a cloud in the sky. Another glorious day in Melbourne. 31 unforced errors so far for Aryna Sabalenka.
I thought that was the temperature you were going to say that it is out there. It will be very soon if it's not already. And once again, it's the deuce return from Anastasia. She has to be ready for that one by now, after an hour and a half.
30 love.
My point was that it was getting a bit scrappy for Sabalenka again over those past couple of games. But those are two tight points for Sabalenka, so tight that Potapova can hardly believe it caught the line.
Oh, just missed it, but that's her favorite play. Yeah, 32 unforced errors. Something she will not be happy with when she gets off the court.
Well, Danny, you said the biggest thing for Potapova in this second set was not to give up on hope.
Well, she definitely hopes now. And half of that reason is for Sabalenka just really panicking here, because she knows the footwork and the intensity has not been where it needs to be. Just completely giving the chance for Potapova to come back in this second set. Wow. That was brave. That was not easy, given what has just been happening the last couple of minutes. Not feeling that comfortable on her shots to step in, and I mean, that's why she's #1 in the world, because when it really matters, she comes up with a shot like this.
Advantage, Potapova.
Yeah, great return that time from Potapova. She was ready for it.
She's not ready to give up, is she?
Absolutely not.
Still very much in this set, and therefore in this match. Another breakpoint chance.
Deuce.
Sabalenka comes up clutch again.
This serve is going up the tee, given how well she has returned in the previous deuce point. Let's see.
It's in.
Advantage, Potapova.
Well, I think tactically you have to change it up. When your opponent hits a great return next time around, you just want to test the other side. Keep them guessing.
And it was well in.
Yeah. It was a great depth from Potapova as well, not only the speed.
Can she make it third time lucky? And we are back level in the second set. Potapova is back in this match, and she believes again.
What a great fight, what a great anticipation from Potapova. I feel like Sabalenka should have won that rally at least 3-4 times. And now her confidence must be rising up the roof. She will be very, very pleased with that.
He did actually say after his win in the second round, he was asked about his form, and he said, I'm not playing as well here as I was in Brisbane. I was feeling better about my tennis in Brisbane. And I think we've seen signs of that again today, that fragility. He's not quite as comfortable as he perhaps was.
I mean, in this set, he's serving at 76% first serves, and he's only won 47% of them.
Good game, though, quick one as well. Marajan has got one more chance here to try and serve out this second set.
That's what she has to do every single time. Beautiful follow through. I mean, the quality of hitting from both girls the last couple of minutes has been insane. Incredible intensity.
And here's a chance for Aryna Sabalenka to halt the momentum of Potapova. 4 games in a row for the world number 55. But a breakpoint chance for Sabalenka.
Not up.
Just the lightest of touches, and Sabalenka seizes back the steering wheel. She's a game away from a very hard-fought place in the last 16. That's going to be a body blow, isn't it, for Potapova after all the effort that went into breaking back twice. Sabalenka just a game away now.
But she's doing all the right things, Potapova, right now. Just staying in the rallies, as we said at the beginning of the match, make it physical. The longer the match, the better.
It's definitely been more intent from the back of the court from Medvedev from about 5-2. Not prepared to just exchange with good depth. Nice injection of pace. It's pure class. A big-time play on a big-time point in the forecourt. And his numbers there have been outstanding. 16 of 22 won there.
2 set points to put himself 2 sets to the good. Has got the former world #1 in real trouble here on Margaret Arena. Medvedev is going to need to mount an almighty comeback. He's down 2 sets to love.
Great tennis IQ. His ability just to sum up a situation so quickly, understand what's required. That 4-8 forward to give him 40-15 was beautiful. And it's another set where he's posted some good all-round numbers, especially when coming forward. He's kept it pretty tight with the
forehand. It's starting to become more and more dangerous.
Yep, there we go.
15-14.
Sabalenka speared once again with that forehand. And 2 break points now for Potapova. There's another twist.
That was the right idea. Staying beautifully down on all the shots. Just missing a little bit of the shape with her left hand, which is not an easy thing to do when you have a broken finger. It is really remarkable.
Another break point to come. And she's got it, and Sabalenka, serving for the match, is denied by Anastasia Potapova.
Very well done from Anastasia to stay low and strong in all those rallies. Especially that forehand is starting to become a huge weapon in this second set. Wow.
She's going to keep asking the question, Towson.
It's a good service game. There wasn't much pressure coming from the other end, so Towson now hands the pressure back to Boko.
And Towson will be more aware than anyone how tough this is going to be for Boko to hold here.
Thank you.
Especially after the match points in the second.
And again, quick to the line. Like she was.
Just adding and adding. The longer this set goes. Well, she's got the momentum behind her. It seems like she's got the crowd now behind her. They want to see this match to go the distance. That's how entertaining it has been from both players.
Just brilliant.
40-15.
Staying so calm, no signs of panic.
Clarity of thought.
Yep. And the execution. Look how down she stays here. Textbook.
And Potapova, for the first time this set,
Potapova leads 6 games to 5, second set.
is out in front, 6-5. Sabalenka has to serve to stay in this set.
Hey, you got this. You got this. You got this.
Has it found the line? It has.
She wasn't sure.
It just had enough dip. Fourth match point. Unload a rocket.
Match.
The rising star continues her ascent.
1-7-6.
Mboko through the first round
6-3
of a Grand Slam for the first time.
Oh, that was brilliantly handled. It was tough, it was tense, and it was very much a hard-fought win for Victoria Mboko. She did so many things right, but maybe nothing better than her mentality today, especially throughout that third set. Regrouping, doing all the right things, because she was under so much pressure. Towson was playing lights out for games at a time.
When we were talking about this matchup right at the beginning, when the players were walking out, we said Mboko, the fact that she's able to keep calm under pressure is going to be the key to her being able to win this match. And that's what happened in the third set. The second set not going her way, and the first set that she drops here at the Australian Open. But to bounce back and to win a third set that way, 6-3 there, just massive for her. And unfortunately for Clara Towson, the only Danish representative at the Australian Open in both men's and women's singles, does end her run at round number 3 for the Australian Open. But for Mboko, the fact that this is her first Australian Open we're seeing her at, making it to the 4th round, how far will she really go? And on the side of Margaret Arena, the match that's occurring over there, we checked in, we saw that now that both first and second set have gone the way of Italian Marjan there.
4 breaks in the first set.
Game 7.
With an ace, we go to a second set tie break. 18 tie breaks, one in a row for Sabalenka at Grand Slams. The last time she lost in a tie break at a Grand Slam, the semi-final against Karolina Muchova at Roland Garros in 2023. She is an athlete built for these moments, but Potapova has been more than a match so far today.
And it's a bit of a different momentum going into the second set tie-break, especially for Potapova, because she has earned it. First set tie-break, it was more on Sabalenka racket, making those unforced errors, especially on the return, but this time around, it's a tie-break well-deserved for Potapova. So the most important thing is that she does not lose the hope nor the intensity and keeps playing as she has been the last couple of, I would say the last 15-20 minutes.
Sabalenka.
So Sabalenka, if she can try to stay away from the forehand side of Potapova, it's the shot that has been causing some serious damage. Got to stay away from that. She's not going to miss it now the way she has been timing it.
Potapova wins back the mini break.
I think a kick serve to the backhand side would have been a better choice. But again, easier set from here.
2-0.
It's like she completely freezes with her legs when the balls are slower and shorter in this match today, Sabalenka.
She's really been feeling the stress, hasn't she, Sabalenka? Perhaps that's translated through to physical reaction, tension in the body. Sabalenka could have slammed it away, but Potapova stuck it. She guessed well. And she's got a 4-2 lead in this second set tiebreak.
Yeah, she will be kicking herself, Sabalenka, because again, she could have finished that point at least on 2 different occasions, and with the overhead just not looking where her opponent was standing. But Potapova doing such a great job staying in those long rallies. Walking around the court now with so much confidence that it's very well deserved. Oh, that was brave to serve to the forehand side.
Yeah, she thought she'd got that as well.
Yeah, she just got away with it. Wow.
Potapova.
Once again, not moving her legs at all, Sabalenka. There's no momentum going into the shot. Not like she thought the serve was long as well.
Well, I did not see this coming 50 minutes ago.
I don't think anyone saw this coming at 4-love up in the second set. Well, here we go.
First of the 3 set points saved by Sabalenka. Went to unleash the big forehand.
Again, a brave second serve to go to Potapova forehand.
Now she has this set on her own racket. Serving for it, Potapova.
Thank you. Players are ready to play, thank you.
Is that the moment? Is that the chance that slips away for Potapova?
I feel like the cheer was going to help her, but it seems like it put even more pressure on her, knowing how close she is to get away and take this second set. It would be so well deserved, because she did fight very, very hard, Anastasia, to give herself this opportunity.
Thank you.
No, she's going to have another chance.
7-6 Potapova.
That's another badly struck ground stroke from Sabalenka. Hands the chance to her opponent. Another brute of a rally.
7-all.
I mean, that is just brave from Sabalenka. Keep trusting your shot. Keep going for it. She's never, ever going to back up. That's why she is where she is, ranking-wise. Wow.
Set points for Potapova become match points for Sabalenka.
7 Sabalenka.
That is just unbelievable braveness to come out with a dry volley like that. Wow.
Throwing her body behind her
Ladies and
mid
gentlemen, please
for the
arrange.
fourth round. Sabalenka with her first chance to close it out. For the sixth year on the bounce, Arena Sabalenka has muscled her way into the last 16 here in Australia, but my, it was tight. And my, it was brilliant to watch. 2 tie breaks to decide. And it was Sabalenka who found a way through in the end.
Sabalenka was definitely put to the test here in round 3 of the Australian Open. Opponent Potapova here, unfortunately not getting to continue her run, especially after such a dazzling display of tennis there. But yeah, world rank number 1 Sabalenka is going through after being pushed to tiebreakers on both sets there. So yeah, both women just putting in monstrous effort for what was a phenomenal match there. And we know now that Sabalenka will be going up against Mbogo, as just previously she had rounded out her match against Towson only moments ago over on the John Cain Arena. So they'll be getting ready, knowing who their opponent is in the 4th round when we do get to that. But for now, we're going to pivot over to Margaret Court Arena, where a match is still happening for the men's singles. 11th seed Medvedev is down 2 sets against Italian Marjan.
few more errors coming from Margaret, aren't there? Longer rallies. He's just starting to crack a little bit here. And he's going for the shade, interestingly enough, as well. A little more often. I wonder if that's just a sign that physically he's just feeling it a little bit right now. Heat of the day, aren't we? 10-2 now. If he's feeling it, that is of huge value.
Has requested a review of the serve on the service line.
Can perhaps just looking to buy a little bit of time.
No, on the serve.
On the serve, okay. I think both players will actually be quite happy this has taken a while.
Really? I would, if I was Medvedev, I'd be getting on with it. He's just got a little upper hand here. He's just given a huge breather for the man with the ball in his hands. I get what you're saying, Robbie, but wow.
Okay.
It's tough to get your head around that miss, isn't it? On a big point. Juice like that.
And off the backhand again, right? That shot is used to be forged in fire.
And there's no way back because of it in some regard. Chances to break there again have come and gone for Medvedev. And we're at 2 apiece.
Yes, some things were an absolute given. The sun rising every morning, and this guy not making unforced errors off the backhand wing.
Always easy to see the sun rising in London in January. I'm not going to lie to you, Rob.
Cain Arena is getting ready for their second matchup of the day, continuation of round number 3, men's singles there. And what I feel like is going to be one of the closest matches we've had in terms of seeding this tournament, because it's 19th seed Hall coming up against 14th seed Davidovich Fokina there.
There'll be plenty of support for both. It is just about the most perfect day you can imagine here in Melbourne on day 6. These two players will be thankful they're playing today and not tomorrow with the...
Sit with authority.
Is that short central ball? How much damage can you do? A lot. Well, there's the exact opposite, right? Short, central. That happens. And why I pick on those shots in particular? Because you're going to get a lot more of those in a match than you are spectacular winners. Where at the end of your range and you do something amazing, those happen sporadically.
Stayed on him. Did a good job of it, Medvedev, on that occasion.
40-30.
Physically taxing point for Margaret, wasn't it, as well? Far from done in this contest. If Medvedev can raise his level here. Intriguing start. 3-2 to this third set. Now, if you want to do some shopping and a bit of merchandise, have a good look. There's a really good range available this year, and if you want to scan the QR code, it'll take you directly there to the AO shop, and you can get that credit card out and give it a good burn, if that's what you like to do. Bobby doesn't do that very often, so I'll have to check on his latest statement, but there you go.
Yeah.
Take a few of those, so my girls will like those.
Giselle does, though.
Okay, that's good to know.
She burns it for me.
Yeah. Hats popular in Durban?
Very. Need them.
Okay.
Weather's very much like it is here. Summertime, of course, in the southern hemisphere, so you need plenty of hydration. Huge number of water bottles to choose from. Those are always one of the most popular requests from back home, together with towels.
Good selection this year, isn't there? Get your hands on some.
So many activations going on in and around the grounds. Apart from just being able to watch the tennis, if you get a little break, there's so much more shaded area where you can go and sit now. Activities to keep your kids entertained. If you are watching some tennis, you want to drop them off for an hour or so. Roger, I know you would have loved that last point. It's just amazing when you get a player who knows how to move around the net, right?
100%, and he does it so comfortably, and he covers. He's got a big wingspan, and he looks big at the net. There are players, Robbie, that come in and they, even if they're that high, and they just play small, if you know what I mean.
And they guess. So many players guess so often, right?
Yeah, they're not naturally moving or searching for the ball with, you know, like keen to pick it off. They're almost reactive to what may come off a racket. Big difference.
Oh. Bit of a difference in the speed of that backhand.
Mats Wilander's just turned up alongside of me, and he was okay. He made a few too many unforced errors for mine in his career, but I said to him, do you think he can get back from here? He said, I think he can, but he didn't like the drop shot that Medvedev played at 15-all in the previous game. He thought that was a bit of an out. He said, I don't know if he's in it.
Nicely done. 7-time major winner, of course, was Mats. Won 3 times down here. And won that epic in '88 when the tournament moved here for the very first time. Beat Kashi 8-6 in the 5th, didn't he? One on the grass and on the hard.
Any signs of Marijan just feeling it a little bit physically, Rog, from your perspective down there?
I think, yeah, there's definitely, but there is a little bit for sure, because, you know, we've been out there for a while in these conditions, and it's been physical at times, but that's what you go through this. It's just whether at the other end you can capitalise on the moment. In saying that, he gets away with it because he still hasn't lost his court position, and that's, I guess, for me, that's the biggest sign of someone when they're really struggling. They tend to take that extra, just a step back to buy them a little bit more time, but he hasn't done that to date.
Just continues to get enough free points at important stages as well. 2 unreturned serves.
3 games over.
He's over the line in another game.
Today's been a little bit of a microcosm of what's happened throughout the course of the 2025 season for Medvedev. Not being able to convert on the break points as often as he would like. Not saving break points as often as he used to. And of course, because of that, the pressure gauge is very much more in favor of Margaret. He is the one who is playing the pressure points better. That's why he's got a 2 sets to love lead.
13-11.
And if you were with us at the start of this match, Nick was saying what happened last year as far as Medvedev was concerned. Well, 2 of the big barometers, break points converted and break points saved when serving, obviously. Those are way down for Medvedev from previous years. And the break points converted in 2023 was at 46%. He's 10% lower last year. Break points saved at his peak was at 68%. Last year, 60.
The good news is the aces are flowing a bit more readily, though. 3 in that game, 6 in the set. That's half his total for this match. Better signs.
Extremely excited for this one. I mean, you have 2 of the best shot makers on the tour on this court right here. And I liked what I heard from Brad Stein, you know, just wanting to be disruptive for Tommy Paul. I feel like that's when he's playing his best tennis. We've already seen 1 serve and volley. I think when he's looking to get into the net, taking returns early and coming in, that just makes his opponent have to think a little bit more. I mean, we've seen the power off of the forehand for David Fokina. So Tommy's going to play a little defense, but also come in a lot.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. And I think we just got a shot of you bottom right of the picture there. You're just to confirm, you're in behind the David Fokina team, is that right?
Yes, exactly. I'm right behind his coach, Mariano Puerta. So just on Tommy Paul's side behind Mariano Puerta, up and close and personal.
Forward to Nick's courtside insights throughout this best of 5 setter. He mentioned Mariano Puerta coaching David Fokina. That's a relatively new partnership, just at the start of this season. A bit of a surprise for me. There's Puerta on the left in the white cap, but yeah, such a good 2025 with Felix Mantilla on the bag, and he decided to make a change.
15 Yeah, it's interesting. You have a career best year and you decide to change the person that's in your corner. I think that sometimes, you know, players will be looking to add certain elements to their game and thinking maybe a
One round this year did Fucsovic, lost to Sasha Bublik in round 2.
Yeah, what a 6 months Bublik's had. Cracking the top 10 for the first time.
And you can almost point to that match against Alex de Minaur at the French Open. Hey, Nick, what a tipping point that turned out to be in his season.
He came back from 2 sets down to win that day, didn't he?
He ended up making the first quarter final at a major for him. And contested 4 finals in the second half of the season and won all 4. Halle, Gestalt, Kitzbühel and Zhuangzhou.
To laser up the line. That's about a flatter forehand as you're going to see all tournament, I suspect.
And when it landed, it even flattened out even more. It almost rolled along the ground. It's a classic.
Yeah. Reminds me of Jimmy Connors' forehand, that one, Rog.
Look at that. This might be even better angle.
How much of an obstacle mentally is it for Margaret to get
Over on Rod Laver, we're seeing it right there now. World #1, Alcaraz out on the court, ready for that coin toss and warm up against his opponent in 32nd seed there, Mutet.
Welcome to the Rod Laver Arena and what promises to be one of the most charismatic matches in terms of the tennis that will be produced out here between these two. This is going to be electrifying stuff. This will be some of the most intricate, exotic, extravagant shot making.
Selection.
That has left him vulnerable as well. But Narajan threatening here.
And especially, boys, in the very first point, we know the statistics. Here's that took the ball off on the fly there, got into an awkward position at the net, but especially we know the statistics. When you win the first point on serve, you're generally going to win your service game. Why put yourself in a vulnerable spot like he is now?
And just to help qualify your point, Rog, when we had a look back at the numbers from the entirety of last year at the Australian Open for the men, difference between winning the first point and losing it is about 20% differential, 92% chance of holding if you win it, 72% if you lose it. At love 30, you're just above 50%.
When serving.
When serving. Medvedev's done well here to get it back to 30 all. The odds are in his favor here. That's a bit special. That is the magician that we've known as Daniil Medvedev for so long off that backhand wing. The hand skills to produce that off the charts.
Oh, he's done it again. He looked to be in a position of real peril at love 30. And he has worked his way out of that nicely. He's in front, 5-4 in the third. Oh, what a nice way to extricate himself out of trouble here, because at love 30 he played for two very poor points, really, didn't he? Really aggressive off the backhand side.
Yep.
The intent was there.
And you can see he's almost sitting on the inside of the ball, Nick. It's so tough to control, but big separation in the hands, very much like David Ferrer. They're the only two players that have such big separation on the backhand.
Time.
He's lifted trophies in 22 different cities. That is a record on the ATP Tour. No player has ever had such a great spread as Medvedev has had. Number 22 coming in Brisbane just a few weeks ago. He's got other concerns on his hands, though, in his immediate future here.
I don't know about you guys, but I just feel that Medvedev has recalibrated this backhand since he's been more proactive and gone after it. I feel he's found something.
Well, maybe just that, Robbie, you said it, proactive in going after it, so maybe that just that little bit more acceleration on the ball that has helped him.
Oh, can you believe it? He was way too kind there, wasn't he?
I mean, he should have put that right through Medvedev's chest, tattooed him with the Dunlop logo. How costly could that prove to be?
Never really looked set behind that one, did he, to change direction? And again, he's going for the shade. Trying to get some respite here. Is Medvedev about to halve the deficit?
It's amazing, Rog. He just deviated from what you had just discussed, didn't he?
100%, just totally pulled off that shot. And considering he hit some lasers in the previous game.
Just got passive, paid the price.
And it shows how dialed in Medi is on his backhand. The minute it left the racket, he said no.
Yes.
The minute, or the second.
Couldn't get there. Oh, a big lunge from Medvedev. And Margaret has come through a very sticky situation to get himself a parity in this third set.
So if you're Margaret right now, wouldn't you be probing the forehand? Wouldn't you be getting into the forehand side of Medvedev? I would have thought so.
Seventh ace of the set for Medvedev. Those that have often practiced with Medvedev have talked about that trade and how at times the ball just doesn't come through to you. It lands so low, it stays so short. And it was tricky for Margaret to deal with. A couple of good serves in the game, though, from the man who's been a runner-up here on 3 occasions. 6-5 it is. Medvedev in the third. Such a unique shot, isn't it? And as you say, it's been so...
Cain, Alcaraz. First game.
Pretty straight up and down first game for the champ, hasn't
Guys, I had a chance to call Alcaraz the previous match against Hanfmann. Hanfmann, the big tall German, he played really directly, really fast, and he denied time for Carlos.
Yep.
I'm just not seeing that playing out today with the little magician Mute. It's going to be hard to see how he troubles Alcaraz with the weight of shot from the back of the court.
Yeah, I think prevailing.
Glorious summer's afternoon in Melbourne as the drone moves across Kia Arena. It's built about 4 or 5 years ago. Lovely stage that is. Taking their time, these two right now. Been on court 2 hours and 33 minutes here. It's been a fairly physical one. We thought it might be. The average rally length is still around 5.5 shots. Has come down a little bit in this set. And the question is, can Margaret hold on here? It was a tough ball to change direction off, wasn't it? It was deep, rushed him. Wonderful defense from Medvedev. Hardy work to keep the point alive there.
And from where I was sitting, you could just see the tension in the face of Margaret there as he went to hit it. Wasn't sure of himself.
It's a slightly quicker first serve. Average first serve speed today for Fabianus. Only been 174 kilometers an hour. That is very low. I don't know if that is tactical. Doesn't want to give Medvedev any pace to feed off of.
What he has given him is a look at 2 set points, though, with that miss. It was an aggressive strike, but a misfire. A little bit of luck en route, but Daniil Medvedev has been able to cut the deficit in half on the Margaret Court Arena. We've got a match in our hands here. The former world #1 takes the third 7-5.
Well, well, well. Winner of this match, as you can see, bottom right of your screen, will take on Learner Tien. And I'll tell you what, both of them will be well aware of what that guy's made of, especially Daniil. If he's able to come through this one in 5, and I think Lerner's probably the last guy in the world he wants to see on the other side of the net. Second serve points, 1 for Margaret, way down. A few 1-4 Steros.
Stop.
He's got his trademark 1 black, 1 white sock on. Likes to do things a little differently.
I like that, actually. I love just something subtle like that, that you make it your own thing. Is it always the black sock on the left, or does he change it up?
Yeah, I think he had that in juniors as well, but it's always the white and the black. You know, just a little different. I like it.
Is it the same every time?
That's
does he
a good
always
question.
have left on black, right on white?
I think he does.
I think he does. I think he does as well. We're gonna have to go back and check it, but I'd say about the same every time.
It's like the yin and the yang. Probably quite apt for his personality.
Yeah, I wonder how many kids in Malaga are running around with the different color socks. It was about 8 years ago now, and to everyone's surprise, I made the Brisbane final and played against Kyrgios, and
no one was surprised, Ryan.
I think it was a surprise to myself. And I remember there was a young Davidovich Fokina there. He was building his way up the rankings, and he was actually there just practicing.
Not the turn of speed there, was there either? A reminder that no one has come back from 2 sets to love down here so far to win this year's championships.
It's quite interesting, given how many matches have been played, Nick. You would think there was at least one by the time we'd finish all the second round matches into the third. Still a long way to go in this one. Without giving too much in-depth analysis as to how this guy's won the third set, the moment Nick questioned whether Margaret would feel the pressure He was able to get through to the round of 16 for the very first time at a major. That's when things started to come apart at the seams. Not drastically.
What a pleasure to be able to get a fourth set here on Margaret Court Arena between Medvedev and Marjan. But we're going to look over at Rod Laver Arena, give you the updates where we can on that happening game on Margaret Court Arena. But we're going to focus on what is current first seed and world ranked #1 Alcaraz up against 32nd seed Mutet.
And that is the way that you want to play against Mutet when you get an opportunity to break the sidelines on both sides, get him out wide. Don't allow him time on the ball to start maneuvering you around.
Tell you what, though, that shot is not as easy as Alcaraz makes it look.
Obviously, in recent times, you think of somebody like Fabrice Santoro that played a little bit like Mutet, a fellow Frenchman. Was there anyone back in your day that had this kind of style of play?
Didn't do enough of that, did he? Wally, I might need your help. There's someone that played, you know, with this total disruptive style.
Well, I guess it's interesting, Fitz, isn't it? You know, pre-graphite rackets and certainly the polyester strings. I mean, most players, you know, apart from the clay courters who were very intent on just making a lot of balls, but most players were more this style of player where they tended to use slice and spin and variety, try to get in, bring their opponents in. It was probably more of a cat and mouse game as opposed to the raw power that's available to players today. So probably a bit of a throwback in some respects.
Would you compare Dustin Brown? He was different again.
Yeah, big serve, kind of like swashbuckling more coming in.
But just serve and drop volley or serve and drop shot, or even more sort of pronounced, wasn't it? Not.
But what he will do is make balls, as you've just seen here. Chisel them back, and you do need to be precise. And Alcaraz has missed his target a couple of times.
I agree with you, though, Fitz. It's a tough style of game, isn't it? Because the margins are small. Even that return just almost brushed the net. Drop shots just tickle the net. Everything's fine margins for Mutet. The execution has to be spot on.
And you can hit 4 or 5 beautiful touch shots in a row and mix it up and win a point. But if you miss one of those 5, sometimes they are small margin type shots. It can catch up with you pretty quickly. It's a high risk sort of style.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
Well, that's a shame. Because that was a real throwback, that slice backhand. That was special.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
Once again, width more important than pace on the serve against somebody like Mutet, and that was certainly not his quickest by any margin out wide. but it just kept getting away from the Frenchman.
Cain, Alcaraz.
Mutay's not going to hurt Alcaraz from back there, and one of the things about sort of jumping onto one of these massive, vast stadium courts compared to some of the others is the fact that you can get a little bit lost early on at the back here, trying to sort of go deep to absorb some of the pressure, but that isn't going to be a helpful place for Mutay to be. And be very reliant on Alcaraz not playing well if he's going to reside past the Melbourne sign on this Rod Laver court.
You know, we're quite privileged, the three of us. We're sitting close. You see it right up close, how well these guys move, how they hit the ball. You'd expect it to be good. They're the best in the world at what they do. And it's a real art form. Mutay there played a pretty good point and still came out on the negative side. Amazing that you can use so much wrist snap like Alcaraz does. Hit the ball out of the middle and hit it so hard and so close to the lines and still not miss very often. Well, he must have read that pretty well. He started moving to his left, guessing that he'd hit a ground stroke, didn't he? And then as Mutay just corrected his swing to hit a drop shot instead, he was already halfway to the net. Certainly nothing hindering his movement, Carlos, early in the tournament.
Sergio.
Yeah, and again, you kind of see the problem that he has, that for him to really unload on the ball and try and puncture the defenses of Alcaraz, he has to really let rip, and then the head kind of comes out of the shot, and then you get a bit of a missed timing.
It's a fine margin. You're trying to just play a bit too well. A bit of a higher level than you're used to, and you can get a heap more errors creep into your game.
Cain, Alcaraz.
Alcaraz solid up at net, smothering it very nicely, and not giving Mutay any look at chances so far. 4-1.
Well, again, targeting that forehand side, opening up the court and getting Davidovich Fokina on the run, just in a position where all he can do is try and take a big cut. And this is danger zone. Early time, already facing a deficit at 15:30. We saw what happened in the opening set. When Tommy gets an early break, he can run away with it, the best of them.
Pressure on the second serve again. Where does he go this time?
He's just full of talent, isn't it? That's the bottom line.
15 love.
Born with so much of this. You got to do the work to be able to take advantage of it. How well did he adapt to that? It was a strange little chip half lob, wasn't it? It became a little bit awkward. He just adapted with the two hands. Well, an afterthought there.
Well, I was just about to say, I'm not sure what
59.
Mute is going to do from back there. He actually returned from the shadow line, but he came up with a pretty good forehand. There's no question about it. I think Alcaraz was influenced. His decision to serve and volley was influenced by the court position. He's not coming back from there, but that is a fine forehand.
Oh. It's exhibition stuff. And it is first class entertainment. And the thing about Alcaraz is he loves it. Look at the smile on his face.
There was genuine joy on his face after that point finished, wasn't there?
Find the thing you love the most, and you'll never work a day in your life.
Fifteen.
Right now, he's just doing his 8 and hitting the gate. This is really good from Alcaraz. It's routine. And one of the narratives around Carlos that I kind of feel like needs to be dispelled is this inconsistency. Everyone kind of talks about the way that he plays because at moments in matches he may not be quite as ruthless. But let's not forget that Carlos was the fastest after 100 career matches he picked up the most career wins in his first 100 matches. He won 75 matches. Roddick was the next best in the Open era, 73. Mack had 72. The workhorses like Chang and Wilander had 70 each. Agassi also was saying. Rafa in his first 100 matches had 67 wins. Alcaraz had 75. He had the most wins in his first 152 matches compared to everyone else. 117. Mack had 113. Rafa had 112. The great Mats Wilander, 111. Agassi at 110. This narrative about him not being consistent isn't true.
Yeah. I would say there's a small asterisk for me with Rafa. He was younger. he started younger, so that makes a big difference for me. Mats Wilander was incredibly young when he started. Well, now he's just, it's almost like he's choosing shots that are going to give him joy.
15 all.
It's an interesting comment you make there, Petch, and I think, I think part of it for me, I don't think I'd really, I might have said that 2 years ago. He played a match here against Kekmanovic, which was like a highlight show, and then he played Zverev in the next round, and he wanted to continue the highlight show, and he just, somehow he just couldn't find the steel to dig in that he might have needed to win that particular match. But I think for me, it's
15-13.
He's good, he's so good, and we kind of think about your worst match and your best match and the gap in between. And I think sometimes there was just a gap in between because he would play some absolutely outstanding matches, and we thought that was the benchmark, and that's how we rated him. So maybe we judged him a little harshly when he didn't meet that standard.
It's a bit like me when I came off the golf course years ago.
It's nothing like that.
People would say, no, listen.
A worst analogy.
No, listen to the analogy. I'd come off and someone would say, how'd you play? I say, oh, terrible, terrible. Because once, 3 months earlier, I had a half-decent round. I thought that was normal. I've just realised eventually it wasn't. Normal was really bad. I do accept it was an average sort of analogy, but
yeah, we'll give you a mulligan for the analogy, don't worry.
Yeah, I needed plenty of those on a golf course.
Youngest ever, world #1, potentially about to wrap up the opening set. A little adventure forward after the serve there from Moutet. There's no question that he's got to kind of find a way to shorten the rallies, or at least put himself in a position on the court where he can try and find a little bit of space. Wow, I didn't think that was going to stay in. What a shot from Moutet.
And did you see Alcaraz, on the theme we've been talking about, tries to go around the net post. He waits and waits and waits and tries to go around.
Advantage, Moutet.
Yeah, it was on. It was 100% on.
Just for a little extra flair.
Cain, Moutet.
Keeps a pulse in this opening set, does the 32nd seed for the time being at least. 5-2 Alcaraz.
Moutet fighting back a little bit here on the Rod Laver Arena against seed #1 Alcaraz there, and over on Margaret Court Arena, what has been just a blistering 4th set for Medvedev there, winning it 6-0. It does tie up the whole match, 2 sets apiece there, and looking towards that 5th set for themselves as well. A little bit of time, but they're just kicking it off now. And over on Rod Laver, had a little bit of a standstill over on Cain Arena, a little bit of a standstill in their 2nd set there, as there is a bit of a medical timeout, 2-1 leading in Paul's favor there, but it looks like they have just resumed too.
Time.
Some are born great, some achieve greatness, and some have greatness thrust upon them, said William Shakespeare. That is Carlos Alcaraz in a nutshell. Not easy to be as young as he is, to be in the spotlight so quickly in your life and try and live up to other people's, at times, expectations of you. Judgments being made, of course, about his coach, Juan Carlos Ferrero. Their split, Samuel Lopez only in the box. So far, so good for the Spaniard on his adventure down to Australia.
Love 15.
Hugo Guerrero, who is Mute's coach, played a bit of tennis in his time. Good tennis from Mute.
And out of nowhere, he's just added about 30 or 40% revolutions in pace to his ground shot. So that's what you're talking about, isn't it? You just never quite know what to expect from Mute. It's been cat and mouse up till now, and then he just explodes into a point. Great depth there.
Yeah, in some ways, if you can get the return back when the new balls are in play as they are here, for a medium hitter like Mute, it's actually an advantage. He gets a little more sting, as you say, Wally. Problem is, it obviously gives the server a better advantage if they can hit their spots.
It's hard. I'm just watching him return. You know, sometimes he'll stand up on the baseline and block, but that's a bit ineffective, and then he has to retreat, or he stands very deep, and from that point in the court, it's hard for him to make his way back up to the baseline. It's a bit of a conundrum for him on return.
Gee, that must have looked good to him. We were right behind that line, basically, and all the way you weren't quite sure whether it was going to clip the edge.
It's great to have foot speed, but sometimes on return you just need a bit of reach, and Mute not awfully tall. You can see there he's opting for the slice or the block, but foot speed is null and void when the ball's coming down at that pace. You need reach.
Yeah, he hasn't quite found the blend on return, as Wally was saying there, Mute, in terms of being able to be a little bit more impactful on the returns. Alcaraz wraps up the opener in 35 minutes. The stats are on the screen. I'm actually just trying to, because we're lucky enough here to be.
Desperately needs to stop the rot, this Marajan. And Rog, I've got this real conundrum in my mind. We've highlighted how well Danielle is hitting that backhand cross-court with the depth the last couple of sets, but also probing the Marajan forehand enough just to check it out.
Yeah, I agree with you. And what it does, that will do also, is it just gets him on his skates.
Just 22 years of age. Finding the last third of the court is so crucial in tennis, both men's and women's. Alcaraz just doing a much better job in general in this opening 40 minutes. One of the icons of the sport that certainly grew the game, and these players are playing on the shoulders of, was Bjorn Borg in the background there. It took him 12 majors to pick up his 3rd Grand Slam title. Absolutely astonishing. Sweet 16.
Love 13.
Alcaraz will get all the accolades, but I tell you, how Mute stayed that point was unbelievable.
So
Clever.
true.
Clever.
So true.
Just sitting here courtside, you know, when these guys move, they move like, it's almost like they're on a squash court. The lunges, they're virtually doing the splits and powering out of the splits back into the court. The movement is incredibly dynamic. Of course, we've seen that with Novak over the years, and Roger, a beautiful mover, but they're just taking it to another level, these guys.
Well, I thought he made it. I thought he just jagged enough on that return, but that is starting to prove to be the most successful serve for Mute.
Petch, I'd just like to have that little chat about, you know, you talk about all the majors he's won at just 22 years of age. It took Borg a little longer to win his first 3 after 12 attempts, but I think the courts are more generic these days than they used to be.
Cain. Alcaraz.
Well, there was one major highlight in that opening game of the second set, that Alcaraz managed to conjure up something special, but apart from that, it is pretty much business resumed here in the second set as it was in the opener.
Yeah, that second set just carrying on for Alcaraz there. We've begun our 3rd game in the 5th set over on Margaret Court Arena there, and we're potentially seeing the conclusion, the conclusion of our second set over on John Cain Arena with Paul just on match point here.
It's something that he was dealing with for quite a while. They were just trying to figure out, okay, when's the best time to deal with this, and now he's completely healthy and playing some great tennis.
$40-30.
No, he's seriously struggling to cover the court here.
Yeah, this is where it gets more worrisome. You know, 40-30 up there trying to hold, and he's not taking off.
Advantage, Davidovich Fokina.
It's a rare return miss from Paul. He's been so sharp so far today.
Deuce.
Well, there's no let up here from Paul. He's not going to give him a reason to hang around, so he's trying his best to get that extra break here. I wonder if he's aware of all those consecutive 6-1 sets, trying to keep that going.
Yeah, going for 5 in a row here versus Davidovich Fokina in Australia. Oh, well, he did the hard part. He got there and probably should have made the forehand in the end.
Advantage, Davidovich Fokina.
I was just about to say, I wonder when's the last time anyone ever won 5 consecutive 6-1 sets. That'd be a rarity.
Deuce.
Just pushes it wide, and
advantage Paul.
There is the first chance for another 6-1 set for Paul.
Game and
6-1 it
set,
is.
Paul.
2 sets to love it is.
6.
Davidovich Fokina, he might be
Guys,
done
I
here.
think that's done.
Yeah, he is indeed. So sad. Injury getting the better of Alejandro Davidovich Fokina. A match that promised so much. 2 top 20 players in the 3rd round, but dominant stuff
Ladies
from
and
Tommy
gentlemen,
Paul.
Mr. Davidovich Fokina is unable to continue.
And then injury, a left hamstring
Paul
injury, it
wins,
seemed, getting the
6-1,
better
6-1.
of the 14th seed who crashes out of the Australian Open. And Tommy Paul, semi-finalist here in 2023, quarter-finalist last year. He's through to the 4th round once again.
Yeah, obviously thoughts are with Davidovich Fokina. We hope that this is nothing serious. It's been a good start to the year. He fought through that match against Opelka, suffered through 5 long sets. It can be mentally and physically taxing. You're playing a server like Opelka. And obviously not the way he was hoping to go out there today. But
well, we were here to catch the end of that second set, and we knew that this second set started off with a medical timeout for the side of Davidovich Fokina there, but it's unfortunately ended in a match retirement, or an Australian Open retirement for him here, as they're not going to be moving on to that 3rd set, and it does mean that we're seeing Tommy Paul from the United States moving on through to round number 4 for himself. Maybe not necessarily the way that he wanted to win, but a win nonetheless. The 19th seed making it all the way through now to round number 4. We're going to head on back over to Rod Laver, continue on catching the action that seems to be the domination of 1st seed Alcaraz.
Oh, it looks great, Petch, and how good was that last volley? You know, like just the way it was not an easy volley. It was actually dipping below net height, but he wanted it. He took it on. He attacked it. It was a great volley. But no, his serve, it looks so good to me. It looks like he's got options. He can kick it up there with flight. He can flatten it out. He's got that lovely slider down the tee now on the ad court. It's a good looking serve as that was. Oh. Nice.
15 love.
Well, one thing I'll say about Moutet, he's in trouble, obviously, on the scoreboard, but he's not a deer in the headlights, as some players can be when they step out on this big stage. He's seemed really calm. He's just been denied a bit of time to execute the way he would like.
Got to admire that.
30 love.
Because he had actually lost the element of surprise by doing it on the previous point. Alcaraz has just walked in pretending that he's going to return from about 2 meters inside the baseline for the next one.
Another great first volley, and you know, we've seen Jannik start to tinker with his forecourt game, but this guy's, he's about there, I reckon. He understands how to transition, and then he attacks the volley. Low volley there. Didn't overplay it, but it's copybook, it's textbook.
I want to know how good you think it is, Wally, actually.
Let's for service.
My question will be, and the answer can come after this point, as at this stage of his career, Roger Federer's volleys compared to these?
That'll feel good. Dominating a point, smacking it into the crowd. But Fitzy, I reckon Roger had beautiful volleys, but he didn't transition and use them that much, to be honest, in his matches. I mean, he was so good on serve, so good from the back of the court. He ventured to the net fairly infrequently, and sometimes his transition in his first volley wasn't quite where it needed to be, purely because he didn't do it that much. But Alcaraz is a little more willing to explore every part of the court. I think a lot of players volley well once they're at the net, but it's the key is getting there and playing that first volley on the run.
Obviously, a lot of things have got to go right, and you've got to have a lot of attributes to be able to be at the pinnacle of your sport. But the one thing that Alcaraz's kind of development should show a lot of coaches and parents is the freedom to be who he wanted to be, and that was something that was so crucial. He used to play, and I know this is a silly number, but 50, 60 drop shots in a match when he was like 10 years old. And people would say to him, kind of don't do it. He would run in, he would get lobbed because he obviously wasn't tall enough. But, you know, you ended up having to, Juan Carlos would eventually kind of try and put a little bit of a block on 20 plus in a match. But the only way you learn a full skill set in this sport is by doing it every day in practice in the lab when we're not even got the cameras on you, but also obviously massively so in your developmental years. But you learn those skills.
I'm sure you saw Andy do, you know, the time you spent with Andy Murray on the road, I'm sure you saw him do all sorts of things in practice, but when the time came for the match, his personality would take over and be careful, he would counterpunch. I think this guy's personality is to entertain, to explore the court, to test himself, and that's just who he is. He brings it out with him in his little bag of tricks.
You know, Wally and I spent a lot of time with Leighton Hewitt at Davis Cup, and he was a little bit the same. He would practice stuff in practice. He would go down the line a lot on his two-handed backhand. In a match, he wouldn't do it as much. But this guy's just experimenting almost. He tried to come under that and tried to go for a bit too much flair, didn't he, Moutet?
Yeah, he had one eye on Carlos there. He just needed to thump that.
Well, I think he was trying to do a backspin drop shot, wasn't he? And I think he did something that all club players finally can find from a professional player that's relatable.
And, you know, then he hits it off the wrong foot. So he's got all of this control and skill in his hands and his feet. It turns out he was there to that ball and his right foot was coming down at the time he was approaching the ball and he just played it off the right foot. It's just exquisite talent.
Cain. Alcaraz.
Well, Mute almost put another game on the board, but Alcaraz reels off 3 straight at the start of the second. 3-up. One thing you have to try and do on a tennis court, we talked about it in the sort of first game.
Out of it pretty quick when you don't quite trust your legs.
I'm not a fan of that inside-in forehand approach. But I guess if you are going to lean one way, you've got to cover the cross-court pass. And at least Margaret did that. And that's testimony to his net play knowledge. He's definitely better than most. Nice little bit of artistry there at the end of the range.
Got to get in, Rob, hasn't he? As much as possible right now.
I think so.
Return was a little bit shorter quality from Medvedev.
Just to confirm, Nick has said that net points won in this set for Margaret, 6 out of 6. But of course, it's not always easy to get in if Daniil is maintaining such good length on the ground strokes. So you've got to pick your moments wisely, but they don't come around all that often.
Carlos Alcaraz out here at the moment. Something just a little bit unique. And as good as anything we've ever witnessed.
For service. Love.
Just watching Quarantine here, you know, he's got a really strong grip on his serve. You know, the knuckle is right on top. It's a very strong continental, and then he's got, you know, quite the semi-western on the forehand. It just seems to me as though he needs the ability just to square up that racket face, just get a little more pop. Everything just needs to be a little flatter, particularly when he gets that mid-court forehand. It's all shape and no penetration.
Now he's got the point, but again, the return is just too short. Alcaraz very quick to kind of get on top of it. And I'm not sure he's going to win enough of those points if he returns in that part of the court.
T15.
Forensic precision.
That is great to see. So when he's got time, you can imagine what he could do to thrill a crowd against a lesser opponent too. He'd be hitting more and more of this stuff. Beautiful feel. That's a real art form, to take the speed off that ball and nurse it. He enjoyed it.
First match of the season was against the Aussie Tristan Skulka in the opening round. He had to battle a little bit of injury, had the trainer out on the court. Don't know whether he's just a little fatigued. He beat Michael Zhang after Zhang happened to retire after an epic win from the still student at Columbia University against Sebastian Korda in 5 sets in the opening round. Oh yeah. That'll give him a bit of a lift.
Well, that's the square racket face that he needs to find more of. I know he had plenty of pace to work with, but the previous forehand was heavy, and he's just not quite. I don't know whether he hasn't quite got the time or the ball's just skipping off the court too quickly, but he just needs to square up that racket face on the forehand, just get a bit of pop.
He's listening to you, Wally. More forward speed.
He struggled with that heavily spun ball from Alcaraz. As you say, hasn't been able to kind of get on the front foot, but that one he caught early, as you can see, between waist and shoulder.
Yeah, just a linear swinger, straight back, straight through. I'm sitting next to James Blake here, courtside, who had one of the great forehands, in my opinion, just straight back, straight through, and the ball stayed hit. Quarantine just needs to channel a little bit of that.
Cain,
Suddenly caught fire.
Well, he took a chance, didn't he? He took the ball on the rise, smoothed it out, and ultimately, at the end of the day, that's hard court tennis. You can chip, you can fiddle, you can retreat, you can throw them up high, but there comes a point where you got to win your share of points. Hampton did a great job against Carlos. I mean, he's a much bigger man, obviously, and he plays that style of direct game, but that troubled Carlos, taking time away. Everybody likes time.
The chip and fiddle. What a great name for a pub.
Awesome.
Well, just put a furrow on his brow, or knuckle down.
Love 15.
And just use pure power there. Not sure he enjoyed getting broken the game before.
Well, that first volley, Fitzy, was all frame.
Love
Just been
you got lucky.
Extolling the virtues of his volley, but yeah, it was a little extravagant. Got away with it.
Again, that heavily spun forehand just dropping a little too short that allowed Alcaraz to advance to the net.
Well,
15-13.
The run to the net after that second serve caused the error, didn't it? Alcaraz changed his mind there, saw him coming, tried to slap a winner.
Good adjustment.
He's lifted a bit, hasn't he?
30 all.
Well, I think he's realised that, you know, finesse and touch and trying to work Carlos over is one thing, and that's probably his natural style, but he's just taking more chances, isn't he? The previous game on the forehand.
There's the advantage of having the DNA of hitting drop shots as often as Mute does, because the opponent already starts running towards the net, and that deep volley just took away a bit of Alcaraz's time.
Game. Mute.
Fastest serve by almost 10 Ks. He has, as Fitzy said, lifted, and he's got himself to within a game of Alcaraz here in the second set.
Yeah, he's matching the pace to Alcaraz right there on the side of Mutet. And what we're potentially seeing nearing the end here is our Margaret Court Arena marathon between Medvedev and Marazon there. Marazon taking the first two sets, Medvedev being able to come back in set 3 and 4 there. And this is going to be the conclusion of that fifth set.
Medvedev, and a very lowly 14% for Marazon. Lots of threes going on right now, and one of these guys would love to win 3 sets. Medvedev looking the most likely.
Well,
Rog, do you ever get the feeling that this game might be more important than if Medvedev were to serve for the match? I think if he wins this game, he wins the match.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I think if he wins this game, he breaks for 6-2. He will turn around and break. Yeah. Huge point here.
Marazon got the depth, and I think it just slightly surprised Medvedev that the ball was back on him as quickly as it was. What an incredible turn of events. He looked to be on the canvas, did Fabian Marozsan. Signs of life, though. Break your piece in the 5th.
Well, how crucial could that net court for Marozsan be? This was the last point after Lady Luck was in his favour. He thought, I'm going to stand and deliver. Next level forehand strike that was.
And you feel like that's the way home for him, because out of the two, he's the one that can hit a clean, cold winner, I feel.
Yeah, well said, Roger. Agree.
Time.
This is what we love about the majors, isn't it? This is what separates the majors from anything else. The ability to go the distance. Who can be the last man standing here?
I tell you what, this guy would give now for a quick service hold, but that has not been the case. This 5th set on serve has been hard work.
And he's pressing up the heel a bit with the breeze, so he's got a couple of factors.
What a piece of skill from Fabian Marozsan. I mean, Medvedev's asked him a tough question here.
He certainly has. No panic, though, Nick. That's the key part. Creativity. Thy name is Fabian. He will back himself with that shot, and as Roger's alluded to, that shot is on, isn't it, Rog? Because he's slightly into the wind.
Yeah, he'll get good advantage. Tough time to be playing it, though, isn't it? It's gutsy.
Let's. First one.
Held it about as long as he possibly could do, Medvedev there.
Roger Rashid knew his way around the net, and even he will know how difficult this passing shot is to deal with if you're a great net player. Net men hate that one right at them, at the forehand pocket. So tough to reflex. Such clear shot selection. Love it.
Don't often see Medvedev chip the return back, do you? Gave him no pace. Marozsan's forehand cracked under pressure.
Medvedev.
Just wondering if that's a little bit of pickle juice that Medvedev is taking in there. We have seen him cramp a couple of times throughout the course of his career.
Thank you.
Right side, go, go.
30, love.
My word. Can you believe it? We've had a couple of major tipping points in this match. The first set tiebreaker, a ridiculous backspin volley from Margaret that helped him win the opening set. Net court at 4-2 that helps him break there.
Anguished expression. He was up 2 sets, he was up a break. He looked on course for victory. Is he going to be denied? Medvedev completes the first comeback from 2 sets to love down at the 2026 Australian Open. What a heartbreaker for Fabian Margaret. He led by a break in the third as well. This man has got a habit of pulling a rabbit out of the hat here in Melbourne. He's done it again. The 4th time in his career in this city. He's come back from 2 sets down. He's in to the last 16 in 5 sets.
That is
it's just a phenomenal display of resilience coming out of Medvedev there to force tiebreakers in set number 1, lose the following set and come back and win 3 in a row like that, and the 4th set being 6-0 for himself this year, winning those sets 7-5, 6-0, 6-3 towards the tail end there, and really able to put up such a performance for himself. But unfortunately, Margaret ending the Australian Open for the 3rd year in a row at round number 3 here. So a big heartbreak for him, but plenty more opportunities when the year comes. And looking at our bracket here of where Medvedev has moved on towards, our 11th seed will be going up against our 25th seed in Cain there for round number 4. Interesting to see how they're going to match up, especially with how close this match just went for Medvedev. And we're going to continue on looking at our men's singles matches over on the Rod Laver Arena, as Alcaraz has won the first set 6-2. We already knew that, but what we don't know is the fact that right now the second set is tied 4 games apiece here.
Big game now.
Well, that one's got up a little higher than Alcaraz was expecting with the new balls.
Petch, you said he could get above 200, and he did on that first serve, Mute, 203, and I think we probably just need to see a little bit more of that too going forward. Just all part of the grand plan to win your share of points, not have to contest baseline rallies every time you serve. Not overdo it, but certainly implement it.
Yeah, he's got to find the sweet spot, well, though, hasn't he, in terms of like what that pace looks like, because 200 is probably going to be 1 in 2 that he makes at best, maybe even 1 in 3 at times. And when he throws a second serve into the court against Alcaraz, he's winning just 32% of the points.
It won't last forever, will it? The success rate on that 7 volley on the second ball.
30-all.
Oh, particularly not to that side, because the angles actually go against him.
You can read that second serve too. He throws the ball further to his left when he goes wide to the second court. So Carlos will be onto that.
I actually think it's hard to serve volley when someone's that far back, because it messes with your split step. He was on the full run there. Mute, as he tried to hit that, he hadn't sort of propped and looked.
Wally was like Gene Kelly when he came into the net. Little split step. Little soft shoe shuffle. He's persevering, and the drop volley is effective, isn't it, when you're that far back?
Yeah, I actually think that Alcaraz needs to take a little bit of pace off. If he's not going to hit a clean winner, the angles go against him on the backhand side on the juice. Obviously, much harder to find the width on the return. If he can tug it inside in, fair enough. I would imagine, though, if he gets a second serve on this side now, he's not going to go as far back unless he's going to try and rip a clean winner.
We're probably due for an underarm serve shortly too.
Well, if Alcaraz stays where he is, he's got it covered.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
He's certainly knuckled down here, hasn't he? He's got his concentration level back.
Well, it's hard to criticise Mute on that volley, because up there it's hard to get any power, and he knows Alcaraz is steaming back to the centre of the court, so he just tried to carve it short, clip the tape.
Cain, Alcaraz.
That was a world-class return from the world's best when he needed it. 5-4.
Alcaraz leads by 5 games to 4. Time.
Well, we'll be heading back inside the Rod Laver Arena in a minute. We're drifting back towards, as you see, the Kia Arena and then Cain Arena just behind us on another spectacular day here in Melbourne. It is going to heat up tomorrow, 40 degrees. They're going to jump out a little bit earlier tomorrow because of the expected heat wave coming to Melbourne Park about an hour earlier. Good decision.
Thank you. Ready for play.
Petch, it's in your contract. You don't work till 12, is that right?
I think it's more like 2 more.
What time is it at the All England Club? 11 o'clock maximum? He's a member, Wally.
Rightfully so.
They're letting anyone in these days.
I tried to start negotiating with him about how you and I could become a member, Wally. He looked at me with disdain.
First careless shot he's hit in a while.
15 all.
Bit disappointed, you can see from our vantage point, that he wasn't up onto the ball rather than allowing it to come to him.
He had lost his intensity though. He dropped off his intensity because he was getting all that joy out of creating all these shots he showed us, but he's back on track now.
Wow, what a backhand.
30-15.
Just take a look at the pace and the depth on this backhand.
Well, I thought he might hit a conventional volley there. Just drop one short. Maybe a bit of indecision.
One of the tests for Alcaraz's new service motion, of course, is these moments when you're trying to put a set away. So far, so good from the Spaniard.
Fitzy, you said it before that he doesn't seem to recognise the score. He just plays the shot that's on. But that's pretty good, isn't it? 30 all, you're trying to serve out a set. No hesitation.
Game in second sets.
The body serve is a body blow for Mute. Alcaraz with the second set in his pocket. Well, that could have just got a little uncomfortable for Alcaraz, having led 3-love in that second set after Mute reels off 4 straight games, but he's shown his class there and determination that he's got himself a 2-sets-to-love lead.
And I think now that he's back, you know, mentally, and his concentration is at full strength again, you'd see him ripping through this. He'll be determined, you would think, to win this set easily. You know, the numbers still suit him there, don't they? They really do, but not as much as they would have if he'd maintained the pressure right through the whole length of that second set, but you've got to give a lot of credit to Carrington there. He really did his utmost to get back into this match by using the versatility that he produces. And he had a run of games where he really did do well.
Yeah, this wasn't the finest shot that Moutet's hit today. They were definitely better. It was a lovely little smile after he hit that particular backhand. That is the second set in his pocket when he roared like that. But the inside-out backhand that he fired past Moutet to go set point up just elicited a nice little interaction between him and his team.
Third set. Moutet to serve.
I'm expecting him to put the hammer down now.
Thank you.
Well, I guess this is where we learn a little bit about Corentin Moutet as well. I mean, he's played well, 2-4, no disgrace. He's been very competitive throughout that second set, but does he enter into the silent contract now where he knows one player's won and one player's lost, or does he fight to the very end? We'll see.
This feels like a bit of a tin cup moment here. Corentin conducting the orchestra. A little too elaborate.
15-13.
And just slightly getting away from what got him competitive in that second set. He's hit 7 forehand winners in this match, Moutet. 6 of them came in the second set, and he's had a couple of backhand winners, both of those coming in the second set. Dropped the guardrails, went for a little more.
Gee, your first-hand look at what racket speed he has. I know he missed it, he hit it in the tape. But we're not too far away from where he produced that forehand. And the racket head speed is extraordinary, how he can go from 0 to full on. Wrist strength, create speed on the ball.
40-13.
He's never lost at a Grand Slam, Wally, when he's led 2 sets to love.
No, Fitzy, winning 3 straight sets against Carlos seems like a physical impossibility.
Juice.
Too much game. He's too powerful. He's too fast. He's going to extract something from you over those 3 sets.
Yeah, at the Australian Open, when he's led 2 sets to love, he's won 10 out of 10. And at the other slams, he's 42-0, so 52-0 in total. Never lost.
Advantage.
And I'm sure
Alcaraz.
a large number of those will be 3 straight sets.
He's done it. He's managed just to nick it past Alcaraz, who accelerated desperately up to the drop shot.
Juice.
And again, we highlighted it in the graphic about just how kind of mid-court a lot of Moutet's shots are. And once again, you could see Alcaraz was already looking to pounce if he could. Searching for an early break in this 3rd set. It's interesting, he hasn't really gone after the power. It's almost as though he's taken a look at Moutet and feels as though, well, he doesn't generate.
Juice.
Let me not give him too much in this match. This is the first time these two have actually even been on court together, let alone in a match. They've never even practiced before. So all the data coming in here was mostly theory.
Advantage Alcaraz. Juice.
Definitely a little bit of a head scratcher that he's missed that one.
Yeah, it was like late preparation or something, wasn't it? He was running at full pelt, but didn't have his racket sort of prepared and the face open until too late. Foot fault.
Advantage Moutet. Juice.
Just feel like if there's a break here, it might be quick. Pretty important for Mute to hold on just to this first game, just to try and stem the flow, it seems.
Didn't quite get his feet up the court quickly enough, so then had to go airborne, and obviously a lot of players can make that shot. Certainly Mute can, but does increase the difficulty level on it.
Cain.
Lovely blend of pace of ball from Alcaraz. Gave him the real slow one down the line. Mute couldn't generate and actually didn't time it particularly well. And then Alcaraz put the front foot down and accelerated on the next one. Extracts the error and Mute drops behind. It's a mountain to climb for Mute. Have to remember, and all credit to Alcaraz and the team, on his way to winning the US Open last year for Alcaraz, he faced the fewest break points ever on the way to a slam title. Just 10, and he was broken only 3 times in that run through in New York. And that's the second least of all time in terms of getting broken on the way to a major title. Fed holds the record. He lost his serve just a couple of times on his way to the title at Wimbledon.
Over on Margaret Court Arena, after the conclusion of our men's singles round 3 match earlier that lasted almost 4 hours, we are seeing now our women's singles start to begin. It is going to be 3rd seed Coco Gauff up against her, a familiar opponent for her here in Hailey Baptiste.
Born and bred in Washington, D.C. was Hailey Baptiste. Was very good friends
with... the thing I like most about his serve, or the remodeled serve, is for some reason, whether it's just the rhythm, because his service position in years gone by wasn't terrible upon impact, but obviously it was more of a staccato takeaway. This is really smooth and rhythmical, but he just seems to have full control of the square. Serving to all points of the square, not over-serving.
Not up. Cain. Alcaraz.
Well, it just appears to me that Mute's body language has just dropped off a fraction now. It's been an anchor around his neck for a while, this whole talent pool at the other end of the court, and he's done well to keep it at bay, really. But it just feels to me like this could be quick if he's not careful.
Love 15.
just out in front of us, looks resigned, doesn't he?
Mute, he dumped that first serve well into the net. He said, nice serve. And I've been sitting courtside over the course of January and obviously commentating throughout the year. I'm usually in the studio in Sydney, not watching it live. And 99% of the time, when guys aren't serving well, they're just throwing the ball too far in front. Something Alcaraz is not doing. You throw too far in front, you lose the shape of your body, lose the ability to impart spin. The margins just decrease rapidly.
(15-13).
Another foot fault.
(30-all).
What foot is foot footing? Right foot. Thanks, mate.
Right foot just touching that baseline. Wasn't a lot in it. Does have a little bit of a twist.
Well, he's just got that little toe lift, hasn't he? And then the toe doesn't come down in the same place as it starts. And he starts awfully close to the line.
Well, the lines in tennis are an important commodity.
See how far he fell into the court there? That for me is the issue. When someone your service motion does not change from game to game or day to day. It's pretty similar. The ball toss dictates the rhythm. If you put it in the right spot, he's just throwing it too far out in front as this match has progressed.
Let's for service. Cain. Alcaraz.
Mute can't rally as this man runs right in the third set. 3-love. Couple of breaks.
Alcaraz leads by 3 games to love.
shots because Goff can close off so much court. So she can sit back and use her wheels and not have to panic in some of those longer rallies. Look at the win predictor, and maybe not unexpected. Goff a heavy favorite in this one. And she's got the early break on top of it.
As quiet as you can, please. Thank you.
You know, for me to see somebody serving well, I look where that first step is, where they land into court. You watch Carlos's first step, it's just inside the court. Ben Shelton, all the powers up, he lands just inside the court. That to me is the way forward with this modern technology in the serve.
He may not win the match, but he has created the best memory.
15 all.
That was unbelievable. Look where he was on the court.
Dean. Dean. Cain. Alcaraz.
3 aces.
Alcaraz leads by 4 games to love.
I'm not sure he's going to give away this lead like he did in the third. He wants to finish this now. Put a stamp on it. He's smiling again, though. Got very serious on us there for a few games.
We'll take on the American Tommy Paul in the next round if he does secure his berth, which we assume he will from here in the 4th round. Tommy comfortably through, although Davidovich Fokina picked up a hamstring injury, we believe, in the 3rd game of the match. But the American was up 6-1, 6-1 at that stage.
15 love.
Tommy, no doubt, looking forward to taking on Alcaraz for an 8th time, although he'll probably be a little disappointed it's not in Canada, because both of his career wins against Alcaraz have come in Canada. 2022, one of the best matches I saw that year. And one of the fascinating parts of that match is going to be how often the American get into the net. That was crucial in his victories against Alcaraz in the past, but the world #1 has picked up 5 against the American. He's won his last 4. Disbelief on Alcaraz's face that that's been called in.
1 second. I saw green on here. 1 second. $30-15.
What is it, Petch? A 3mm variance, potentially?
Yes.
So you would suggest Carlos, with the good nature he has, he probably saw that a little wide.
Well, certainly a sign that he knows this match is over. Deliberately chooses to hit this between the legs. So nearly out of gas here. Have you ever tried that, Wal?
No, Fitzy. It would end badly. But he's actually enjoyed the ability to showcase his talents in front of this 10,000 strong crowd. It's the entertainment business after all, Fitzy.
Yeah, it's evolved into more so in the last 2 minutes. He's got some serious talent, hasn't he?
And it's great that there is space on the tour for characters like Mute. Chapeau.
Alcaraz leads by 4 games to 1.
So, 5 hours left to do this.
Third double for Goff already. Only made 3 of 8 first serves. Struggling early on.
Goff just looks a bit rattled, looks uncomfortable, still off balance on that backhand, and that's the side that is usually so stable for her. And if you're Baptiste, you cannot miss that ball at that time.
It may be one-sided, but listen to this crowd.
That volley was my shot of the day. That was unbelievable at absolutely full stretch. How he controlled that, I'll never know.
D'Artagnan. You know, his volleys are top shelf, though. They really are. You know, he held that one. He was going to play it, just held it to the last second, waited for his opponent to move, and then just crisply flicks it into the corner.
But see how he holds the follow through and punches through with his legs. I mean, it's perfect. It's old school.
Moutet knew how talented that was. He was applauding it.
30 love.
Unstoppable.
That's just violent, isn't it? And that
40
forehand,
love.
he's so good with his feet. He gives himself so much space. I mean, it's maximum extension. Look at that. Arm is dead straight. Head incredibly still.
Cain. Alcaraz.
Had a few of those in the second set where he was able to kind of collect it on his way in off a serve from Alcaraz, but it's not easy to continuously do. And it wins you games, but not necessarily matches. It's been a fun couple of hours.
Really has.
Love 15.
Yeah, I was worried, boys, at the start of the match that it might just be one-sided, and some people might see the score here and say, well, it was, but it's been highly entertaining. And yeah, I was just concerned that Moutet would be bullied off the court early and then lose a bit of heart, but that has not been the case. He's been up for the contest, he's just been outplayed, and he showed us some exquisite touch and clever tennis along the way.
Pitino. Dirty 15. Dirty all.
turning himself into a fan favourite.
Juice. Advantage.
Once again, you can see the delta of difference in terms of the firepower that is on offer for Alcaraz compared to his opponent today. Hasn't always utilised it, hasn't needed to get himself to match point.
Game, set match. Alcaraz. 3 sets to love. 6-2, 6-4, 6-1.
His most impressive performance of the tournament so far. A little down payment on tougher battles to come. And the quest for the career Grand Slam still on for the world #1.
A phenomenal performance by Alcaraz here, winning it in 3 straight sets. Everything just leaning his way, where it felt like the momentum was there at the start. Maybe set number 2, Moutet had a bit of a fight back there, but ultimately, yeah, Alcaraz coming back on top there and having won every other tournament so far in a Grand Slam. Just left is the Australian Open for him. He's 1 step closer going into round number 4. Now, job's not done. He's going to have to come up against Tommy Paul, that 19th seed in that 4th round. So a big battle for him on the cards, as Moutet, well, he'll have to look towards the fact that there's a bit of a consistency for him, making it to the 3rd round, 2 Australian Opens in a row for himself, and absolutely nothing to be ashamed of to lose to the world #1 at the moment. But right now, we're going to look over at Margaret Court Arena. We've got some more tennis action still on the cards, where we have 3rd seed Coco Gauff up against Baptiste here.
The toss needs to be regulated. Sometimes that can go a bit off for Gauff. But the main things, keeping the left arm up and going through the ball, through the contact point quickly, up and out. You look at a player like Baptiste, and she gets through the contact point so quickly, especially on that forehand side. It's the biggest shot on the court right now. On average, 129 kilometers per hour. That is 20 kilometers per hour faster than Gauff. And she still, Nick, gets pretty good spin rates. 2152 RPMs. Not too far below Gauff in that department. But the other thing, when you look at the spin rate, Gauff's forehand kind of sits up a little bit more. She gets a lot of spin because of her grips, and it sits up a bit more. Baptiste's forehand moves through the court. So with that pace and with that spin, it's moving. And that's why we have seen Gauff a few times not even be able to make a run for it.
Mm-hmm.
40-15.
Just to give you a bit of context, just been told that Carlos Alcaraz's average forehand speed today was 125. So Hailey Baptiste is 4K up on Carlos today. Plenty of power coming from that Wilson frame that she utilizes. And she is right now living with one of the world's best. 4-3.
Done.
Make sure you scan the QR code because that will provide a direct route to the AO shop here for you, and there is a range of great merchandise available this year from Melbourne Park. All sorts of great stuff to be had. So a reminder, do scan that QR code and treat yourself.
Four double faults so far for Goff. Definitely feeling a little bit of the pressure here as we get down to the business end of this first set. And that was a mature point from Baptiste. Sensing Goff is feeling a little something. Goff took a bit off on the first serve to get it in, and Baptiste did not let it create the miss. Roll the ball into the open court with big target areas. Keep the pressure on.
There's that forehand again. When the space is there, she has got the power to work her way through it. Troubling times here for the third seed, who has not been anywhere near her best so far.
It's a little more footwork from Baptiste, and that might have had a different outcome on that backhand. She's trying to move forward, pressure Goff's serve. She's got to get a little spacing away from the ball.
Didn't commit to it. The slice backhand once again extracting the mistake. And Baptiste will serve for the first here.
can clearly see Goff is still just a little off balance on some of these shots, but a lot of it has to do with Baptiste, how she's changing the pace and the spins.
Again, even though she's missed, it's still a point that she's dictating the terms largely of it.
Made that look easy. Such good timing, and even if Goff does catch up to it, she's ready to crash the boards up at the net.
It's an incredible knee bend on her serve, doesn't she? I'm not sure I've seen too many players on the women's tour who get as much of a knee bend as that, and it takes a lot of power, athleticism to get up from there.
She's a different kind of athlete, Baptiste. The way she moves, you don't get a sense for just straight speed, but she's so quick and explosive. Oh, that's nasty. That is cold, hard tennis, and it is beautiful to watch.
So creative. Well, then it's been a joy to watch in this opening set. Look at that, 8 winners. And nothing in reply.
And that's what Goff can maybe hope for a little bit of, for Baptiste to miss a few, come down a little bit. Give her some slight opening to get back into this set.
It's a second double in this game, slipping from her grasp. Started it so promisingly.
Well, what a recovery with that serve. Big, bold serve right in the corner, the service box.
Goff able just to extend the point. And the more she can do that, you feel the more it's likely to favour her. Largely this match, when you look at it, has been decorated by short points, which is not necessarily to Goff's liking. Change of direction. Quite superb from Hayley Baptiste.
I have to say how difficult this forehand is, and the reason Goff could not even move to it was dropping. I mean, it looked like she was not going to be able to go down the line, and just flicks it again with the wrist and the snap through the contact point.
It's been the forehand that's done most of the running, but proving that the two-hander has got some purpose to it as well. Another chance to seal the deal in set one. Set of tennis from the world number 70. Hayley Baptiste has a game full of power and poise. She's halfway towards a major upset here. The number 3 seed is on the ropes, 6-3. And unsurprisingly, Chanda, Coco Gauff is in need of a little bit of a break here.
Yeah, she needs to find something, change things around, because Hayley Baptiste had her way throughout that entire first set. All of the advantages in her column. Good first serve percentage, winning 70% behind the first serve, but so much of it had to do with her strength, her poise, as you mentioned, and her firepower from the ground. 12 winners. Gauff had no winners that entire first set, 11 unforced. That hurt her as well. And Baptiste able to get that extra break of serve, and the hold at the end was also so impressive. Gauff is so used to being able to turn these kinds of sets around with her speed. She can hang in rallies, but Baptiste just didn't allow it. I mean, that's how big she's hitting the ball and how difficult it has been for Gauff to read it. The forehand has been the biggest shot on the court. And the question is, can Gauff do anything to really blunt the pace and blunt the consistency of it?
Well, there can't be too many sets that Coco Gauff doesn't hit a single winner. I appreciate that's not necessarily her game, but to be shut out in 41 minutes, almost a little worrying, isn't it, really?
It is concerning. And, you know, I think Gauff hasn't played her best, but she hasn't been allowed to either. And it's not a good feeling as the top player when you are being dictated to. Even if your game is more of a, getting balls back, or even a counterpuncher, which golf is not, but even if that is your game, you still want to dictate the tempo. And right now, it is Hailey Baptiste who's controlling. You mentioned the number of short points. We said it at the beginning. That was going to be to Baptiste's favor. And she has had her way with it so far. Just wonder, what can golf do to change things up? And I have a feeling, she's going to try to mix it up, maybe the spins, maybe throw in some drop shots, maybe just try to create a little havoc. But right now, it's Baptiste who's doing all of that. Question for Baptiste is, can she maintain the focus and this level of tennis? And even if golf raises her level, which you expect her to do, can Baptiste match her down the stretch? I mean, there's still plenty of work to do. This would be the biggest win of her career. And against golf, makes it even more of a challenge.
Career record at the majors from a set down. Interesting. Goff is actually pretty good. It's 15 wins and 22 defeats. 41% is her win-loss record from a set down. Obviously substantially better when she does win the first set. But it's going to be interesting to see how she approaches this challenge.
Come on.
For golf, she's got to just start little by little. It's a new set, it's a redo, and she's got to throw away what happened in the first. Just try to make some positive adjustments here. And it starts with holding serve. When you have somebody who's playing as well as Baptiste has been playing, serving well, you've got to hold on to your own serve. And it seems like the most obvious thing to say. Of course, you want to hold serve anytime, but in this type of situation, it's even more important. So you may just put a little more energy into where you hit your serve, what reply you're trying to get. You're a little more strategic about how you serve. There it is. First winner for Coco Gauff.
A composed finish as well, because Hailey Baptiste again had eaten up the ground.
She's so good, Gauff, at resetting and coming from behind, not letting matches just slip away easily. She's going to dig in. She's going to fight and compete. And this is the start of it, a clean hold of serve.
Let's go, champ. Aleko.
Amy just saw Goff move the other way there and forced her to go up the line. Didn't miss many of those though in the opening half an hour.
All good, let's go.
This is the part where Gauff doesn't panic, and she's been in this situation plenty of times. She's been in this situation in major finals, and she's come back. So that's what she's going to be looking to draw from. Ready with a slight opening here. And it's quickly erased. That serve out wide from Baptiste, that is a real weapon. I mean, she gets a sharp angle, and usually hitting over the high part of the net that way, you can't hit it quite as hard, but she gets it to line drive away from Gauff.
Yeah, only lost 2 points, Chanda, in the ad side when she's made the first serve today. That's been a very successful serve for her, as you say. She was working the Gauff forehand over, wasn't she? Just trying to probe there, but for once, it's her own shot that breaks down. Just leaked wide. That is a great reset for Coco Gauff to begin this second set.
And the crowd oohing and awing because that shot from Baptiste was barely missed, but it's a break, and Gauff has something now to work with. Remember, Gauff did get the break to start the first set, but couldn't hold on to it.
You mentioned the fact, of course, she's only 21 years of age, but we have known for so long about her composure and how she carries herself. It's amazing to think she's 21 years of age, and yet this is the 27th major of her career already. I mean, that is mind-blowing.
Yeah, I think she won her 75th Grand Slam match, main draw match. It is phenomenal records that she is accomplishing at such a young age. This is where Baptiste has to be a little careful. It's easy for the level to drop at the start of a set. She was so focused through the end of the first. In a lot of cases, there's nowhere where to go but down, and she's just got to try to maintain here.
Great serve with a lot of movement to it, didn't it? And Baptiste was way out of court. Very tough to recover.
That's another terrific serve from Gauff. A little more kick.
That's what you were talking about earlier on. They've been trying to develop. Baptiste out of position and forced to pull the trigger in an unlikely spot. This has been a fine start to the second. There's a recovery on the cards here for the number 3 seed.
Time.
Welcome back to day 6 at the Australian Open. And as we see pictures from just outside the grounds, the Yarra River there, and here inside Margaret Court Arena, it's Coco Gauff and Hailey Baptiste vying for a spot in the 4th round. And this is Coco Gauff's 100th main draw match at a major. Won her 75th match this level a couple of days ago.
Ball.
It's a different energy that Gauff is exuding now, and Baptiste has just dropped slightly from the supreme level that she found in the first set. It's been a pretty quick slide, and for Baptiste, needs this game just to steady herself. There's the forehand that did so much damage first 45 minutes. Into the shadow, but Baptiste able to watch the ball and still get a good contact point.
Look how much shape on the ball as well, John. There's a lot of safety built into it as well. Almost like she should have meandered up to it and just didn't quite get there in time.
She seemed undecided and saw the ball was floating. It was the perfect opportunity, but just didn't have the proper level of intensity.
Rush that one.
With the way this match has gone, I mean, Gauff would dearly love to just keep this set rolling in her favor, because Baptiste is so good at switching things on a dime. You just don't want to let her wake up here in this set, if at all possible.
Ball.
That's a smart play. Baptiste didn't go for the outright pass. She played for the second ball, got the first one to dip, and Goff couldn't handle it.
Goff 0 from 3 at the net so far today. Did so well there, Goff, to make the return as awkward as she did. Serve, as Chanda said, that she has liked a lot, that wide one, and maybe Goff just beginning to read it. About 50% of the time she's gone wide on the ad side today.
Advantage. Baptiste.
Like a laser up the line.
Yes.
That was inch perfect.
That serve from Baptiste was actually just a little slower maybe than Goff was expecting. She was a bit ahead of it. A little more side spin from Baptiste, but just mixing it up enough.
Can't get out of this game. He's been as high as 47 in the world as Hailey Baptiste. A little down on that now. We'll be reversing that decline though, ranking-wise, after reaching the third round here, and who knows, maybe more. Has made the round of 16 once at a major. That was at Roland Garros. On a surface that she's actually played pretty well on, when I'm guessing that she didn't play a whole lot in the juniors on the clay.
Yeah, her ranking slid a little bit, Baptiste, the end of last season, the beginning of this season. A few losses at the end of the year, and had gotten to the quarterfinal in Auckland last year. So this year, losing first round, her two lead-up events, lost some points there. But this will definitely steady her and get her pushing back in the opposite direction.
Good pressure. Just getting Baptiste moving a little bit more frequently.
Well, and as you look at a match and the ebbs and flows, and Goff has played so many of these, you know, player may start off and just be hitting dimes and hitting big, but that can slow up as the match goes on. You lose a little bit of your legs, maybe you get a little fatigued, maybe you're not as focused, and that's what Goff has been looking to take advantage of.
First set percentage just dropped quite drastically in this set. He went 8 of 19.
One of the things you see in Gauff's game, if you watch her consistently, she doesn't really drop in terms of her level over the course of a match. She may start a match, not be playing as well and have to adjust, or win a match ugly, but she doesn't really go in and out like some players do. Beautifully played. And it was the anticipation from Gauff. The first passing shot was good, but she knew that it was coming back. So she took off immediately and had plenty of extra space for that one.
Exposed. The drop shot was finely played.
Advantage, Gauff.
Well, Baptiste, she had a decision here. She got up to it, but didn't want to go to Gauff's backhand, flicking it up. Went to the forehand. That's the least dangerous side. But Gauff again finding a beautiful line. Another opportunity to keep the shutout alive here in this set.
Such a huge differential in terms of points played on serve. We had something similar in our first match on here today. Hailey Baptiste has played John Blom not having any of that. And she's played 62 points on serve. Gauff just 30 in this match. It's wearing. Oh, some shot.
Maybe a little irritation behind that forehand as well for getting called for the time violation.
Any case for the defense there for you, for Hailey?
I mean, there's the serve clock is there. You can look at it. It's when the umpire calls the score is the way I believe they're still doing it, and the time is the time.
Yeah, I actually believe, Chanda, and I'm happy to be corrected. I think it's slightly different than majors. I think on the tour, when the score is input, the clock starts automatically. I think at the majors, having spoken to James Kiathamong back in the last year, how it works is when the score is input, it's then up to the discretion of the umpire to start it. I think it's slightly different at the majors. But
well, and that's the only problem I would have with it is the discretion, right? Yeah. Because players don't, I mean, what does that mean? Longer point? Do they wait? Oh, wow. She did it all, Baptiste. Even guessed right. Yes. And the volley that was a little simpler, she couldn't execute. But this is rapid fire stuff, and it's so easy to just hit down slightly.
This game continues. There is no way out for her at the moment. Serve clock down at 3 seconds right now. Yeah, tactical move, I think, in that last point, wasn't it? Because she went up to the line and threw the ball up and let it bounce. Don't blame her in some ways.
The minute you go into your service motion, the clock stops. So look, if you get into it and it's not quite right, you are allowed to catch the toss.
Got to do what you got to do, right? Sometimes.
But this is a long game, and you mentioned it is wearying to have to serve over and over again, especially if you're getting having to hit a lot of second serves.
Great dig. It's so well to get it up and then get a bit of depth on it as well. And she's got a double break here now in set 2.
This is what Coco Gauff embraces. The fight, the pain of it all, the uncertainty. I mean, she just still gives 100%, giving Baptiste nothing. And she's got a double break with a bit of insurance now.
Look at the length of that game. Incredible. One of the longest, surely, of this event so far. Understandable, quite a few fans who were stuck out there for a quarter of an hour, trying to get back to their seats. Wouldn't be a huge surprise if there was a bit of a dip from Hailey Baptiste here either. This feels like a bit of a physical drop from Baptiste a little, doesn't it, in this game?
That last game, almost 14 minutes, and Baptiste has not recovered.
He's getting a lot more free points in this set as well. Coco Gauff on serve. Just looking at the unreturned serve number in this set, 54%. Compare that with Hailey Baptiste, who is only at 12% of unreturned serves in this set. That's a big shift from what we were seeing earlier on. And she has got an iron grip on this second set and certainly looks for all the world as though for the second match in a row here on Margaret Court, we're heading to a decider.
Time.
Late afternoon in Melbourne, just gone 5 o'clock. And still plenty of action here on Margaret Court in the day session to come. Reminder, if you didn't hear earlier on, due to the rising temperatures tomorrow, play will be starting earlier. They have shifted it forwards. Sensible decision. The temperatures set to be around 37 degrees. They will start an hour and a half earlier.
There's been a big drop-off in the forehand speeds of Hailey Baptiste. That first set, she was at 130 kilometers per hour on average. Gauff at 114. The second set, Gauff has gotten faster on the forehand side. Baptiste has dropped off to 118. And there's multiple reasons that could be happening. Baptiste could be just fatiguing a little bit at the end of some of these rallies. Gauff is extending them a little bit more, and she's able, Gauff, to be a little more aggressive earlier, and so Baptiste is not able to really be on the front foot as much. And then you add to it a few more unforced errors for Baptiste.
And as we said, China, the volume of balls coming back, another example there. Good decent serve, but a return that comes back into play. You're having to constantly work, isn't she, for these points?
Yeah, it's hard to say what comes first, but it's just a comprehensive effort from Gauff early in this second set to turn the tables. And after having 12 winners in that first set, just 4 for Baptiste in this second, it's Gauff. A couple of opportunities.
Fine return. Coco Gauff does dish out a bagel to seal this second set. The number 3 seed squares us up here on Margaret Court Arena.
Coco Gauff here taking the second set, looking good for her. Definitely what she needed after it felt like in set number 1. She wasn't able to get too much going for herself, and the fact that she's able to win it 6-0 does beg the question, how is Baptiste going to be when it comes to that third set here? Is there a massive change in fatigue, in what Gauff just needed a little bit of time to warm up? Either way, I look forward to seeing what is going to be brought to the court.
3 times that she went up to return. Big time
off the ground, I think, because
Cain Arena as well. We're going to be seeing more women's singles action continue with 7th seed Paolini up against 29th seed Jovic here. 18, as you can see, they're 18 years old here, making it all the way to the 3rd round of the Australian Open. So it feels like, yeah, we always talk about a new generation of tennis players coming through. Are they really going to be able to make a mark? She definitely already has, but has a chance to make it even further.
Biggest results of her career. But I don't think either one of these players have the biggest serves because of their height. So I think we're going to get a lot of returns back in play. We're going to have a lot of long points. So it's going to be interesting to see who can step up and take control and take the initiative.
Jovic has come through Katie Volinets and then more recently Priscilla Hon. Both of those out.
3 minutes.
Straight sets, lost just 8 games through 2 matches.
2008, looking to add to her tally here in Melbourne.
Love 15.
But Baptiste has got to start right here and just get a bit of energy up. The start of the set, this is one set shootout. And she's got to approach it and give it everything she has here.
Felt as though the ball was a little too far away from her to take that on. Let's have a nice compact swing on the backhand there, doesn't she, Hailey Baptiste? It's a pretty simple looking shot.
Yeah, this time it's Goff playing first strike tennis. Not a lot of fanfare, but just executing the X's and O's perfectly right now. That's just footwork again, and this match now going on for 1 hour and 20 minutes, but everything that this match involves, it can take a toll on you physically, make you a little more tired, make you a little more sluggish. Goff is in the complete opposite direction.
Game, Goff. New balls, please.
Not quite able to accelerate onto the slice.
First game.
Goff in the lead early in this third set.
This is part of what a top player does. You know, you lose a set, it's just one set. Still, it has to be 2 out of 3. And for a top player, they most often can maintain a high level. That's what their ranking suggests. That's what the wins on their resume suggest. And that is what Goff is relying on right here. And Hailey Baptiste, conversely, just hasn't been able to maintain that high level. And we see the win predictor shift yet again back more into Goff's favor, especially with first game of the third set on the board.
Could be a significant game early on this third set for Hailey Baptiste right here. The second ace.
Let's go.
Been willing to change direction a bit earlier, hasn't she, in the rally, Chanda?
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, that's part of the huge shift for Goff from that first set. Now she's trying to dictate more earlier in these points. This is where Baptiste has to refocus here, settle down, and take this 1 point at a time. Not look at the big picture. After playing one of the best sets of her life, perhaps, she's now lost 7 games in a row. This game is hugely important.
Mighty relieved to see that miss hit come from the other side. Talked about how the 3 points had dried up on serve. There were just a couple more in that game, crucially, for the world number 70.
I promise you, okay? It's not every game. You got to give her a different look. That's what champions do.
Here we go, Haley. All heart here.
You are great at that.
Come on.
Quite hear the first part of that, did you?
I couldn't quite make it out.
Definitely something about giving her a different look.
This is the time in a match where the decision-making can become a little bit more difficult. Making the right choice from the right position in the court. And that was not the right shot from Baptiste.
Well, we definitely caught that bit of information. He was certainly wanting Baptiste to be really aggressive and use the forehand. Didn't need to in the end.
Just a little late for Baptiste getting behind some of these shots. And Goff smartly just testing her on the edges of the court. JC Farrell alongside Gavin McMillan in the coaching department for Coco Gauff. I'll be relieved
tough to see that one just drift long. They're out of their chairs because the number 3 seed still able to hold on to her advantage. It's a slender one in this third set.
In that offseason, like you said, we're not only working on the serve, but subtle techniques in her ground strokes as well, just to make everything slightly better.
Do you think sometimes the technical work should be done by the time the player is 14 or so? But I suppose that's the big technical changes. Now it's about tweaking.
Right. And Jovic had a pretty longer off-season too, longer than what she's had in the past. So it gave her that ability to really get determined to make those subtle changes. Also, she worked a lot physically to try and get a little bit stronger. And even though she moves well, trying to work on that movement in and out of the corners.
It's been the closest contest they've played. Slightly surprising miss on Goff.
Yeah, they're separated just about 2.5 years. I mean, they're pretty close in age, known each other going way back to their junior days.
Very different career trajectories. Too many, of course, follow Goff's lead. Just couldn't get out of the serve quickly enough.
You play against a player like Goff, though, you realize that you have to play at a certain level for a continuous period of time. She just doesn't let up, and that's what Baptiste is dealing with right now, how to maintain a high level.
Yeah, gold dust, those sorts of points at the moment for her. To get some cheap ones off the serve, so important at this stage. Unnecessary comments, I think, from the crowd. Difference right now between the points on behind the first and second for Baptiste. Just gets great movement on the wide, on the juice, doesn't she? It's one thing to hit the wide serve, it's another then to bring the movement away, and she does a great job of that.
She understands spins. She understands which side of the ball to get on when she's trying to create that angle on both sides.
Over pressing.
2 games
Hayley
all.
Baptiste is able to get herself level again.
So Goff has served very well this second and third set so far. And just taking a look at her serve speeds, she's increased her speed from the first set to the second and then the third. And as she's increased the speed, the percentage of first serves made has gone up. Part of keeping that acceleration up, and she's been staying up and out through the court more.
And the return has been pretty good, Chanda, hasn't it? When you look at it for the match, 24 of 31 points won behind the first is almost 80%.
Yeah, so effective when she's getting that first serve in, but with something on it and hitting her targets nicely. Got the added benefit for Goff that she's not even thinking about the double fault. I mean, she's just going up and out. She's getting good spin. Second serve she has to throw in. She's getting more kick on it.
Mum out of her chair. Can her daughter work her way through this challenge? 3-2, she leads in the third.
Time.
What a shot that is. It's the famous oval with so much to do and see over there. So many activations here this year. Over 40 activations there are on site outside of the tennis.
Baptiste has done a good job in this third set of recovering, resetting after not winning a game in the second. Keeping a little tension in this match by holding serve, but the challenge continues.
And we played 5.5 games here, Chanda, and the unforced error count for Goff in this set just 2.
Yeah, it's been a massive difference. Clean in the second set. And as Baptiste has played a little bit better, Goff is staying right with her.
Tough to hit a forehand from there, wasn't it?
Well, and it's trying to finish the points a little too early now. There's no real balance in terms of her aggression to high percentage tennis.
Was always chasing her. Never looked like she was going to be set behind that one. Forcing the issue, but not finding the corners as she was in the opening set. And could that be a pivotal moment in this match? The menacing look on the major champion. That pace you alluded to.
I mean, she's getting a lot more safety on the serve because she's going up and after it. That serve was well above the net, but with so much spin to bring it back down.
Rare free point offered by the current Roland Garros champion. Also won that event last year in dramatic fashion. An incredible final against Arena Sabalenka. Playing in the middle of almost a windstorm. It was horrible conditions that afternoon in Paris.
And out of nowhere, another double fault there.
Didn't quite have the legs, did she, to get out to it and then to defend from that position. Brilliant effort to attack the low forehand as she did, took some doing.
40-13.
And she didn't hold back, Goff, and finally working. I mean, she's working like it's the first set. You cannot tell she's been playing nearly 2 hours right now, the way she's getting into position still.
May well have broken free here as well now. It's only one break, but it feels like a sizable gap as the number 3 seed is heading, it seems, to the Sweet 16.
That's where Jovic can really push some pressure on. Beautiful backhand up the line, wasn't it? Paolini and Coach Pizzorno have been working on changing the rhythm, changing in height, trying to find ways, he says, to stay on her pace. Didn't get the height she wanted there, though.
She just looked like she got a little off balance at the last moment.
One and one. Mukova dispatching Magda Linette. Of course, Linette had beaten Emma Navarro earlier in the week. That opened this section up a touch. What a stunning volley. She has done magnificently to take the pace out of that.
That's one for the highlight reel. Still able to produce scintillating shots.
Brilliant game. She reduces the deficit. Gauff has the chance to serve it out here.
For the fact that Baptiste made that game so simple in terms of time, quick game. She devoted a little more attention to breaking, and it is just the one break. Not over yet. Oh, that's beautiful. Not the best drop shot from Baptiste. And Gauff took her time, had a little extra time getting up to it so quickly. Able to slow up, get her body under control. Plenty of space for that winner.
Great look at how far the grip is around on the forehand side there, wasn't it, too? It is extreme.
This is why that last service game from Baptiste was so important, the way she won it, because all of a sudden the pressure right back on Gauff pretty quickly. And Baptiste, if she can take advantage of it, still very much in this. That is huge, though. first serve at that moment. And to hit her target so nicely.
14 of 16 first serve points won in this third set for Coco Gauff. And what has followed behind it has been just as impressive.
40-15.
Two chances to complete the recovery. A come-from-behind victory for Coco Gauff, who locks down her spot in the 4th round of the Australian Open. A warm embrace between two good friends. Hayley Baptiste just couldn't keep it going. The number 3 seed is moving on here in Melbourne.
This was an incredibly impressive performance from Coco Gauff because she came out against a game opponent who played the set of her career. One of the best sets that Hayley Baptiste has played. Gauff didn't have any say in it, and yet she was able to turn it around immediately at the start of the second set. She showed her poise, her experience, her will.
Getting to see Coco Gauff bring it back in a match like that, just being so dominant in set number 2, 6-0, winning set number 3, 6-3 there as well. It's very well deserved advancement for her on to round number 4, where she's going to be going up against 19th seed Muchova. So she knows her matchup now. Can look forward to that 4th round when we do get to it. Right now, though, I want to give you guys updates on what our evening and nighttime sessions are going to look like, because everyone has been giving it their all here at the Australian Open, and so matches have been going longer, delivering more. We're getting those extended sets, extended games as well. And so Rod Laver at about 5 p.m, so in about an hour, is going to be kicking off with Tiafoe up against Aussie's own Alex de Minaur there. See how he's going to fare up. They're also going to have their women's singles to close out their day. On Margaret Court Arena, they're going to have a little bit of a break and won't be continuing for another hour or so either. After that, absolute wonderful display there with their women's singles of 12th seed Svitolina up against 23rd seed there Schneider. We've got men's singles too to carry on throughout that evening and nighttime. And on John Cain Arena, what has been going for a little bit of time now and potentially close to the conclusion of their first set is our women's singles. Jovic up against Paolini, who have had a couple of run-ins with each other late last year, both of them favoring the side of Paolini. But right now, it's looking as if this first set is favoring and potentially going to be closed out by American Jovic.
Now here at John Cain, completely in shadow.
Let the serve.
That's excellent depth from Paolini. Better heaviness on the ball too, instead of so flat. Jovic loves that ball right in the strike zone, no, even if it has a ton of pace on it.
Looking to hold serve for the first time here, Paolini, who began her season representing Italy at the United Cup, won one match, lost one, beating Léola Jean-Jean from France, losing to Belinda Bencic, as so many have done. Which makes mincemeat of her serve. Just 3 points behind her second serve so far, Paolini. And it is a hold for Jasmine Paolini. Might be too late to resurrect this set, but you never know. 5-2, Iviovic leads.
I think I lay down after the lunch, and I feel I have the food here, you know. I took an ice and before to step on court, I had omeprazole on my bag, and I took it, but I feel like I need a coke or something, you know, to go. It's everything here.
So it sounds like a little indigestion. Shouldn't have had that third cheeseburger.
I'm glad it's not anything more serious, that third cheeseburger.
So what will players eat generally for lunch?
I think it depends what you feel good on. I mean, I've seen players eat a variety of things. Some prefer just protein before their match because they don't like having the carbs. Some people feel like they get most energy on carbs. I know a lot of players that like to eat sushi in particular. Yeah. I don't know. So it's really personal. What depends what you feel good. But a lot of it is what you eat the night before that makes the difference for the energy for the next day.
So explain, what would most people like? Would they eat pasta, or is that kind of gone out the window and now it's more of a salmon steak thing?
It's really I've seen players that all they want is pasta, and it works. And then I've talked to players that they feel way better with just protein and no carbs, and then they have their little gels or something and the carbs on during the match on the changeover.
But players will want to eat lunch. This match starting at 5 p.m. local time. We're about 45 minutes in now.
Time.
Jasmine Paolini having the medical team out. And Whitecross amongst them. Unfortunately, no injury for Jasmine Paolini. It's a dose of indigestion, it seems like.
Thank you. Players are ready.
Iviovic to serve for the first set, 5-2. Jill, Iviovic has been making a lot of very good players feel rather sick, given how well she plays.
It's interesting with Jovic because it's not necessarily one big shot that stands out. I mean, when you think about the top players, they have a big weapon, whether it's a serve or a big forehand or a certain shot that they can hit from anywhere. But with Jovic, it's just that constant consistency and great movement around the court. I do like the heavy forehand that she can hit cross. I think that one's one that's very effective. But she's the type of player that it's hard to create an opening against. She just always seems to be on the ball.
So Iviovic, winner of the 500 WTA tournament in Guadalajara last season, looking really strong here against Jasmine Paolini, the 7th seed from Italy. 5-2 and 3 set points. Well, that is sensational from the 18-year-old who got 6 games against Jasmine Paolini when they met here last year. An awful lot has changed in the last 12 months, and Iva Jovic up a set. So Paolini leaving the court, had a doctor's on in the last change of ends, complaining of indigestion after having lunch. She said the food she ate was high up in the stomach and now off for a bathroom break. So Iva Jovic will have a few minutes to think about what she's done, Joe.
Well, hopefully that'll help. But it was a very one-sided set, and obviously Paolini not feeling 100%. But Iva Jovic got off to a very strong start, really didn't have any unforced errors at all. I mean, only 6, and Paolini had 13, but there was a lot that was to like about Jovic. She was in control. She started serving well. Her first serve percentage could still be a little bit higher, but she's been doing much better on first serve points 1 and second serve points 1 and creating a few breaks of serve. So she's kept the pressure on Paolini throughout that first set.
Iva Jovic has done very well there in the first set. Has taken it relatively easily against Jasmine Paolini, 6 games to 2. The Italian, a top 10 player, has just left the court for a bathroom break and will hope for a reset and a very different result in set 2 when she comes back. We'll see if it's more competitive, but Jill Krabus, Iva Jovic was playing very well there.
Very well. Super consistent. I think she looked a little bit more focused and more intensity from the start of the match, and I think that's been a main difference. She also is getting a lot more depth on the ball. So a lot of Jasmine Paolini shots were landing short in the court around the service line or just a couple inches behind the service line, and so she's going to have to create that depth because Jovic loves being on top of the baseline, loves hugging that baseline and moving the ball around the court, and that's what she's done so beautifully.
Yeah, 6-2 for the 29th seed. First time ever she is seeded at a major. Jovic won her first career WTA singles title last year in Mexico. She was the youngest titleist on tour, wasn't she? Just a little bit younger than Mira Andreeva. Had a really good run, and she was actually quite ill in Guadalajara last year. Saved a match point against Victoria Jimenez Kazanseva. She seems mentally, Jill, the package. She just understands her game. She's solid.
Yeah, well, I think she's had a great foundation, a support team around her that have kind of gotten her in that good place. We hear it all the time about progressing and, you know, not being so result-oriented all the time. I mean, of course, you want to win and have that success, but it is about seeing things in the long term, and I think her coach Tom is very good at that. He's obviously been around the game for quite some time. He used to coach quite a few Americans, and so part of the USTA program, so he knows what it takes for someone so young to be able to have that overall big picture, and I think that's why we see that on the court with her. But I think she really just loves competing and loves being out there, and that's also the reason why she stays so mentally strong.
So Iva Jovic 6-2 up on Jasmine Paolini. She's a California girl, so she loves to go to the beach.
Why wouldn't you?
I mean, of course. And it seems like she has a nice life, a relaxed life when she's not playing tennis. Of course, this is the primary focus. A player not that long ago was playing in the juniors, but now the top touring professional.
10
one who's
seconds,
proving extremely hard to beat. 10 seconds before Jasmine Paolini is expected back on court. There's Timo Janssen. Chair umpire keeping everything in order out here on Cain Arena. A well-attended match which began at 5 p.m. local time under the Melbourne sun. Court was under shadow about halfway when this match began, but now fully shadowed, so a lot cooler out there. Let's see if Iviovic can keep the heat on the 7th seed.
She's been good about getting out of her seat and jumping around and keeping that body warm as Paolini takes back to the court. And that's so important because your body can cool down so quickly.
Well, she's got to use some experience here, Jasmine Paolini. She's got to change a few things very, very quickly.
Time.
So the second set about to begin. Jasmine Paolini to serve first, just like she did in the opening set. If you're the coach of Paolini, Jill, what would you tell her?
Just being a little bit more patient, and I think she needs to use that heavy forehand a little bit more often. She's tried to go so flat. It could be because she wasn't feeling that great. She was maybe trying to shorten the points a little bit more, so she didn't get into these long rallies. But hopefully she's feeling better, because she's going to have to be willing to stay in those long rallies and wait for a better opportunity to step up. Has already looked a lot more calm and settled.
That incredible run, didn't she, in 2024? Paolini back-to-back runner-up finishes. It's both Roland Garros on the clay, where she lost to Iga Swiatek, and then did it again on the grass of the Wimbledon Championships. Fell on that occasion to Barbora Krejcikova. That's a big roar, big statement. Jasmine Paolini telling her opponent that this match has only just begun.
That looked like she felt a lot better. See that feistiness that we know that she can show sometimes. That just shows you that now she's into the match and ready for the battle.
Has a good record in Grand Slam third round matches, does Paolini. 5 wins out of 7. Far more experienced at this level, there's no doubt about that.
That slide's just a little bit change of pace, just stopped. The ball stopped on Paolini. What that attempt was, she was trying to neutralize the point a little bit more. Felt like she was getting behind and she was pushed so far back, so she was trying to give herself extra time, but that ball came into her body at the last moment. This is an important game, I think, for Jovic, because I think she can feel that Paolini is coming out and playing a little bit better already in that first game.
First serve.
Jovic has never beaten a top 10 player today, so this would be the biggest win ranking-wise of her career if she can win another set.
Definitely a bigger ball off the ground. Much more wrist action through that ball, which gave her more power. Starting to find her rhythm, Paolini.
Game.
What a way to finish off the service game. Lost to 15. 1 game all.
1 game all.
Started her tennis, did Iva Jovic at the Jack Kramer Club. Jack Kramer, as we know now, was very much behind the Williams sisters. It was kind of kept a bit quiet, that, but it's only come out after Serena evolved. But, he was very, very important for the Williams sisters and how well they've done, and for Iva Jovic, as it turns out, as well. Do we talk about, sorry to interrupt, but we talk about a lot about the current coaches, but it's the formative coaches sometimes who are very important.
That gives that foundation, absolutely, because that's, like you said earlier, when you're at such a young age, that's where the technique is built in, and it's so important to have that technique working at such a good time when you're younger, because it's difficult to change the older you get, so you just get used to habits, and it gets more challenging.
Did you have someone that made a big impact in your early game?
Always, yeah. I mean, I had a couple coaches that were crucial in helping me make sure that I did things properly from the beginning, not only on the court, but also in the gym. You know, making sure your posture's right, your technique even in the gym for me was huge, and I was lucky I never really had any injuries that I had to deal with, yeah. Better patience from Paolini and better defense as well. She actually stayed toe-to-toe with Jovic, not on the ground, but also with her court position. She was much further up on the baseline.
Being encouraged, Jasmine Paolini, by her coaches, Sarah Arani amongst them. She's a player that knew how to guts out a long victory.
When Jovic decides to change direction down the line on that backhand, it's very rarely by the line. It's more in the center of the court, but because she gets the depth and the pace needed, and because she trusts her movement so much, she's not worried about leaving that open court to her right because of the quality of the shot she's able to hit with the backhand.
Break points then for Jovic. And there is another one. Broke 3 or 4 times in the first set. Now in charge here in set 2. So Iva Jovic now a set and a break up. talked a little bit about her parents making their way from Serbia and Croatia to the USA. Apparently her mum got a green card on the lottery. They weren't married at the time, her parents. They were already in a relationship. They got married, came to the US, had to start from scratch. They didn't have anything, she said. They were pharmacists, had to do all their tests again, worked really hard to try and build a life coming from a small country. And she said, I think I learned a lot from my parents about hard work, having to earn everything that's coming your way. They're really great people. I'm blessed to have them. It's nice.
It's nice, yeah, especially someone 18
Time.
years old recognizing that in their parents.
Great work, Eva. Service mentality. Great job. Keep opening up the court.
Let's go. Let's go. Go, Eva.
Server's mentality is what Coach Tom Gutteridge is reminding Iva Jovic to have. In a good position here with a break. A set and 2-1.
Love 15.
We heard about the server's mentality, but that's a good returner's mentality.
I love when she gets that big spacing on that forehand side. That's that long lever. That's where you get so much pace on the ball.
Love 30.
Crowd here more familiar with Jasmine Paolini, certainly trying to get behind the Italian.
That was timed well. That is not easy to do from that high position.
15 and 30.
But it looks like that she's very comfortable getting that position with how quickly she looked confident to take that ball on the rise.
It's a vicious point won by Jovic.
Reacted to that pace from Paolini very well. Good defense and movement along the baseline from Jovic. Paolini definitely going after it a little bit more throughout that rally, and Jovic was ready.
Recovers from love 30. Jovic, who was ranked 191 this time last year, where she lost to Elena Rybakina, 6-love, 6-3.
shot to pay attention to for Paolini. The higher heavy one to the backhand side of Jovic.
So a breakpoint chance here for the Italian to get back on track. Early stage of set 2. Did break Jovic midway through the first set. She's done it again, a higher ball. Good work from Paolini just to change things up here. And we'll see if that higher ball mentality continues.
Yeah, we'll see if she continues to use it, because I don't think that's the ball that she naturally wants to go for. I mean, she likes being aggressive off the ground, but you go to what works. And so it'll be interesting to see if she's willing to take pace off that ball, get out of her comfort zone a little bit to create some mistakes.
30-year-old against an 18-year-old. Champions adjust, that's what Billie Jean King tells us.
Love 15.
It's very difficult, isn't it, for tennis players to go sort of against their natural inclination?
Yeah, it is very difficult. You don't see it very often, but there was one player in particular I remember that would get an error sometimes because she used the forehand chip so well, but she knifed it and kept it low, and so many people had trouble on it. But I remember talking to her after, and she's like, she hated using it because she just felt like it wasn't the natural way she wanted to play. But it was effective.
But it worked.
Yeah.
Or Tatiana Maria.
Yeah, exactly.
She's become pretty much exclusively slice on both wings, hasn't she? This first round here, another of 2. Arguably the hardest woman in tennis, hardest working.
Yes, good recovery from Jovic. Some quick errors from Paolini, but from the very first point in this game, Jovic continued to attack.
Limited Italian, but I think
Positive?
they were asking for positivity. Yeah.
That one was pretty similar to English, obviously. Lucky there, Paolini. She hasn't been making a lot of her serves in this game, and she's struggling on the second serve when she's thrown that in. She's only won 6 out of 17 second serves. Must have been right on the back of the line.
30-40.
Jovic even guessed the right way. She was moving that direction pretty early. It was just too good of a shot from Paolini.
It's just long, and so Jovic back in front. Another break of serve for the 18-year-old from the USA. 5 of 8 break points taken now.
Time.
It's become a bit of a break of serve fest out here on Cain Arena. Match between Iva Jovic of the USA and Jasmine Paolini of Italy. It's going the way of the 18-year-olds. Setting now at 3-2 in the second set, and they won the first set 6 games to 2.
Jasmine got caught again so far back. It was the one deep ball down the center of the court, and you do have to backpedal on that and give yourself a little bit time. This one right there, but she doesn't reposition herself forward, and that makes the court look so big for Jovic.
Loves that backhand up the line, doesn't she?
She does. It's very well struck.
Very 15.
Going for that serve. Which has said tennis is a game of tiny moments, and you've got to fake it till you make it. Doesn't look like she's faking it at all, does she? She is the real deal.
Just a little bit too flat when changing direction over the higher part of the net.
Good impersonation of a brick wall out there.
Yeah, she just not hardly missing anything. And Paolini just has this urge to feel like she has to do something extra.
Five unforced errors off the Italian's racket. There's a bit of an ouch number compared to Jovic's 13. What a serve, clips the outside edge of the line. And after an hour and 7 minutes, Iva Jovic has earned herself a little breathing room in set 2. A set and 4-2.
Oh, she did well to catch that previous toss, because she knew how important it is to try and keep this lead and keep the break a serve, and did well to be really stingy about that last toss to make sure it was in the perfect place.
So really a must-hold now for Jasmine Paolini. Only been broken 5 times today. We've not seen the best of Jasmine. Not yet.
Love 15.
He's definitely going to need some more first serves in play here, because the second serve, Jovic is starting to get more comfortable. Just not getting it above the shoulders as much on Jovic. Doesn't have that kick where it really jumps up on the American.
Nicely done. Haven't seen that enough either, have we?
It's only the second drop shot, I think, that she's attempted. She won the point on the previous one as well. That was really well disguised and moved through it well. She came up to the court in a very aggressive stance, so Jovic on her back foot. Everything just comes back.
She's just trying to out-hit, isn't
she?
15-30.
I think it just has the feel that when she hits a shot, she feels like, okay, now I'm in control, and then all of a sudden it comes back deeper, and it almost feels like Paolini's like, oh, now I have to start all over again, and then she gets a bit impatient. Very well placed serve.
30 all.
Samarani recognizing what a big point this one is.
Let first serve.
Fantastic wrong footer. Eva Jovic with yet another breakpoint opportunity.
Just so impressive. And if you think about her average ball, every single one has such good margin. She very rarely goes right so close to the line.
That's a rare miss.
Beautiful.
She's annoyed at herself.
A little bit more shape needed there.
Advantage, Jovic.
Bounced back well after that return mistake.
chance then for Jovic to move 5-2 in front. Another look at a second serve. Pumping balls into the Jovic backhand.
Well, that was an interesting point because it was a very different point from Paolini, where she actually took pace off and looked so much more calm and just picked her spot. Back-footed Jovic. That smile could be a good sign for Paolini, just to get her to relax a little bit more.
Help, I think, if Paolini just try to enjoy this contest a little bit more, take the pressure off herself. Of course, she is expected to come through it. She's made that for another apology to her opponent, maybe a little lucky, catches the outside line with a forehand, and that was crucial, saving 2 break points in the process.
Jovic leads 4 games to 3.
This is look at the placement of Paolini's second serve, and she's trying to mix it up, but many on the both deuce and ad side are going to that backhand side. That's because in the beginning of the match, that's where Jovic was making most of her mistakes on the return, trying to take them early. So she was trying to stay away from the Jovic forehand because it was effective in the beginning, but now Jovic is starting to get a little bit more comfortable. It'll be interesting to see if Paolini starts to change that up and use a little bit more variety.
Time.
Well, was that a turning point? Jasmine Paolini saving a couple of break points against Iva Jovic. Had Jovic taken one of those, she'd be serving at 5-2 as it is. It's a set in 4-3 for the 18-year-old who broke new grounds last year, winning the 500 level tournament in Guadalajara, moving into the world's top 50.
You
know, Jill, some young players, and some players in general, they walk onto a court against a player higher ranked than them, and sometimes when they get to the closing stages, you can see the fear in their eyes. You don't see that with Iva Jovic.
No, not at all. I mean, it's probably helped that she's played Paolini before, and they've played at a slam. I mean, I know Paolini won that contest at the U.S. Open, but the fact that you have a little experience being in that situation against Paolini, trying to change things up tactically, you know you've picked up on maybe some certain patterns that she used to you against you in the past. Throughout that point from Jovic. And also to add to that, just to reiterate the fact that she did play on a night match on Rod Laver Arena the other night, so had that experience of playing on the grand stage.
I think that's so relevant, and it was after a men's match, so there was a lot of excuses that could have been made by Jovic playing Priscilla Hon, whom she took care of pretty handily. Hon, of course, supported by her fellow Australians, but didn't really have a look in.
Trigger, first one to change that rally up the line to get Jovic on the defense. Great depth on that forehand.
To 30 all. Mega point coming up here.
That's the
great job. Come on.
Good positive words from Coach Tom, but that's the first time she's actually taken the first ball and tried to go down the line. She's been so good at staying with the high percentage shot on that first ball cross court.
That is an incredible serve and a huge time. How about that for nerves of steel from the 18-year-olds. One game away now from the biggest win of her career.
Taking time away with good ball quality. Great job. Come on.
Jasmine Paolini now after an hour and 20 minutes serving to stay in the match. This has gone rather quicker than we were expecting, Jill Cobus.
I know, it has gotten pretty quick, and that was an important game. I mean, that's that at that stage for going for the biggest win of her career. That's when you normally see nerves come into play.
59.
But she was rock solid.
And Paolini will be using all her experience to try and dig this game out and then put pressure one more time on the Jovic serve. Just heard Coach Tom Gutteridge tell Ivi Jovic to take time away from her opponent.
39.
Good choice from Paolini. A little bit heavier spin. That ball just kept dipping on Jovic as she came forward.
Jovic now 4 of 6 points won at the net. Paolini has a 100% record when she's come forward. 5 from 5.
40-15. Game.
Jasmine Paolini then will put the pressure on Iva Jovic. Good hold there to 15.
Jovic leads 5 games to 4.
Next, Iva Jovic will attempt to serve out this match. After 10 amazing years, Jasmine Paolini dispensed with the services of a long-term coach, Renzo Furlan. He was Coach of the Year in 2024. She reached 2 major finals and started working a little bit with Mark Lopez, former doubles partner and coach of Rafa Nadal. Now he's taken on Danilo Pizzorno. Jovic, meantime, working with Tom Gutteridge since 2023. Keeping things steady in her corner with her mum watching on. Sister plays college tennis at UCLA, so tennis family.
Time.
Well, this is arguably the biggest game of Iva Jovic's career so far. Let's see how she handles it.
Thank you.
Up a set, 6-2 and 5-4. Serving for a place in the Australian Open 4th round.
Paolini is just going to make her play. I don't think we're going to see her try and get out of range and go for massive shots here. She is just going to stay so consistent.
Italian Open in Rome for the first time, Jasmine Paolini last season.
She's forcing Jovic to put it on her racket. He's just been rock solid in this game, the Italian.
Save. So the 100% breakpoint record of Jasmine Paolini is over.
15-14.
That was definitely the most calm game from Paolini, and that just shows the experience of knowing just to be so mentally tough in that moment. Knew that Jovic may have been feeling a little bit nervous, hadn't been in this position before. It's really good fighting from the Italian.
She's always trying to keep expectations low, Jasmine Paolini. I wonder where her expectation level is right now.
I think it started changing when she started smiling at the later stage of the second set. From that moment, just seemed like she wasn't as tense, relaxed a bit more.
Something that Iga Świątek said, that she had high standards but low expectations. Seems like a good way to go around
thing to do, though.
Yeah, really difficult, but very necessary in the sport where you're really not in control that much.
Right.
Pretty perfect weather conditions, though. Started at 5 p.m. local time. It's now 20 to 7. Warm day here in Melbourne.
Smart from Paolini, still very high quality ball striking, but in the center of the court. As she was hitting it, the way she prepared, she had to lift off the ball. Paolini.
Yet another breakpoint opportunity for Jovic, who's taken 5 out of 10 so far. Serve that was, the little slice. Enjoy going down that tee side from the ad court, Paolini.
Advantage, Jovic.
No one has won more tour matches this year than Iva Jovic, 9 so far, going for a tour leading 10th today. It's long. And once again, she is a game away. A 6 break of serve for Iva Jovic. Will she be able to serve it out this time around, or are we going to go to a tiebreaker? a much more competitive second set.
You got to hand it to Jovic to come through that last game. I mean, she was serving for the match at 5-4, went down love 40 pretty quickly, and with a couple loose errors, and you could tell that she was feeling the nerves a little bit. So that's an incredible turnaround for her to just keep fighting, get back in it. She played an excellent game to break.
Time.
So Jovic serving for the match for a second time. Couldn't get over the line at 5-4 when she went down love 40. Can she do it at 6-5?
Very short second serve there from Jovic.
I've heard that a few times from Tom Gutteridge, the coach of Iva Jovic, telling her, reminding her to have a server's mentality. You imagine that, have a positive mentality, get on the front foot.
She was going to be in trouble. Actually, the backhand she took early, it went so down the center of the court. But Paolini just hit it right back at her.
Was that a broken string?
From Paolini, was it?
It was. She hit that return really well.
She did. There was not much on that second serve. 136 kilometers an hour and short in the box, and Paolini, a lot of pace, really rushing Jovic.
Don't really see too many strings broken now in rackets, do you? Because the players, of course, changed them, but it looked like maybe she hit it right down by the grommet. New racket for Paolini. And Jovic's first serve percentage has taken a bit of a nosedive in the last couple of games. Does look a little nervous, doesn't she? A little tight. Sometimes when that happens, the feet are the first to go. Break points for Paolini. Both tight as a drum.
Paolini just feeling like she had to guide that return play.
still, Craig, because it has so much spin on it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's constantly moving in the air and then off the balance. You're not quite sure which direction it's going to go. And it just landed so short for Paolini to attack. And hit that one off the bottom of the racket, the frame, and it was so deep. It's tough to understand the depth of the court from that position sometimes.
Sorry, not really. Tie break then. Good depth from Jovic.
He started at the return. I mean, she struck the return very confidently, and from that point on just felt comfortable to continue to step up once again. And that one she usually takes inside out, and I felt like Paolini was leaning to her left.
2 for 2 on tiebreakers so far in 26 is Eva.
She's so good at that swing volley from anywhere on the court. 2 back-to-back, very high quality shots from Paolini to set up that swing volley.
In front here, 2 points to 1.
2-1 Paolini.
Italian has recovered from 3-5 in this set.
I think they both thought the previous ball was out. Jovic almost looked like she half stopped. Paolini still wondering if that call was going to come. Just that moment of loss of concentration.
Exceptional work, both players seem to be playing well now at the same time.
Love where Paolini was in this rally. Even if the ball came deep, she took it on the rise. Just kept Jovic off balance throughout that entire rally.
Jovic serving this 7-point tiebreaker, 2-3. Change ends at 3 each.
Those were steady hands from Jovic. Again, getting up to that ball quickly, making it sure she took it above the net. She wouldn't have been able to get that much pace on it if she just kept letting that ball drop, but showed what good hand she had, good control.
Yeah, those shots are so easy to miss, aren't
Yeah,
they?
they are, yeah.
This is dramatic stuff. First set, pretty one-sided, won by Iva Jovic, who was in control for the second set until she wasn't. Which way is it going to go? 3 points all.
One of her best serves, smart to use it at such a crucial moment. Pauline did well to get her racket on that return.
Winners now for Iva Jovic in the match. 11 have come off that forehand side.
So good. So good not to feel like she had to go for the line, because she set it up perfectly, because she got such good width on the previous cross-court backhand.
Iva Jovic sets up 3 match points. She's got 2 service points to come.
Thank you.
Win of her career. 18-year-old Iva Jovic is into the 4th round of the Australian Open for the very first time. Gets the better of Jasmine Paolini in a terrific straight sets match. 6-2, 7-6. It's how impressive that serve for the match. Twice, but comes through.
Iva Jovic deserves every praise coming her way after this set, because what a clean, after this match, because what a clean set number 1, 6 and 2 there, and then set number 2 being so close, going all the way to tiebreakers and being able to inch out the win for herself there. And they say third time's the charm. For her, it was in the head-to-head against Paolini in the previous 2 matchups. Paolini had gotten the better of her, but here at the Australian Open to move on to the 4th round, she gets the win for herself. So big work, Iva Jovic there. And we do know now with the draw who her opponent's going to be, or at least her opponent now knows who they're going up against here. So our 29th seed at the age of 18 will be going into the 4th round, coming up against Putintseva there for the 4th round, and a lot more action is to come for us. So make sure you guys stick around for some more tennis being played on both Rod Laver, Margaret Court, and of course John Cain Arena here.
But a good effort, as Jill Craver said.
We're back here for the Australian Open Animated, where we are going to be seeing the continuation, or I guess jumping into our evening matches and the continuation of the men's singles and women's singles across Margaret Court Arena, where right now we're getting a warm-up between Svitolina up against her opponent Schneider there. And on Rod Laver Arena, we're seeing Aussie's very own Alex Dimino coming up against Frances Tiafoe. Yeah, we're going to see how he's faring up. Both of them having pretty tight round 2 matchups, with Alex's round 2 going all the way to 4 sets, and Francis himself going to the 4th set there as well. And so I do wonder, are we going to get 4 sets out of these men today? Is it going to be a little bit, of a one-sided affair, with Alex Dimino being 6th-seeded and Frances Tiafoe being 29th? One thing I do know with the Australian Open is that anything can really happen at any moment. And that definitely proves with the Melbourne weather. I know a couple days ago, just thunderstorm. The skies opened and it was raining like no tomorrow. We started off 19 degrees, pretty cool, but now it's warmed up a lot, 25 degrees. So definitely expecting a bit more of a lively game, and seeing if that swings in favor of Alex Dimino or Frances Tiafoe there.
He's consistent. He's as consistent as they come.
Yeah, he certainly is. Now, 10 singles titles to his credits. But of course, Dimino's got to the stage in his career now where, okay, he's ticked that box. Of course, he'd love to win a Masters 1000. But he wants to go deep in a major, really deep. And of course, in order to do that these days, at some point, you've got to take care of the likes of Sinner and Alcaraz. They've been a real thorn in the side, especially Sinner. Sinner's duffed up Dimino on a couple of occasions.
2 minutes.
I suppose he's done that to many players. Now, the head-to-head, always important to look at, Ryan. When you were going through our pre-match notes, what did you make of that last encounter in Canada?
Well, I thought that was Francis trying to do as he does a lot of times over the summer leading up to US Open. He tries to kick it into a different gear. That was a good match. Francis pushed Alex, but then I think as that year finished out, you saw 2 different people. It was Dimino who finished the year. He got that hurdle that he was trying to finish out at the ATP finals. He finally got his first win in the group stages, and Francis went the other direction. He shut it down for the year. He didn't play anything after the Davis Cup match in Florida, which was the week following US Open, and just elected for a full reset. So these guys had a different finishing to 2025.
Yeah, and of course, a big part of the end of the year for Frances Tiafoe was to bring in a whole new team. He's probably at that stage in his career now where he thinks, listen, I need to maximize everything I possibly can. If fine-tuning needs to be done, I need to do it sooner rather than later. And it's always nice when players are prepared to push the envelope a little bit. And when deciding on who Francis wanted to bring into his team, he decided to go to somebody that he'd worked with when he was a youngster, and that man has decided to have a chat with us. Mark, it's Robbie Koenig. Good evening, first of all, and welcome to center stage. Francis is 2 matches in now. Where do you think he is placed,
ladies and gentlemen,
to take down Dimino tonight?
Hey Robbie, great to speak with you. Yeah, Francis is in a great spot. He's put in a lot of work the last few months. He's feeling good, he's feeling fresh. He's had a couple good matches, and obviously tonight's going to be a battle. They know each other very well, and Francis is really excited. He's hitting the ball well. He's working on a lot of things to get himself better, and he's really going to enjoy the moment.
Mark, Ryan Harrison here. Thanks for being with us. I wanted to ask you, we've done a lot of work on your serve expertise. Is there anything particular on the serve that we should look out for?
Yeah, no, hey Ryan, great to speak with you. No, there's been a few little things technically we've worked on over the pre-season, and he's been serving really, really well, and it'll be exciting to see. I mean, a lot of it has to do with his consistency with his toss position, the use of his back leg more, and really going after the serve, really being a server's mindset, which he's obviously can hit the serve really hard, we know that, but doing that for an entire match is the goal, and so it'll be fun to see if he can execute on that.
Thanks very much, Mark. Always great to chat. Francis was a fraction late coming out from the walk-on, so I hope that's going to be one of those fines that you implement. At least a coffee for the commentators.
Exactly. I agree.
Hope it goes well this evening. Hope it's a good battle. Thanks for chatting.
Thanks, Mark.
Take care, guys.
Episode number 5. As far as these two are concerned, they played as far back as 2017 in the qualifying of Brisbane.
Ready.
But they're in the Demon's house here on Rod Laver Arena, ready to duke it out for a place in the last 16.
La 15.
What a phenomenal aerial view. Got every inch of the site covered. Best in industry cameras.
Beautifully constructed point there from Francis. Made his way in and had a good look at a couple different forehand volleys there. Just couldn't quite put the finishing touches on it.
Spends most of his time these days in Europe.
$15.30.
Of course, with so much tennis getting played in that part of the world, it's so nice to have a European base. Good weather all year round in Spain.
So far, just 1 for 4 from first serves for Alex de Minaur. We take a look into the box there. Captain of the Davis Cup squad and former world #1, 2-time Grand Slam champion Leighton Hewitt. Matt Reed there, and I'll let you do the honors with
Adolfo Gutierrez, far left. He's the guy who's been with de Minaur since he was a youngster. He's the one who's built the game.
But his first serve percentage has been down the last couple of years, but he's been trying to get more and more free points on that first serve. So it's a concerted effort to try and serve bigger for the young Australian. He's looking for ways to be aggressive with his game.
Good start. And it's so nice to see that Alex has stuck with Adolfo throughout the course of his career. And
first game.
Someone who knows a lot about coaching at the sharp end of the sport is the man who's sitting courtside this evening. I must have done something really right today to get you twice, Roger Rashid. Good evening, Roger.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Sasha going to reach the round of 16 here for the 7th time. This is his 11th Australian Open. Cam will be looking to reach the round of 16 here for the 2nd time. That will equal his actual best, but he perhaps more impressively has been the last Brit standing at majors since 2020 on 14 different occasions. He has battled hard to get his way through.
Summation, Rog. We'll be checking with Rog a lot throughout the course of this one. How good is that? Twinkle toes, Diminor.
Love 15.
This guy's so light on his feet. I've made it known he is, for me, the quickest guy around a tennis court. I'll put up my list one more time. Now, I think those 4A forwards are going to be important for Tiafoe. But my list, and I want to hear fastest guys on tour. Diminor. I've got Carlos Alcaraz. Gelmonfils is always there. Even if he's half a step slow, he's still in my top 4. And Tommy Paul just edges out Davidovich Fokina for me.
That's a great move for it. I mean, the speed offensively, right? He moves that speed up in the court as well as defensively. He's nearly on top of the net by the time he finishes his shot. Watch how quickly he gets in forward here. It's a transition move off that down the line forehand. And by the time he finishes this forehand off, you know, it's the footwork. You can't miss that volley. I mean, his foot, we almost got a video review on this one. Look how close his foot is when he's sliding. I mean, he's got to be within an inch of that net.
30-all.
I have a very similar list, but I have one change.
Oh, okay. Save it till after the game.
That's a good move there.
I'm thinking who I might have left out.
40-30. Game.
All right, you ready? It's a little bit of a not as talked about one. We'll take a look in at the TFO box agent there, and I believe that was his mom. I didn't check and see fully, but I think that's Mrs. TFO up there. I'm going to go with Ben Shelton. He is a quick mover. He has electric game on the serve, but also explosive in and out. I don't think it's talked about as much because he doesn't make as many returns, but just straight line speed and quick agility.
15 love.
Roger, I'd like some input from you, please. There's not many that know strength and conditioning as well as you do.
Third love.
I don't mind all of those. Alex moves. He's the sharpest mover, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
He goes from point to point very quickly. Gale at his prime, I think, is the ultimate mover.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No thought of Sinner? Not interested?
No.
Okay. Next level.
Yep, it's good, but not as good as the other 4, in my opinion.
Where does he lack, Robbie?
Just raw speed, ability to change direction on a dime. I think he gets away with it because his strides are slightly longer. But he's not bad, that guy.
Oh, that's so well done there from Alex.
Is better than most.
Yeah.
It's a good chat. Love having these kind of discussions. It's 2-1 in the first set.
She's being smart, isn't she, Svitolina, about how she's managing the juggle. A reduced schedule, very careful about her fitness. Oh, yes! What superb anticipation. Schneider had her on the ropes there.
It's the intensity that Svitolina brought to that point, as she does often. Ready for the ball, working with her legs, with the feet, and anticipating, calculating the angles, getting behind that beautifully.
In the front row, Katie Bolter, fiancée of Alex de Minaur. Katie lost to Belinda Bencic.
Love 15.
Here's Katie.
All.
That's a good play there. I want you two to just keep me informed on that,
30-15.
an area which I think needs to be at a premium tonight for what Big Foe is. That's the service percentage. I think it needs to be 65 plus for him to get over the line.
Raj, I got a question for you. You've coached a lot of electric players who have a lot of creativity. You have someone like Francis, and he's got all of this talent, and I don't think I'm going out on a limb saying he hasn't scratched the surface of his potential yet. Would you do a complete 180 as far as discipline goes, or how much do you let that creativity stay in the game?
Yeah, good question. I love the creativity, but I think well, first of all, I think there's a fitness component. I'm not sure whether Francis has ever been in that elite environment in that region yet. That's just my opinion. He's obviously naturally powerful, naturally he's got natural movement. And then the rest of his game, I would just give him some areas that he doesn't leak in the big moments. Be creative, but also understand when you've got to play within certain parameters of your flair.
No way. No way.
Game.
I tell you what, these guys can entertain.
2 games all.
Well, the creativity is there on display. This is a nice little passing shot, and you can see Francis taking the pace off the ball, creating angle, and there's not many people in the world that would be able to get to this one, but Francis knows that, so he does not lose concentration. He's able to scoot this up the line, and I almost thought the Demon was about to rip this by him, but just too tough, even for the speed Demon.
It's been a good opening 4 games.
So Raj, just back to that, do you have a conversation with them in a sit-down environment where you try to explain timing and when the appropriate time is to play a between-the-leg shot or something creative, and when other times you might want to buckle it down? Is that something that happens in a stoic environment?
Thank you.
A couple of things. Yeah, you have the discussion but I'll cut up all the vision, give it to them, and talk about, and just show them what the data tells me really in those areas if they are leaking in certain areas which I think are critical to how you move the needle within your game, and then we'll talk through that and what they can do in that during those periods.
15-13.
The reality is there's a time for creativity and flair, and there's a time for locking in and playing the right style to get you the outcome you're looking for.
Just discipline. There's a moment to just show that I'm going to be more physical than the other guy. Well, to me, that is about understanding the timing. If you're in a situation, like you're in a packed house stadium, you're down a set and a break, and you have the opportunity to play a tweener to get the crowd behind you, it can help if you create some energy. But you get to 4-all deuce, maybe not the most high percentage play. The risk doesn't have the right reward.
Let second service.
TFO's not sold on the let.
Of course, there's no net machines at the Grand Slams anymore. Umpire's got to call it.
Alex is going with the breeze coming from behind him, so where Francis is at the moment is the hardest end. It always has been on this court. When there's some breeze, it generally pulls you into the backhand side of the stadium.
The early goings here, Francis is looking very dialed in. And a lot of returns back in the court. Here Mark Kovacs telling him to keep the weight down on the forehand, just doesn't want him popping up, particularly when he's trying to add some power to it.
PlayStation tennis out here. And right now, it's de Minaur who's in control of the joystick.
Advantage, de Minaur.
Great point, mate. Great move. Here we go. Come on.
Just pinging it around. only been broken once in the tournament so far, the Demon, and that's another solid service hold
Deminor leads
to take a 3-2 lead.
Well, I'm going to be a little bit critical here because he's played an incredible opening 5 games for Francis, and you can tell he's very locked in. But that last point there, just checking out with a drop shot in a situation where you're in a physical game and you're going through a deuce ad game where you've had some love 30s. You know, you have a lot of these matches that are determined in the end by 1, 2, 3 points. Sometimes people even win more points and still lose the match. And to me, this is a game where you're still very much in the thick of it. You know, you play a good point here, you finish it out, you get back to deuce, still have an opportunity to break his serve. And, you know, you're a little bit frustrated you didn't capitalize on the left 30. That drop shot there, even if he makes it, de Minaur is there with all day to play the shot. It was just a little bit of a checkout for me.
Time.
Deserves to get on TV with signage like that.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ready for
Well,
play.
I'm told it's Harry Connick Jr. I don't know my celebrities as well as you, but wouldn't be surprised. So many famous faces we've seen throughout the course of the majors wherever we travel in the world. This is not a bad place to be in January.
15 love.
One of my favorite celebs. We often see him at the US Open. Bon Jovi loves his tennis. We've seen him in Miami a couple of times.
I love your musical appreciation and the way you get us psyched up here in the box. It's a pregame ritual in here, just like these guys are on the court. Rod, you didn't get to experience it, but it was something special.
Yeah, we had a bit of Bon Jovi, Wild in the Streets, getting us in the mood. Well, Rog, you said you wanted this first serve percentage to be over 65 in that area. It's been a good start for Francis so far. He's at 86% first serves made.
And that's why, because you need to keep Alex at bay as much as possible, because he's always trying to lean in like he has here on this return. And so too is Francis. Francis is liking to take the ball inside the baseline as well. So both looking really to do the same thing in this match.
That's really good stuff. He's locked in. You know, you're getting the best of TFO right now. He's really getting down low, using those legs on these ground strokes, keeping that first serve percentage up. Mark Kovacs is telling us about some of the technical adjustments, particularly using that back leg more, trying to get a little more elevation on the serve.
.30. Game, Tiafoe.
Good hold. Of course, the challenge for him is going to be to get that and maintain that number nice and high.
3
Because
games all.
looking back at last season, his average first serve percentage for the season, Rog, was just 56%.
Yeah, and that's not going to get it done at all. But right now, this is the best ball striking I've seen from Francis. Well, maybe for the last 12, 18 months.
Yeah,
it's coming pure off his racket. His movement patterns and the way he's actually being able to cut the court off has been exceptional, and his acceleration and change of pace in the ball's been electric as well. So, great contest. And can he keep throwing these punches?
Yeah, for me, it's his best ball striking since probably that semifinal run at U.S. Open a couple years ago.
Thank you. That's great. Thanks.
How good is Alex when the
59.
ball come aggressively to him? He's got to move across to his either side. He can actually just hold his ground. Doesn't get pushed backwards like most players because of his speed. That, I guess, that direct speed he can get to the ball.
Third T-line.
Well, he's not the biggest frame up top, but it's the big muscles in your legs that allow you to create and absorb power. And when you're low and loaded and in position, you can withstand the weight and the push of any of those deep balls. And he does that as well as anyone because of how comfortably he gets low and uses those big muscles.
Third T15.
Rog, after you gave that number of about 65%, I just had a look at Tiafoe's record against top 10 players. I took out the Laver Cup wins because it's an abbreviated scoring format, and 2 of his top 10 wins are actually retirements. So I tossed those out as well and had a look at the 9 completed matches with full scoring systems. And
give it to me.
In those 9 matches,
30 all.
on 5 occasions, he was able to get that first serve percentage above 60 only. There were only 3 above 65, so it's going to have to be a very, very good serving night for him tonight, and I think we all agree on that.
Yeah, definitely going to need to be a good serving night, but he's got to capitalize on some of these opportunities early on because he's been the aggressor and he's been the one who's been dictating play here in the early goings. And when you build out a lead like this is the last game before the ball change. He's created some deficits for de Minaur now in 3 of the 4 service games. He's got to try and make good. If you're not able to capitalize, sometimes these top players will quickly turn it on a dime. So big opportunity here for Big Foe.
Is that a Wawa chickened out on that forehand?
That's lack of matches. That's lack of wins. You know, when you're in the role of everything going well and executing a lot, and you played a lot of big matches, you just step in and you trust yourself there. That was just a little bit tentative.
That's a bonus.
Doesn't serve many these days, but it's the pressure of what Francis is actually doing to him on the return of serve and how cleanly he's actually hitting the ball.
Let's see if the American can be a little braver on this break point.
Well, I want to see him be selective. Build the point, and then when you get the right opportunity, that's when you go.
Never easy being a tennis parent.
No, the stress. I mean, I have my brother playing the doubles still, and it's stressful for me. I can't even imagine watching your son play on this occasion. She's always in his corner.
Alfina.
Advantage, Deminor.
Just get the feeling that some of these opportunities that TFO's letting slip, they could come back and bite him here soon, because it's hard to keep your emotions at that premium for so long. You're not able to get the breakthrough.
Tell you what, he is such a gritty competitor, is Alex.
New balls, please.
And he's managed to hang on to his deal. 4-3.
Let's take a look into the TFO backhand. Very short turn, and he gets that backswing back to the right spot in a hurry. He's able to create many different angles with it, allows him to get that cross-court angle. He can also step in and create power, but he does it by using his body weight in transition. Look at the way he's kind of jogging through that after the contact point. That shows you good extension, good follow through. He's moving it on into the net. A compact but still powerful swing.
Shorter swings are definitely becoming more and more popular, aren't they? Especially if you've got the body weight going forward. Alcaraz just tightened up his backhand. Sinner's is nice and tight too.
Time.
It's been a good contest so far. 2 break points come and gone for Tiafoe. How costly could that prove to be for him? But got to look on the bright side of life. The fact that he's been able to create those opportunities means he's doing a fair few things right. And both Ryan Harrison and Roger Rashid agree that the ball striking from the American has been top tier so far.
Very dangerous moment here for TFO after having been knocking on the door for so long. He's got to keep that level high and locked in. You don't want to open the door here.
Pitino.
When you hit that spinning one, you've got to swing a little faster. Yeah. It's a good shot, you just got to swing.
Do you guys like that type of info in match?
I think it's a little bit much for me, but you know, they're trying to reinvent the wheel here with some of his stuff.
30-15.
Why wouldn't you like it, Rog?
Oh, too technical. I mean, we're 4-3. The guy's hitting the ball out of the middle sweetly. All he didn't do in the break points is he didn't play through them. He didn't play through the big parts of the court. Pretty simple. Didn't. That's not the first piece of info I've heard coming from the corner. So, you know, you don't want your player, your athlete, to start thinking of little. See? Another piece of info. How much more do I need? I'm out here battling my opponent. Anyway, not for me.
Oh, that's so good.
I'm just picking my jaw off the desk here.
30-14.
I mean, this is ridiculous. Look at the change of direction here. Dead run, open stance.
That's why.
Thank you.
That's pretty much the view we've got right down the line here.
Just showing us that the previous backhand was no one-shot wonder.
You just could get the feeling, right, after all those missed opportunities there for TFO, and you know, you have those chances to close out someone who's of the level of de Minaur. It will come back and bite you if you're not able to capitalize on it. And then de Minaur, as he does so often, when he gets his opening, he steps up. And even though it feels like TFO's dominated much of this opening set, it's de Minaur stepping up to serve for it.
Ready for play. Thank you.
Adolfo's seen it all.
And how good is this guy when he smells blood in the water?
Thirty love.
Keep accelerating, okay, on both sides, but down the middle. Hit middle for a few here, come on.
Raj, I can see you shaking your head. I'm in here thinking the exact same thing. It's so much information, and you can tell it's kind of putting him off. You know, it's not helping at the moment. You can see when someone starts to overthink a swing and someone starts to try and think technically while they're trying to perform on this level. And the last thing you want to be doing in that moment there when the lights are on is thinking about technique.
All. 40-30. Thank you.
Alex's fiance looking pretty relaxed. Katie Bolter. Set point it is. How about that? Converts at the first time of asking. What a great set of tennis. 6-3.
16-3.
Beautiful look on the overhead of Rod Laver Arena here. It's a packed house here as they're all out to see their Aussie #1. And he's putting on a show, as he always does here on Rod Laver Arena. Gives it everything he's got. You can see the hustle, the grit. Let's take a look at it by the numbers here. Francis Tiafoe played a really good set. He was up over that 65% mark. Raj, as you suggested, he was playing really well for most of that set. He was in control, had so many opportunities. You can see the 0 for 2 on the breakpoint chances. He actually had 2 other love 30s, and it was Demon who was hanging in there. But the big number here is a second.
Those points were for her.
Yeah, and she just mentioned something about the wind as well, so just so you know, it is there.
Do tactics change when you get into a tie break at the end of a very tight first set?
I don't think necessarily, but you know, you are trying to play a little bit bigger if you can, and whatever that entails for you. But it can come down to 1 point, 1 mini break.
The effort going into these rallies, the weight of these shots, the importance of these points.
She did everything right, Schneider, except in the end, just could not execute it. Tried to drop that volley, but just pulled off of it slightly. That's all it took for it to dump into the net. Another mini break for Svitolina.
Another thumping forehand from the Ukrainian. She's opened up a little bit of a gap here.
Well, she needed that, guys. I really felt like for this, in this particular tiebreak, needed to be up, going down the other end. So 4-2 up really helps someone like Svitolina. Now, the aggressive player can now play from this end. If you're Schneider, you're thinking the opposite. It's okay, it's only 4-2. Having said that, boy, oh boy, practice your volleys, kids, because that volley was a huge mistake.
It was, and for a player who plays so much doubles, so much practice at the net, she'll be furious with herself. Olympic silver medalist, of course, alongside Mira Andreeva in Paris. Miss Diana Schneider. Svitolina looking to extend this advantage.
Oh.
There's too many mistakes here in this tiebreak. Couple big ones now to allow Svitolina to increase her lead.
too big. Schneider's closing in.
So 1 mini break back. Svitolina still now with this first set on her racket. That didn't mean a whole lot the first half of this first set, but this has been a very solid tie break for Svitolina so far. There's another big time point.
Two set points for Alina Svitolina. And another superb first serve, coming up clutch. Svitolina wins the shootout for set one, takes it on a tiebreak. Just shy of 50 minutes for that first set.
It's about as much emotion that you see from de Minaur. Very rarely beats himself. There were stages midway through the season last year where the frustration levels were getting really high, especially after the loss to Bublik at the French Open, 2 sets to love up.
Swing through the ball a little more.
Hittilä.
Of course, that is pretty much a new team as far as Tiafoe is concerned.
Let's go. Trust him, man. Come on.
$15.30.
No double faults, excuse me. No double faults for Tiafoe. Clean sheet. It's a nice response after the double. Those unreturns count just as much as an ace. The ball doesn't come back into your side of the court. Identical service speeds.
40-30.
That's well timed. So good at stepping up.
Game.
Well, again, great rear guard action. Somewhat of a hole. Didn't last long.
Come on, mate, come on. Here we go, mate.
It's 15-0 in Australian Open matches when winning the first set is de Minaur. Perfect record. And just to give you an idea of how consistent he has been at his home major, only he and Jannik Sinner, the only players to reach the round of 16 in the last 4 editions here.
Love.
Keep hanging.
Of this world.
$15-30.
Great stuff, mate. Great. Nice away. Here we go.
How good is his skill set?
Just the court sense, the intelligence, this little deliberate drop shot here to bring TFO forward, and then he knows he has the court coverage to expose the open court. It's a really gritty point there. And still going with the technical stuff. Talking about the ball toss, talking about back leg, all this stuff. I mean, he's heat of the moment right now.
That's it, Fo, every time. Come on.
And how quickly he gets to top speed.
Use.
He gets up to that top gear so fast in just a couple quick steps. And then by the time he's at this ball, he catches it when it's above net level. And that's why he's able to get up there on these short balls and actually do something with it. Because if you look at the peak of the ball, look at this ball when he gets there, it's still above the height of the net. So when he's finishing that, he can hit over it.
And the extra sauce on that is the fact that he's anticipating. He'll play the shot, and as he's played the shot, he understands where the next ball may go.
Yeah.
And so it actually makes him even quicker.
The court sense, understanding the geometry, and the TFO has to play that ball up from such a low position. He's already expecting the higher drop volley rather than a through the court shot. Demon are backing way up. This is a bit unusual for him.
Youth. Advantage Deminor.
That is simply ridiculous from the Demon. What an effort. What a way to break.
Deminor leads 2-1.
Awesome human force.
And that is some of the best movement you could ever see on the tennis court. Just makes you play that extra shot time and time and time again. Take a look at this court coverage here. Beautiful overhead view of this. Watch him outside the alley on one side, outside the alley again, covering court all over. You think he's done here? Surely he's done here. Nope, he's back. Unbelievable stuff. Look at the depth. Look how far behind the baseline he is. Quickly back up. And the crowd reaction, they are just absolutely loving it.
It's a good idea.
Definitely, since Sasha told her that about the swing, she's definitely shortened the swing slightly on the return. She just missed that one a little bit. It was a good jamming serve from Svitolina.
Here in Rod Laver Arena, appropriately. Setting a break.
15-love.
And what happens is after that point, it lives in your mind as a player on the other side of the net, and you feel like you have to be more and more precise. You start making errors because you're trying to push the envelope a little bit. And that's when you see the unforced error count start to rise for the opponents of guys who move so well.
Roger, I want to ask you a question here. Give me the other side of that equation. You've coached somebody like Gail Monfils, who's superhuman when it comes to moving. What sort of response do they not like to their incredible athleticism? Do you know what I'm saying?
40 love.
No, I need a little bit more explanation.
So how do you help somebody like Tiafoe in this situation not to be intimidated by what's happening on the other side of the court? Has Gail ever said to you, I don't like it when a certain player doesn't react to my awesome speed?
Absolutely at the peak of his game right here, Alex. I guess I know what you mean in the sense that if you're using all your athleticism at a level and then you're not getting through someone.
Yes.
Yep. So that's you know, assume Gail, say for example, is playing Rafa, and he's just, you know, he's using that athleticism but not getting the outcomes. You know. That's just that's a mental game then, is how long am I prepared to keep this up and absorb this type of level? So it may take me 3 hours, it might take me longer to break the back of someone playing that well, but I've got to be able to sustain and just keep putting myself out there at this.
I was also thinking of it from the point of view of just almost not giving that person any recognition whatsoever. Every time they have a spectacular point, just reminding yourself as well, it's only worth one. You don't get any bonus points for that spectacular athleticism. Of course, it's easier said than done.
Well, I'd be doing two things if I was in Francis's corner to try and slow things down. First of all, I'd be milking the clock in between points on my serve down to less than 5 on every single serve. You can play at the pace you want on serve, and you just want to let this wave pass. So the more time that elapses, you can take the wind out of the sails a bit.
Game.
I will get back to you with the second thing.
Yeah, it's a good response. I like it. Good body language. Keep up the positivity. But Tiafoe's playing catch up.
3-2.
What's the second one, Ryan?
The second thing I'd be doing, I'd be serving a lot at the body. When someone hits the zone, they like the ball in the wheelhouse. They want to be able to swing free. They want to be able to pull the trigger because they start feeling it. And you can see here, great example. Look at this extension. But that happens when the ball is a little bit away from you and you have the freedom to swing. And Alex likes that. When he's on the move and he has extension potential, he can change direction. That's the thing that makes him the most exceptional, is he can actually change direction of the ball even when he's on the full speed. So sometimes what you want to do is you want to jam him up, get those arms, call it T-Rex arms in this sport, where the ball is just right up into your body and you feel like it's getting on you quickly. Sometimes you can disrupt a player's rhythm. So I'd be trying to do what I could to make the game about uncomfortable feelings and not flash.
Time.
Well, it's been a special 6 opening days to this 2026 Australian Open. We have been blessed with some gorgeous weather, and tonight we have seen a player at his zenith. The shot making has been coming off of the racket of Australia's #1 has been breathtakingly beautiful.
And he's starting to feel it now, because when he's unloading on the forehand like that, shows a sign of confidence, and he's really forcing the initiative now, suffocating.
Oh, he's just pulled the river cord there. There's Demon.
30 love.
Wonder if Leighton's thinking, I reckon I could have got this guy in my prime around the court. He was pretty quick, wasn't he?
He was incredibly quick, very similar in that regard.
Can you believe it? Probably the easiest shot of the lot.
The court coverage again, just so much pressure. Raj, you coached Prime Leighton 20 years ago.
I know where this is going.
Which guy do you take in just strictly movement? Just take away the
tennis movement, though.
Tennis movement on the court.
A little different. As I said, Alex is a little sharper, but I'd still take Leighton.
The foot speed, if you were to run at top speed, is that what you mean once you, or are you just talking about the ability to do different things?
I think Alex, when he decides to, when he has to move, he just moves a little sharper initially, and then he can change direction just a little sharper. He's more edgy. If that makes sense.
But surely that's what you want on a tennis court, right?
30.
Yeah. Does it mean he's getting to the ball any quicker? I don't know. There wasn't too many balls that Leighton didn't get to. And so the game's changed a little bit now, where when you're getting to these balls, they can turn. They're turning around into offense.
Thank you. Game.
How good is that? How good is that? I tell you what, Ryan, those Adelaide roots run deep here.
4 games to 2.
I know you guys are going with Alex. I get it.
I tell you what, I'm going to ask Ryan. He played against both of them. What do you think?
Well, I didn't play Leighton in the early 2000s. I played him later in his career, and I believe he had a foot surgery after. But for my money, when I played him, Alex was the better mover. Now, I didn't play him before the foot fusion with the toes.
Okay. The youngest world #1 before Carlos Alcaraz came along. Let's never forget that about Leighton.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, ready for play.
He was something special.
But I will say, if I had to strictly go off movement, I would take Alex's movement. But I would definitely take Leighton's forehand. I would take Leighton's forehand in that matchup. I think he could create angles. I think he could take pace off the ball and get the ball off the court, sharp cross court.
I have another area of Leighton's game that I think is significantly better than Demon's. What do you think that might be, Rog?
I'm thinking.
His ability to get in the head of the opponent.
Yeah, the competitive animal that Leighton was. I mean, Alex is a competitive animal as well, by the way, but he just got to you. He stared you down, and he played, for me, he played the big points extremely well, just so calmly, and his shot selection and his was as good as any.
Well, this is a big point here. Let's not overemphasize any one point, but the double break potential. No way.
That's how good it's got to be.
What's yours, Robbie? What are you thinking?
I think Leighton had one of the most underrated serves on tour. It was so sneaky good.
It was a sneaky. He could sneaky hit the wide one on the first court, and he could get out flat on the back on the second court. But it was actually just a nasty pain in the butt for a lot of people because it looked like you could hit it, but you couldn't really hit it.
Yeah, I think.
Good call. I like it.
Thanks.
Some of these bigger points, Demon's been hanging back, electing to try and get the ball up a little bit more. Yep. There you see TFO just noticing the court positioning there, and the first double fault of the match creates a break point opportunity here, which would give the insurance break to the Australian.
It's just a compound of menace and energy. And Tiafoe's down for an 8 count. That's how good de Minaur's been. Jaw-dropping stuff again, 5-2.
De Minaur leads 5 games to 2.
Tell you what, that looks at a lot right there. I don't know if you saw it on your monitor, Rog, but it was, what do I do?
And that's what they do to you, don't they? The players that can play, I mean, there's a reason why he's 6th in the world, but the players that can play, they've got that physical attribute like the Demon where he can get to every single ball, and he's looking for it. He's looking to hunt them down. When the ball goes over his side of the court, he's looking to get, as I said to you, he doesn't allow the ball to play him. He goes and plays the ball. So that, and when you match that up with limited unforced errors.
Time.
Well, this match has been going on for an hour and 17 minutes. And it was just one or two small glimmers of hope in the opening set for TFO. Had a chance to go up an early break. Mr. Rally ball forehand out. Couldn't break in that game. Those are the only 2 break points that he had. There was another one that followed that first one, but since then, it's been de Minaur who has kept it tighter than a tax man's purse.
Love 15. Love 30.
Do you know that I just put that ball down?
Say that one more time, Roger. I missed you there.
I put that ball down, it came straight to me and I dropped it.
Oh, no.
With the left hand.
That's normally the good one, too.
Such an unforced error.
Fifteen, 30. All.
Well. It's been a while.
30, 40. Game,
well, he does indeed get the very first breaker serve on the de Minaur. Only the 2nd time in the tournament that he's been broken.
5 games to 3.
And it's interesting, I'm not sure, Robbie, if you did the Alex's last match.
I didn't.
But in his last match, there's a big difference. His Serbian opponent had a heavy ball off the back of the court, and he would play first strike tennis. And I'm not sure if Foe's got the heavy groundy, if you know what I mean.
Yep. Nicely done.
And having a fast forehand or backhand with speed, but when you've got weight on it and it's heavy, you get that depth. And Alex was actually having to go, he wasn't able to do what he's doing tonight where he's just going across the court with his speed and cutting it off. He had to go across and back. And he was more of a risk taker, hence, but he was never going to keep that up.
30-15.
I also feel it's such a good
30-all.
get out of jail shot for Demon, because he's going up the middle of the court there and he doesn't mind if it goes to Tiafoe's forehand, because that shot's been a little hit and miss tonight. There's been some good ones, but it's certainly leaked enough to give Dimonor confidence. Perhaps confidence is not the word, but
40-30.
he's not fearful of it.
Let the service. Use.
It's a great body serve there. I love that direction, getting the short ball, jamming up Tiafoe, excuse me, jamming up de Minaur.
Game.
Good stuff. Hanging around. Looming large in that rear view mirror of the Aussie. It's 5-4 now.
5-4. Time.
Just looking for a little bit of input from his corner there. Purposeful walk over to his box. Some words of encouragement. Broken in his previous service game. Trying to serve out the set for a second time. Good start.
Well, it's why these great players, they push so hard for that insurance break. Sometimes the lesser players, they get the one break and then they just hit cruise control and they rely on the fact that they want to just serve their way through the set. But the very best, the best, they understand that capitalizing on those lesser known moments of emphasis, the times to really drive the needle in a little bit and go for that double break. As you saw at 5-2, Tiafoe played a great game. He had a blistering forehand return at 30 all, and he's really raising his level here at 5-4. But he's got still a tough hill to climb as he put himself so far behind the 8-ball that, you know, it's yet to be seen if he can go for 2 breaks in a row. And I wouldn't bet on it, as de Minaur, as you said, only has been broken twice in the entire tournament.
$30-15. $40-15.
You're going to get your chance. Keep it. Come on. Come on. Go.
2 set points.
Game 7-7.
This time he does indeed secure the hold. But doing so, he now has a 2 sets to love lead against the American.
de Minaur leads 2-11.
Another dominant display in set number 2 there for the Australian. Builds out the lead. Gave up the 1 break, but had the double break. He's going to maybe send some rackets back to the stringer here just to make sure he's prepared for whatever this match has to offer. Sometimes, as the night will carry on, it'll switch from day session into the deep night session. The temperature can drop. We'll check in with Roger here after the stats and see if the temperature is dropping in there. I would assume so, if that's one of the reasons why Demon's sending some rackets back. But set 2 summary again, we'll take a look at the first serve points won, 78%, a big variance to just 53% of first serve won for Frances Tiafoe. And that first serve percentage dropped as well. He was up over 75% in set number 1. Set number 2 drops to 54%, gets broken twice. Played a great game at 5-2, probably the best game he's played all match there at 5-2 to break in the second set, but it just was too far back from that 5-2 lead with double break that de Minaur had. But Francis is going to have to maintain that level that he finished out set number 2 with here in the early goings, because set number 3 is going to be one of those emphasis points where Demon will come out with a really, really strong desire to build this lead out. Does not want to get to the later stages and suffer a longer third set. He wants to try and build this out early.
just does such a good job of taking time away from his opponents.
All the way through. Same risk profile.
This is it. It's the 5-set tennis. It's the ultimate test. And the better player will win even more of the time than at best of 3. You know, you let the odds play out. So often it's the player.
Wow. He's lighting it up in there.
Love 15.
And he's on fire, but I want to check in with Roger. What's the temperature like down there? Is it cooling off a bit with the sun going down?
Yeah, it does. Typically, and also the humidity comes out of it as well. So about, I think, 20 degrees. So it's dropped reasonably.
Good stuff there from Big Foe. And Raj, why would one need to change the tension as the temperature changes in there? What benefit would that give you?
I guess it's it's an individual thing. Some players don't at all, and they've already got rackets in their bag where they've got either side of their, I guess the majority of their rackets, so they'll go 2 or 3 pounds differential. But I'm assuming Alex is going a little bit lower to just get more value out of the strings.
Unbelievable stuff.
He is plugged into the mains right now.
I'm not changing the tension, by the way.
Yeah, he looks pretty good out there.
It's coming off. Look, and he may not be changing the tension. He just might be freshening the rackets up, because just the reality is, if it does go 5, I need all my sticks.
And about halfway through that point, Demon did something I haven't seen too often before. Another great ball in the move. Yeah, just to put a staple in it, he had a double-legged slide over here. Sometimes people just slide with that outside leg when they're stopping. He actually did a full hockey or skier slide with both feet. It was remarkable to watch. It's right here in front of us. I've never seen it done quite like that before.
It's another game drenched in quality from Dimino.
First game, third set.
And you saw that reaction from TFO just as soon as he threads the needle down the line. Take a look at this right down your line there, and the reaction looking at the corner. Unreal.
And the reason being, Alex can sense that Francis is hanging on the backhand side too, as well. He's cheating a little, so. But But it was a pearler, wasn't it?
Tell you what, it's Demon who's the killer here tonight. And things are looking very bright for him. At 2 sets to love and a single break.
Robbie's always got a song in his head, hasn't he?
Unbelievable.
Just stop it.
love.
Francis is just trying to change things up a bit, coming on in off the return, seeing if he can be disruptive. And Alex, I mean, what can you say? Another, yeah. Well, just for context, in the offseason, I saw TFO go on a podcast, and he was talking about the difference between himself and Sinner and Alcaraz, and he was saying, you know, I don't feel like those guys are that far off. I don't feel like they're that unbeatable. And just for context, de Minaur has a, 0-11 head-to-head record. Against Sinner, and the level he's playing right now, this much more dominant. So for TFO, he's gonna have to go back to the drawing board if he wants to see if he can start finding his way back toward the top 10.
C15. Game
just continues to ooze quality.
De Minaur leads 2 games to love.
Even by de Minaur's standards.
Well, we talked about the movement and the rarity. Take a look here at this double-legged slide I was talking about. It's something out of this world. It's on the dead run here. Watch this. I mean, both legs stopping. You know, the speed and the quickness and the way you have to be low for that. So good.
De Minaur on a bit of a run now, 12 of the lost 15 points he's won.
Roger, I got to ask you, do you think that this level that he's playing right now could challenge Carlos and Jannik, or still more to be done?
I think so, but the reality is it's not Carlos and it's not Jannik standing up the other end. So,
yeah, so the perception.
The mind game that plays as well,
Yeah.
there's a different mentality around that. So it's, yeah, but the ball striking and the movement and the way he's putting together points, 100%, this is what level he's going to need to bring. Is the sliding the biggest evolution of the game? Sliding on a hard court, is that the biggest evolution of the game over the last 10 years?
I think it's something that a lot of players do regularly now, and I don't think anyone did it before.
Exactly.
Did the guys like Borg and those Lindell, did they slide it at all on the hard?
Not that I can remember. Trying to think back, Roger, as to
30 all.
be the first
Sampras,
player.
Agassi, no.
No. Chang?
Chang, no.
No.
I don't think so.
I remember seeing a guy do it a couple times. Paradorn Trishapan. You remember him?
Yes, good shout. Very good shout.
Thank you, please.
Remember that replay of him doing the full splits into the
40,
slide?
30.
Was that US Open one year? I can't remember, but it was a pretty famous clip.
Thank you. Let for service. Juice.
He's got to do what he can to keep to this just the one break. He played a great game at the end of the second set to break back, but he's got to try and stay within striking distance.
Advantage, Tiafoe.
Francis, this week somebody's unwell. I believe somebody's not feeling well up in the stands. So right near or up my corner.
Well, looks like somebody in the stands is unwell.
Yes. Thanks.
Normally we see incidents happen in the heat of the day. Unusual to see something like this, an incident where somebody's unwell in the evening.
Just to make sure that the person is okay and we will continue.
Seems that it's far enough away that it won't really affect the players. I think if it's close to the court.
Don't have anybody up there. No need to call again. I just thought maybe you know that the person is okay. So, you know, like conscious,
I think just trying to make sure that the person's okay and that there's nothing serious going on, and maybe play on if there's nothing serious going on.
Person is okay, regardless, you know, helping, but okay, we continue. If that's okay with the two of you.
But there's someone there that...
Yes, yes.
I thought initially the jumper said someone wasn't there.
That's what it seemed like whenever she was talking on the radio. She said someone's not there.
When you're playing in a match, you really get into state of flow when you're playing your best tennis. And
he's slightly less comfortable moving through the forehand, taking it up the line. We saw the success he's been having on the tee serve to this juice court. Is that the one he's going to look for here?
He sat on it, he took a gamble.
Talk about making it count though, ripped it onto the baseline. It's going to be one of the best returns he's ever hit.
Thank you.
Set point. How aggressive is he potentially going to be on this return? With his feet more than his racket work. Deserves that set, no question about it. For the second half, he was a lot better than Zverev. And we're locked at 1-1.
What an effort from Cameron Norrie. What a competitor he is. And talk about stepping up in the big moment. It's the first point at 30-all there that he's won off the first serve down the tee from Zverev. He predicted it, he moved across and he ripped it onto the baseline, and it's one in the set. That and Zverev hitting his 8th unforced, excuse me, 12th unforced. Zverev on the left there. First serve percentage just dropped slightly for the German, but you have to say Norrie getting the job done on second serves there. 71% of his own second serve points won against Zverev. That's incredible.
Second set, they had exactly the same quality as the opener all the way through it, and it is Norrie that is being far more kind of proactive in terms of what he's trying to do, shrink the court, cover the net, and he has come up with some valuable points in that second set in that part of the court. And even when Zverev was there, he was finding a route around him.
20-15. Time.
And he's not the only one with passion. When you look at those fans, they are fully invested in which way this one goes. He's going to be a little bit on the clock here. Not too bad, but he's a little bit later out of the changeover. Zverev's been loitering around at the back of the court, getting ready to back into the return position for a while and get his teeth back into this contest.
Third set.
Forehand side, where sometimes if you get the ball up on the forehand, you can get them a little uncomfortable. So both areas that you try and play Alex, deep through the middle or hide up on the forehand, Francis is not playing into those zones, and it's allowing for Alex to do everything he likes throughout. Great stats from our team.
Evening number 6. Yeah, it's the AO 2026. Australia's number 1 is looking awfully good. In fact, he is looking white hot. 1 hour and 52 minutes of high octane tennis from the Demon.
Let for service.
Couple more decent service holds, and he'll find himself in the 4th round again. Winner of this match will take on either Bublik or Echeverry. They'll be taken to the Margaret Court Arena in the not too distant future. In fact, I can tell you they just stepped out there. They're busy warming up.
30 love.
We all know what happened when Bublik and Dimano played each other at the French Open last year.
And turned around Bublik's career. I mean, on a dime, just complete flip.
It's unbelievable, right? You look at a tipping point in someone's career. Dimano had a 2 sets to love lead against the Kazakh. Came back to beat him. It was later on in the year, he ended up winning 4 titles. One in Halle, Gstaad, Kitzbühel, and Zhuangzhou. 4 finals, 4 titles for Sasha. How good's that?
Game domino.
And if that wasn't enough, he starts winning in the first week of the year in Hong Kong
3 games to 1.
to become a top 10 player. How cool is that?
No, exactly.
Going into the French Open last year, he was 62 in the world, Bublik.
Love. Love. 40 love. Game, TFO.
It's a couple of loose shots from de Minaur. TFO's coach Mark Kovac still believes.
De Minaur leads 3-2.
Can I get a fill of water?
Time. Thank you, ladies and
fans.
gentlemen. Ready for play. Ladies and gentlemen,
I think it's fair to say the vast
do not
majority
cheer or make any noises. Just about as players are ready to serve. Thank you.
Be rooting for the local lad. Be very happy so far with how well he's played.
Well, it's so great for Australia to have a number one like Alex who comes out there and he's so fun to watch, so reliable. He's going to give you everything he's got. I mean, he's a box office ticket here for Melbourne Park. He's someone that you know you're going to get an absolute warrior-like performance every time he plays, win or lose.
The last remaining Aussie in the men's draw. Yes. Like the artwork.
Love. Game, de Minaur.
De Minaur's only lost 2 points.
New balls, please.
In his last 4 service games.
De Minaur leads 4-2.
Well, he's closing in. You can see the finish line, and he knows he's just got to keep that foot down. TFO's got to do everything he can here to keep it just the one break. We saw in the second set, at the very end of the set, he could maybe be broken.
And of course, whilst you're here, make sure you scan that QR code and head to the AO shop. The AO 2026 collection. It's, of course, available through
Ready for play.
the
Thank
Melbourne
you.
Park an online store there. So much kit, great accessories, apparel, keepsakes.
15 love.
All inspired by the tournament. So much official merch you can get your hands on. Most popular that I get requested for is the towels.
Yeah,
and
the towels.
water bottles.
Very popular.
Yep.
No way.
Flood the court and see if this guy can walk on the water.
15-all.
Just from out of nowhere, he finds a way back in the point and just continues to chip away until finally he chops all the way through.
What a response. That's what they came to see.
Well, it's so good from TFO, just hanging in there and giving everything he's got. There's a pretty good volley from Alex from below the net, and TFO, he just bends it around. Watch this ball bend back in the court. It looks like it could go wide, and it actually has all this curve on it. It lands well inside the line.
Thank you.
Just continues to make so many returns. Incrementally improving as each set passes by.
Let's for service. Game triple.
What a wonderful response from the American. This is quality tennis in the third.
4 games to
4-3.
He's got good use of the left hand, hasn't he, Zverev? We've talked about his record against lefties, but plays golf left-handed, and that is the one thing you want to have a great double-hander.
Yeah, good call. Marty Fish, phenomenal call for right-handed tennis player. Plays left-handed, doesn't he? Two-handed backhand. Not sure Zverev's quite as good as Marty. But I bet he hits it a long way when he connects.
Jim Courier plays golf left-handed.
It's a great video on social media of Jim playing the drums in one of the fan zones here. It's worth checking out. What a character.
Yeah.
He's been electric this evening. Ryan Harrison and Roger Rashid alongside me, Robbie Koenig, thoroughly enjoying this contest.
Well, he's trying everything he can to hang in there. It's been a near flawless set from de Minaur, and a shot like these that you need to find. I mean, there's not a lot of room to get it by Demon. He hits smack on the line. Bang.
Love the body language. And Rog just got a little taste there of a heavier ball, what it can do to de Minaur.
Exactly right. Good pickup, Robbie. That was a heavy, and had some depth on it as well. And that's, for mine, that's maybe being the missing element.
Yeah, that's what we were paying attention to. It's just been in the zone for Demon.
Please. Please, once again, ladies and gentlemen, when the player is ready to serve, tossing a ball, please do not call out or cheer. Thank you.
Just puts so much pressure on you to go for more and more.
Let's go, man.
$30-40.
A couple of times there when Alex goes fast out to one side, Tiafoe's gone back behind him.
Yeah.
It's been a good play.
Smart play.
Well, the big foe is back in business.
Four games all.
Come on. Keep making them feel you, man. Keep making them feel you.
It's good energy there. And that positivity going early on in that game and carried that confidence through. As Roger said, a couple really good decisions there going behind Alex and was able to get some disruption.
Of course, with all that output, got to remember he's only back on level terms now in this set.
Well, you know Alex is going to get right back to business. It's one of the things he does best so well, his response. So for Francis, you know, there's going to be that sigh of relief after you get back on serve, but you can't let that carry over into thinking that you're on cruise control now, because Alex will be coming at you like a freight train.
Love 30.
Keep it positive. Come on. Aggressive mindset. Come on.
That was Katie Bolter, de Minaur's fiancée, sitting in the front row of the box. Of course, lost in the opening round here to Belinda Bencic. Been playing some good tennis over the last couple of years, this Katie. Rankings just dropped off a little bit second half of last year. Plenty of good stuff since they've been together.
$15-13. Thank you.
That was a ridiculously good slice.
15-14.
And a different tension in here right now because it was pretty happy. Everyone was pretty happy. Good spot. And now it's a little tight. Everyone's just sort of sitting there and the breathing's got a little quicker.
Yeah.
Nice vibe.
That's good feedback, Rog. Of course, Roger Rashid sitting courtside. Right in the thick of things.
And that's the first serve he's needed. That first serve percentage just dropped the last few points. Finds one there.
30-14.
It felt like one of the biggest so far in the match. 208. It's actually not right. 211.
Close to it.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good approach shot there. Great depth.
Juice.
I think de Minaur was a little surprised that he came in.
Well, Francis has been opening up the court and always going open court with that approach shot. That time he goes deep down the middle and just kind of jammed up Demon, which was a really good play.
Don't you love it? Couple of wrecking ball forehands here from Tiafoe.
Well, this is really good stuff. You just got to tip your cap to him. You know, down 2 sets in a break, it would have been really easy for him to go away. But I love to see this from Francis, him digging in this way.
Thank you.
Oh.
That is pure tennis. Pure ball striking. Tiafoe is sticking around. He is right up for it. He leads 5-4.
Tiafoe leads 5-4.
Oh, gentlemen, what do you make of this?
Well, that was a bit surprising to see that the Melbourne crowd actually gave Francis a little bit of love. Raj, what did you feel on courtside? Was he getting a little bit of support there with that fist bump?
Yeah, well, we love fighters here, and we love sporting events to be tight and explosive, and for Francis to come back, all credit to him. Started to hit the ball a little heavier, and he got some more depth on the ball, and especially off the forehand side, he was able to get it with a bit of flight and depth with a little bit of heaviness, and that kept.
Plenty of intent that he's trying to see and sew up this third set here, Zverev. Don't often see him make that little hop to the left to bring the forehand into play from there.
The crowd obviously seeing the funny side. Oh, look at this.
Thank you.
So many great matches have been played on this centre court over the last couple of decades. Oh, hello.
Love 15.
This is a really good looking follow through. I love that extension. Short backswing, using the pace. This is a really high level of tennis now. Tiafoe has matched the energy,
15.
matched the level from Demon. And as Raj said a minute ago, there's a seriousness in the air now. Still using that backhand down the line behind Demonar in the middle of these rallies when he's on the move. I really like that play.
40-15. Game 10.
After the first points in that service gap, just what de Minaur
5
needed.
games on.
That'll help settle the nerves.
Love.
Hope he's okay. But this is just something else.
Well, what can you say? I mean, both guys opening up the court. Just look at all these ball places. None of those balls in the middle of the court. These guys are challenging each other. The precision. Francis ends up everything he's got here. And everybody needs a little helping hand sometimes as the ball girl comes over to help TFO back to his feet.
And guys, I don't know if you can find this out, but it just feels like throughout the course of this match that Demons had to do so much more explosive work throughout the course of this match, that he's been able to turn that around and actually stay in the point and also convert.
Just shows you how small the margins are. 2 unforced errors in this game, and suddenly TFO is in a world of hurts.
Thank you. Please.
The anguish of a mother. That is proper tennis.
30-40.
Well, he makes you hit so many quality shots. 21 shots there in the end, and Francis doing a just amazing job of rising to the occasion. He still faces a break point, but he's raising his level, doing everything he can to hang in there.
Extending the rallies.
Youth.
You can see in the pressure points in this set. TF's got the slight edge. It's more than a slight edge. It's comfortable.
You'd say the majority of those pressure points won. He had to earn every single one of them. It was him just continuously having to hit good strike after good strike. But that's what de Minaur forces you to do. Again, under pressure.
Youth.
Get the feeling, Roger, that might be the first backhand slice that de Minaur's missed in the match.
Yeah, he's been out very accurate, hasn't he? Whether it's been that little short one to make Francis come in, or it's the inside out one that slides down the line. He's got beautiful control of it.
Back-to-back service game where TFO's having to fight off break points.
He just doesn't stop coming at you.
Advantage.
It's the depth here that sets up the short ball, and he has the opening after backing TFO off the baseline to open up the court with the angle.
It's 4 break points saved now.
Youth.
And 2 in the game at 4-all, for a total of 6 saved break points that would have given de Minaur a chance to serve for the match.
Light for service.
Oh, he was eyeing out a short ball. Can't believe that a let was caught. He certainly didn't hear anything. There's no machine to help the chair umpire.
The barrage from Diminar. Roger, was there any let noticeable to you?
No, how good clearance that one. I think he was a bit stiff there. Yeah, but got to get on with it.
Break point number 5. Oh, he's missed it. Can you believe it?
Diminar leads.
And after the sit down,
6 games to
Diminar
5.
will serve for the match. 6-5. It's the worst feeling, and Francis is still thinking about it when you pick the spot, you miss it, only to then realize your opponent's running in the opposite direction.
Well, that happens because you have to keep it.
Scoops up the forehand and collects an unforced error from Norrie and moves ahead to 3-love in the 4th.
La 15.
First double fault in the 3rd set.
Let for service.
Really, really good response there.
15-0.
Back up on the line quick.
Let for service.
I love how after the double fault, he took the time in between the point, reset, and then once he hit the big serve, and now he's in rhythm, he's stepping up quick. So just understanding rhythm.
Some good rear guard action here from Tiafoe.
Serve. Francis has been lighting up some forehand returns.
40-13. Thank you. Please.
Match point, de Minaur.
Youth.
What a spread from corner to corner. And even de Minaur can't catch up to that backhand.
Advantage, de Minaur. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
That's tough. Alex thought he made that serve. He was 1 or 2 steps into the net.
Youth.
I thought he was about to turn around and look at his box and celebrate. Just to his left.
Yeah, he thought he made it off the racket. It's one of those that you feel that sigh of relief, and then all of a sudden stress enters the veins again.
Advantage, Tiago.
A couple of match points have come and gone. Now it's a break point for Francis. That's been his Achilles this evening, hasn't it? And de Minaur's done such a good job of exploiting that forehand side. Enough.
Well, this ball has a lot of depth here through the court with that backhand down the line. It just forces Francis back ever so slightly.
There's the one that you were wanting, Ryan. And the demon obliged.
Advantage, de Minaur.
Ace number 8.
Please.
Brings up a third match point. It's been pure deliverance at full volume tonight for de Minaur. What a contest. And with a straight sets win, he becomes the second Australian man in the Open era to record a streak of 5 or more consecutive appearances in the round of 16 here. What an athlete. What a player playing at his zenith. He takes down TFO 6-3, 6-4, 7-5.
A very, very hard-fought performance there from TFO. He played great in the opening set, battled back from 2 breaks down to make that second set a war, and then just when he thought he was done, he breaks back in the 3rd set and pushes him to the brink, and you could see the relief on the Australian's face. I mean, he was tested. This was far from a straightforward straight sets match. TFO, a lot to be proud of, a lot to take away that's positive from this. He played really well tonight.
It's always a lot tougher when you're in the stands. Katie can be oh so proud of her fiancé. Your final thoughts on Tiafoe's performance this evening, Ryan?
A lot to build on. You know, I think if you can take that level of lock-in and continue to build that throughout the season, that you'll find him back up the rankings, the focus, and you can tell that the ability to rise to the occasion is there. It's always been there with him. And he has that capacity to produce some magic. He's just got to continue to stay the course and bring that level of intensity throughout, because that was a
drops a couple of aces. And the distance back into this too far for Norrie now. Zverev on the brink of a place in the 4th round.
Cain.
It's a runaway train.
Mr. Jannik is requesting the replay of the serve on the next service line.
I saw it, yeah, I've got it in.
Okay, he has ambushed Norrie But this is definitely, and I agree with you here, Flembo, this is definitely the kind of performance tonight, but particularly kind of in the last set and a half that grabs your attention. That is unbelievable footwork. He got down, he lived with that ball. Norrie can't live with him when he's in this form.
Yeah, this is some of his best tennis in recent times. Well, Norrie will be disappointed.
He'll be disappointed because he kind of started the rot. You know, because
he'll feel like his dip.
Yeah.
But really, he's taken his game to a really high level tonight and should feel like if I can do that for the rest of the season, I'll be fine.
As ever, he's never going to drop his head. He's always going to fight till the final point. But Zverev can end Norrie's adventure in Australia right now. Well, Flambeau, you called it. The third set was a kind of low number at one stage at 50%. He did tick it up to 60, which again is a little bit under average for him. This set has been nothing short of spectacular. 84% of his first serves have gone in.
Yeah, and even his court cleaning skills have been impressive. For the first time, just wiping up a bit of a mess from the local wildlife.
Just go and get the towel.
This has been a night.
Thank you.
I think that Alexander Zverev has sort of arm wrestled his way into the conversation in this Australian Open. Really strong performance.
Yeah, it's gone wide. That was an incredible stab return from Norrie. I'm sure how he even got his racket on it was the perfect serve.
Yeah, did so well to put the ball back in play. Not sure why Zverev overcomplicated things there by trying to go tight to the line, back in behind. Frustration just spilling over for Norrie. He's played some brilliant tennis, played his part in a really high-level match.
Second break point of this game is 5th overall. And that is the thing in general between these two, that Zverev will just build more pressure consistently on the Norrie serve than Norrie is able to do to Zverev. 14 breakpoint opportunities for Sasha tonight against the Brit. It's not easy for Cam, is it, to square up the racket face on that form. We've seen a couple of absolute pearlers from him tonight, but it isn't easy to be repeatable with it. Sometimes feel like he goes across the ball a bit quickly or gets over the top rather than keeping that racket face longer. And that one finding itself at the bottom of the net as Zverev at match point for the first time tonight. A sweet 16th ace as he makes his way through to the sweet 16 once again here in Australia. That was a really fun watch. There was a lot to get our teeth into, and there was a lot that Zverev needed to do at a set apiece after a high quality couple of hours, but then he motored away from Norrie and he picks up his 7th straight win against the Brit.
See the distance that Etcheverry's covered. A few of those meters coming forward for the drop shots that he had to try and chase down.
I mean, he won 8 more points in the set. That's interesting. It's just that he was holding his serve easier and getting to juice 30 all a lot on the Etcheverry serve. So I think overall he was just a little bit better, and probably a bit of justice there for him to win that set.
But credit to Etcheverry as well. I mean, the way that Bublik was playing in those early games, it could have been very easy just to drop your shoulders, but he obviously knows what to expect here, and he stuck to the task really well. And as you said, towards the back end of that set, he could have jagged it. He could have nicked that one. A few things had fallen his way. He would have been sitting there going, right, I'm a set to the good here. And then you look at the confidence level of Bublik from there. Instead, it went the other way.
Second set, ready for play, please. Thank you.
Oh yes, opened his shoulders there. Used his natural power. I think I'd like to see him do that a bit more. I mean, he's very solid from the back of the court, but he doesn't really unleash it too often, it seems. I think he could hit more outright winners with that big wind-up.
Also sitting on the service line, moving up the court, the baseline, I should say, moving up the court a little bit too. If that's a way to take the time away from Bublik, so he can't really unleash, even though he's fair way back as well. He can do that, Etcheverry. He's got that ability.
40-30. He's building the ace category, isn't he? 11 now.
So rolling along nicely on serve. Big question will be, can Etcheverry find a way to throw Bublik off his rhythm? Because if he can't, Bublik's going to roll through his service games. Well, they've put just so much pressure on Etcheverry's service games. It's just a running dialogue that Bublik has with his team. Interestingly enough, we're talking about the serve of Bublik and how well he is and the power that he's got. Etcheverry, though, with the fastest serve of the night so far at 2:15. Got a higher average serve speed on that first serve. 2:01. As you can see there, 196 for Bublik. Bublik's fastest 2:11. Oi. That went by very quickly.
Yes, that was a 40-love attempt at a swinging forehand.
Yes.
Not sure he'd do that on break point. Maybe he would. you never
Just
know.
maybe. Oh, yes. Ready and waiting.
He's certainly a great competitor. He just has that mindset, doesn't he? Won't waste an opportunity.
Oh, he was ready there again, anticipated nicely. They're the most frustrating ones.
Yeah, I thought he was going to make that. He did guess right. And Bublik was committed there. He couldn't change his direction when he realised Echeverry had moved to his forehand side. Well, what a time to play that. And this is the danger. A really poor drop shot. That was a poor one. Echeverry went the wrong way, went straight. He didn't go to the open court, so he gave Bublik a chance. But then this, at 15:30. Wow, his serve saved him. Well, you know, to his credit, he got that serious look back on his face. Maybe in days gone by, he mightn't have been able to back that up. And it playing the one between the legs and losing an easy point, giving the game away. Whereas here, goodness me, he's serving well here, Peter.
Turning around, and it's similar to when Echeverry had that one break point opportunity in the previous set. He was down, clicked back into gear, off he went again.
Pretty heartbreaking for the Argentine there.
And Bublik keeps himself on serve. It's 2-1 in the second.
Excuse me, can you put the water, please?
Time.
Love it. 15 on.
Now that's the new improvement, Petco, isn't it? The serve. They've done a lot of work to try and beef it up.
Absolutely. And she has gotten, I think, around 15 kilometers per hour on average more on her first serve. Definitely more juice. You can see the muscle slowly building in Mira Andreeva. She's beginning to grow into her body.
Let's listen.
You can already see the solidity that comes off this woman's racket. Ruse might be ranked only 79 in the world, but her quality of play can be very, very high when she has a good day.
Yeah, you can just see Ruse's trying to direct a fair bit of traffic to the weaker side. That's the forehand of Andreeva.
Yeah, nice little change-up. In the previous match, Sakari tried to do the same thing, and she almost blocked herself by being so limited in what she thought she could do on court. It got much better in the second set. And Ruse is trying to find a balance here between forehand and backhand.
Advantage, Andreeva. Yes.
Oh, stunning. Almost anticipated this ball going to the forehand.
Advantage, Ruse.
Yeah, Ruse has a very good return of serve. You can see that hop to the front. She really holds the baseline well, tries to take the return early.
Yes. Advantage, Andreeva.
One of the best movers in the game, Mira Andreeva. Gets the hold of serve, and that's a good way to start.
First game.
Well, joining us for this one, courtside Nicole Pratt. A very good evening to you. And Pratty, you got to love that movement from Mira Andreeva.
Oh, well, you were speaking about it previously in terms of how she's worked so hard physically to improve. And what we're seeing now is the ability to cover all areas of the court. She was doing quite a lot of running that last game. And if that last game is anything to go by, we could be out here for a while. Interestingly enough, Rusa, I watched her previous match against Isla Tomljanovic. And in that particular match, she was holding the baseline versus this first game because of the power from Andreeva. She was pushed back behind the baseline. She actually was changing up her serve return position as well. So I think that's something to keep an eye on during the match. But she needs to find a way to get herself on or inside the baseline. Otherwise, it's going to be a lot of the same, a lot of running and try and find a way to get ahead in the point.
All right, thanks, Pratty. We'll be hearing from you. Feel free to jump in anytime and let us know what you're seeing courtside there. You've got a bird's eye view.
Gabriela Rusa to serve. Let first serve. Left.
Yeah, that is the shot that usually works so well for Rusa, that backhand down the line. But this is another caliber of player on the other side.
Yeah, good start, and it's been a confident start from Rusa. She hasn't
30-15.
backed away from anything. She's holding that baseline really well.
Yeah, this was a great example of what Nicole just talked about, was up to the short ball so quickly. That's how she can take away time from a great mover like Andreeva is.
There she is. C30.
Now you see, Josh, the very high ball toss for Rusa, and on the second serve, she can lose her timing if you consistently attack her there.
Advantage, Russo. Yes.
Well, you've called it. You thought the second serve might be a bit of an issue tonight.
I thought so. It's just that, as I said, the ball toss is very high. She doesn't really possess a kick in her repertoire, so she has to go for the slice. When she's facing a good returner, she tends to go for too much, and the second serve can go. And this is where she is a very, very dangerous player for any opponent on the other side. Call touched upon it when she holds the baseline, and here we have it, Josh.
Yeah, Praddy's a serve doctor. What do you see there, Praddy? I know you love the technique of serves.
Well, can't agree more that it is a very high ball toss, but the other aspect that you can't see maybe from where you're viewing the match is that toss is getting a long way forward, and so particularly on the second serve, that's problematic if she wants to get up and over the top of it with some top spin.
Yeah, really strong hold. A show of confidence from Russe here tonight. She's really up for this challenge here on Rod Laver Arena.
Yeah, and that is with her. She is a very good competitor. She's very positive.
You've played her a few times.
A few, I think once.
Well, how did that go?
Very well for her.
I'm taking it you lost.
I most definitely did. Haven't you noticed how I've been talking her up this whole time?
Love 50.
Oh, she's come out seeing the ball so big and so confident, really prepared to take it on. And this is excellent ball striking here from Russe. This one goes out and then just backs it up with an even better shot on the backhand.
Yeah, I love how much distance she keeps from the ball on both ground strokes, but particularly on that backhand side.
Love 40.
So 3 break points.
That first serve of Andreeva, it's huge, 180. You can just hear the sound off the racket, how clean it is when she gets the dynamics right. It's a real weapon for her.
Yeah, lovely little change up here. She's got such good tennis IQ, Andreeva. She's a real match winner, just changing it up, flipping one up and taking pace out of it.
Yeah, and I sometimes forget how young she is when she makes decisions like that. She right away scanned Ruse's game, saw that she loves it, flat and in the strike zone.
Yeah, and these three really well-struck serves. It's definitely improved in the last 6 months, the Andreeva serve. They've gone back and really focused on building pace on this first serve, getting more shape and kick on the second.
Advantage.
Another good changeup. I prefer the higher one against Ruse because Ruse is quite good with the lower slice changeups, but whatever can disrupt the rhythm here for Ruse is a great choice for Andreeva.
A little long, so that's a really good fight back there from Andreeva, saving 3 break points and holding 2-1 first set.
Andreeva leads by 2-1.
So really well done there from Mira Andreeva. She's a fun-loving character on and off the court, we know that. And here she is. And she's the receptionist now.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Multitasking. I think she's some players are calling in to book a practice court.
Okay. It can't be me. I'm definitely not booking a practice court. But if Mira Andreeva is the receptionist, I might just change my mind.
Might get some tips.
Yes. Oh, I definitely would take tips from her.
Yeah, just having a little bit of fun and keeping it nice and light before what is a very big match here on Rod Laver Arena.
Time.
So Mira Andreeva off to a solid start here tonight on Rod Laver Arena. In really good form through to the third round here, as is her opponent, Elena Gabriela Ruse. Had a couple of good wins to get to this third round and has started well and been very confident so far.
Thank you.
This has got to be one of the best shots in the business. Andreeva's backhand, I think, is right up there with one of the very best backhands in the women's game.
I agree, and particularly this backhand cross-court there. Yes, she is hitting winners with the backhand down the line, but she has the capability to open the court with the backhand as well, and that gives that backhand side so many options.
Wow, really good point again from Ruse, coming forward and playing with confidence.
Brilliantly done by her, and yet she had to work so hard for her, and those are these mental investments that Andreeva collects over the time of a match. She makes the court feel small for the opponent,
That last point was set up
13-15.
by the terrific serve out wide. But what I was noticing out here is the Andreeva forehand. It looks like to me she's got a lot more spin on it. And I'm not necessarily saying that that's better. I went to the data and insights page, and Rusa is hitting her forehand with 120 Ks on average. Andreeva at 112.
Yeah, definitely a lot more shape, isn't it, Praddy? But do you think, Praddy, that Mira's using that forehand as a neutral shot until she can get one where she can then potentially flatten it out?
Well, yeah, it is a neutral shot, but I just feel like what I'm seeing here on the hard court is just sitting up. And during that rally, you know, halfway through, she kind of hit this, it was barely past the service line. And that's when Rusa was jumping onto it, coming forward with momentum on the backhand side.
Yeah, great movement here from Rusa. Quick to identify the short ball and quick to strike on the scoreboard. 2 games all. Very much a hot and cold player. I know we were chatting off air about the run. She got on a bit of a run where she lost a lot of matches at the back end of last year.
She did, and then when she finds her rhythm, and I think you can see it a little bit today with how she strikes the ball and how risky she plays at times as well, Rusa, when she does go on a streak, won a tournament at the end of the year. She likes playing big players. She likes playing on the big courts. So very much hot and cold. And the same goes for her tennis throughout tournaments. She can play great on a Monday, and then just the baseline level can drop on a Tuesday. Today,
She must have played you on a Monday.
definitely on a Monday.
Love 50.
On a bit of a run there. She'd won 5 points in a row. Just couldn't quite keep that momentum. That's an electronic call on the foot fault.
Nicole, it just seems like the conditions are also quite slow compared to how it was. It looks like very difficult to hit a winner out there.
Well, as Josh was mentioning, the temperature has dropped since earlier today. But for me, again, I'm coming back to this excessive spin that I'm seeing on the forehand of Andreeva.
Yeah, it's an extreme grip. That's the issue. Do you like it, Praddy, or not? Do you think it's maybe a little too extreme?
Well, I mean, at this stage and the quality of player and how much she's winning, I'm not sure I'd go there with the grip. But, yeah, she certainly, I've seen her before. She's got the ability to flatten it out a little bit.
No, that's just a tad long, so we're still on serve. Mira Andreeva, the 8th seed, in good form, leads 3-2 in the first set.
Time.
Incredible sight that is. That's Rod Laver Arena and around the grounds. But if you can't get into the grounds or you can't make it here, be sure to scan the QR code and do a little bit of online shopping for some of the AO official merchandise. It's some pretty good stuff there, so do yourself a favor and grab some really cool memorabilia, or also some really cool, in particular I like the hats. Have you seen the hats?
Yeah. You're actually wearing the one with the ears right now.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, it's not quite there for that one.
Love 50.
And this is where it gets difficult. She's invested a lot. She's worked hard here, Rusev, physically. It always is when you play a top 10 player. The intensity is up. It's a big occasion for her. You can see physically she's working hard, but it's right about now, after 30 minutes or so, that you have to maintain the level.
Well, and I do think Nicole was talking about that heavy forehand and then the slice forehand. That is the game plan against Rusev. If you want to break a stroke down, that's the forehand side. And you can see here what Nicole was talking about. Much more clearance off the ground strokes for Andreeva compared to the very flat strokes of Rusev.
Yeah, it's a big difference. 60 centimeters difference.
Yeah, that is very well played. And if you pay attention to the technique of Rusev's forehand, is almost classic in a way, right? She plays with timing and a big swing. She doesn't have that modern wrist acceleration that we see nowadays from players like Alcaraz, Sinner. Naomi Osaka has it to perfection. And so if you change direction and rhythm into that ground stroke, the idea is that eventually it will miss.
There's a few unforced errors starting to happen right about now But a nice little change up there, that slice forehand. Andreeva tends to go to that when she has to defend. Yep, not going to cut it against the athlete Andreeva. And that's the first break of this match.
Andreeva leads by 4 games
4-2.
to 2.
Just loves to chase. Athletic, dynamic, good change of direction. And got there with plenty of time and could even change the grip.
And that's the problem that I mentioned at the top of the game. Rusa loves those drop shots, oftentimes on important points, but on the hard courts against a great mover like Andreeva, very risky shot to play.
Love 15.
Just got to be prepared to stay in that rally a little longer there. That shot not there to be hit just yet.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll have a slow motion, but you could see Rusa there missing a couple of steps to that ball. Nicole mentioned that the forehand of Andreeva sometimes lands a little short, and Rusa failed to recognize that and was too far away.
Yeah, definitely got very big swings, and I think if she can learn to just tighten that up a little bit or get some slightly abbreviated swing patterns when the ball comes in quicker, she'll have more success, because she just tends to catch it a little late at times.
Rusa just over-pressing too much. I think she can afford to be a little bit more patient like she was in the first couple of games. And for me, if she wants to slow things down in the point, just direct it to the forehand side, and then she can look to rebuild from there again.
Yeah,
Andreeva.
And it's a good run of games here for Mira Andreeva.
New balls, please.
Got out to a 5-2 lead first set.
Absolutely.
Can we hold on to a racket here? Is it the same tension?
Yeah, 24, 23. Thank you.
Just firing off a racket. 24 in the mains, 23 in the crosses. That's kilos, so times it by 2.2 roughly. Most players these days under the 50 pounds.
But don't you find it so interesting, Josh, here, and maybe Nicole as well, how even, you could really see the difference in ranking here, how even they were. Up until 3-2, you couldn't have picked who is the better player. And now the quality is diverging dramatically between the two. Andreeva is just keeping that steady level of play, whereas Rusa is starting to become a little choppy.
Yeah, no question, Andrea, in terms of, you know, you made a comment about Andreeva mixing up the play a little bit more and the pace, and I feel like that's been a difference as well.
So a good start here tonight on Rod Laver Arena for a lady who's in sensational form this Australian summer. Mira Andreeva, 5-2. And also sending off a racket.
Well, to the point of the conditions being a little cooler, both players obviously feeling like the ball's not coming out of the racket the way that they want. It is heavy, as you were mentioning, and that's a way to get a little bit more on the ball. And Rusa, she's visibly a little frustrated and upset with her players' box, having a few words there.
Well, of course, it's their fault. It's not the players' fault.
Naturally.
Yeah, I think you're right, Nicole. When it cools down at night, and if you're watching this at home, you might not realise just how significant the conditions change, so that you'd suspect they'd be getting their rackets a fraction looser than what they would in the day.
Oh. 15. Thirty 15. Forty 50.
Yep, excellent angle. Got to tip your hat to Conchita Martinez, who's done a great job of coaching this young girl. Really burst onto the scene at such a young age, where many thought she may go on and quickly capture a slam. But Conchita's certainly taken the big picture approach and really tried to develop Andreeva's game. Yep, well done here from Rusa. Needed that game. So
Rusa.
It'll be Mira Andreeva with a 5-3 lead, a chance to serve this first set out.
baby. Let's go.
It's a pretty quiet crowd out here. I'm not sure they're sure who to go for in this match.
$15 left. $30 left.
Excellent serving. She's up at 64% of first serves in, Mira Andreeva, and been pretty successful, winning 15 of 21. 3 set points for Mira Andreeva. Yep, gets it on the first.
Yeah, man.
Great set of tennis here from the 8th seed here at the Australian Open. Mira Andreeva taking it 6 games to 3. Well, very little fuss in that first set, and just was very disciplined and just did enough early on to stay the course, and then just sort of elevated her course as that set went on.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see in the winners, they are both fairly equal, but too many unforced errors for Gabi Ruse, and they came particularly in the second half of that first set. At the very beginning, she was able to keep it quite balanced. And we talked about it at the top of the game. Second serve will be an issue for Ruse, and it's shown to be an issue for Ruse. She's winning only 33% of those points. And if you're serving at a 50% roughly first serve percentage, it's going to be really hard to win that match.
Yep, you need a higher first serve percentage, that's for sure. And it was a good start though from Ruse. She came out, she's confident, she's won a few really tough matches to get to this point and was really connecting. However, I felt pressing a little too much. Just sort of went away from her game style of being patient, waiting for that right ball. But in the end, class has prevailed here on Rocket Rod Laver. It's an awesome sight in world tennis when Mira Andreeva is in full flight, and that's what she is at the moment here down under in Australia. Won in Adelaide last week, and Win Predictor is certainly loving what it's seeing from Mira Andreeva. Up to 86% likelihood of her to win from here.
Ruse does it.
Positive point for Ruse. It's a way to get started after losing the first set.
Yeah, she's very professional, isn't she, Nicole? I know you watched her against Isla Tomljanovic, and I've got to say I was very impressed with her attitude. She was very good in that match with Tomljanovic, I thought.
Well, definitely in key moments, she really stepped up. And, you know, this last point that she just played now,